Chapter 862. Even a god is dead. Run. Countless people were screaming in fear. The cultivators of Aotian ancient capital were in chaos. The Dugu clan and the 10 great clans were fleeing like crazy. The two sides were already at war, and Lin Feng didn't need to give the order. The allied army of the 4 cities wouldn't let the Dugu clan and the 10 great clans off. The battle lasted for a day and a night. A small number of people managed to escape, but most were killed. That was how cruel a war was. Once a war broke out, they had to kill every last one of them. Otherwise, they might get revenge in the future. Some of the cultivators of the allied army went to chase the cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Some of them went to look for the treasuries of the Dugu clan and the 10 great clans. In the main hall of the Dugu clan. Reporting. The items in the treasuries of the various clans have been accounted for. There are 3 Dao artifacts, the Icefire War Spear, the Dragon Slaying Sword, and the Dragon Flame Saber. There are a total of 18,700 peak prized artifacts, and there are a total of, soon, someone came to report the spoils of war. There were hundreds of thousands of magic treasures and spirit stones piled up like mountains. There were also many divine ability secret manuals and so on. Lin Gongzi, we found an ancient bronze book in the Dugu clan. A Sun Moon City elder who was in charge of checking the spoils of war hurriedly came forward to report. He was holding an ancient bronze book in his hand. Lin Feng was shocked. Bronze items were extremely precious. He took the bronze book and saw that there were distorted runes on the bronze book. Runes. Lin Feng was shocked. The bronze book was sealed by the runes. If he wanted to open it, he had to decipher the runes. Obviously, that would take some time. Lin Feng put the book away. The 11 clans of Aotian ancient capital had so many treasures that it took 5 days and 5 nights to sort them out. Next, it was time to distribute the treasures. I'll take the Dao weapons. As for the remaining spirit stones, divine abilities, and treasures, you can discuss how to divide them. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Nobody had any objections. There were only 3 Dao weapons. It was good that Lin Feng took them all. If he distributed them, how would the clans of the 4 cities get 3 Dao weapons? Wouldn't that lead to a fight? Lin Feng also saw this point, which was why he took the 3 Dao artifacts. I told you before that if you follow me, I won't mistreat you. These bottles contain godly origin. Each influential group can take one, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand and 36 porcelain bottles landed on the table. Divine essence. The voices of the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities began to tremble violently. They knew what the divine source represented. Regardless of whether it was direct refinement or alchemy, the divine source could play a heaven-defying role. After refining the divine source, one's body would be improved by the divine source. At that time, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. To put it bluntly, even a mountain of treasures was far less valuable than a bottle of God's source. After being stunned for a moment, all the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities shouted in unison. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your generosity. In the future, we are willing to serve you like dogs and horses. Even if we have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, we won't even frown. The upper echelons of the large clans expressed their loyalty. This time, they had followed Lin Feng to attack Aotian ancient city, and they had witnessed how he had killed a god. Aotian ancient city would be divided among the 4 ancient cities in the future. Apart from that, all the treasures of the 11 clans, including the Dugu clan, would also be given to the clans of the 4 ancient cities. The clans of the 4 ancient cities would also receive godly origin as a reward. Lin Feng had an immemorial godly weapon and could slaughter gods. Lin Feng was like a god to the clans of the 4 ancient cities. They naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng said meaningfully, "Take good care of the godly land of the East. I hope you won't disappoint me." Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. It seemed that Lin Gongzi wanted to create his own group. Thinking of this, the upper echelons of the large clans became excited. In their opinion, if Lin Feng wanted to create his own group, it would definitely be a huge force that could compete with the immemorial godly forces in the future. Moreover, they would be the first group of clans to submit to Lin Feng. They were the elders. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Many of the upper echelons of the large clans hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. These people were all smart people. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly. The next day, Lin Feng returned to the Zhenwu country accompanied by the ancestor of the Zhenwu country, Long Fu. Dugu Aotian was also brought to the Zhenwu country and was temporarily imprisoned in the Zhenwu country's prison. Lin Feng reunited with Xiao Yafi, Su Zimo, and the others in the imperial capital. He began to arrange for Xiao Yafi, Su Zimo, Ouyang Li, Zhong Shili, and other good friends to join the 4 ancient cities to cultivate. At the same time, Lin Feng handed the dragon-slaying sword to Shangguan Feiya so that she could use it to protect herself. On the 3rd day after returning to the imperial capital, Lin Feng went to interrogate Dugu Aotian. However, Dugu Aotian was very tight-lipped and it was difficult to get any useful information from him. Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique and forcefully searched Dugu Aotian's soul. There were memories of God in Dugu Aotian's soul. God came from a mysterious world. However, he did not know where it came from. Little b****, God will descend again. When that time comes, the God that descends will be even more powerful. At that time, you will die without a burial ground. Dugu Aotian cursed. Drag him out and execute him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Yes. Immediately, a guard dragged Dugu Aotian out and used a boning knife to cut off the flesh on Dugu Aotian's body. This was death by dismemberment. It was the cruelest punishment. After staying in the Eastern Divine Land for half a month, Lin Feng left and returned to the Blue Cloud sect. However, it was obvious that the destruction of the Aotian ancient capital in the Eastern Divine Land had caused a huge uproar in the 72 northern states. However, Lin Feng had already left the center of the storm. After returning to the Blue Cloud sect, everyone on the Supreme Peak received a bottle of God's sauce. This made everyone wild with joy. Everyone went into seclusion to refine the God's sauce and cultivate. At night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The God's sauce in his dantian was as vast as the sea. Lin Feng's cultivation had already gone from the early stage of the 8th heaven of the yin-yang realm to the advanced stage. He had only consumed a small portion of the God's sauce. Lin Feng felt that the God's sauce in his dantian was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the creation realm. Half a month later, everyone who had been in closed-door cultivation came out one after another. Although each of them had only refined a very small portion of the divine sauce, each of their cultivations had been greatly improved. Shi Weizhu and Bai Ying had both broken through to the 5th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, Liu Ji, and Wu Xiao'er had directly broken through to the yin-yang realm. There were a total of 8 people on Lin Feng's supreme peak. Now, all of them had broken through to the yin-yang realm. If news of this spread out, it would cause a huge uproar in the Blue Cloud sect. This kind of thing was too shocking. Wang Hu and the others did not say anything. They cultivated silently and stabilized their cultivation. Everything on the Supreme Peak was proceeding in an orderly manner. Lin Feng planned to strengthen the Supreme Peak's defensive array. He placed the Icefire Battle Spear in the center of the array. With this Dao artifact as the foundation, he strengthened the array. The power of the Supreme Peak's array greatly increased. With the Dao artifact guarding the Supreme Peak, even a creation realm cultivator would not be able to break through the array easily. Half a month later, Lin Feng's dragon egg hatched. Lin Feng gave the baby dragon to Wang Hu and told him to take good care of it. In the future, when the baby dragon grew up, it would become the Supreme Peak's guardian spirit beast. Another half a month later, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 8th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng also began to prepare to break through to the 9th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Now that he had refined the God Source, his cultivation speed had increased by more than 10 times. Lin Feng estimated that he would have no problem entering the creation realm within a year. "Senior Marshal Brother, someone outside wants to see you," Wang Hu reported outside Lin Feng's hall. "Oh, who is it?" Lin Feng was surprised. "They say it's someone from Angry Axe City," Wang Hu said. "Angry Axe City?" Lin Feng frowned. Angry Axe City was an ancient city that was as famous as the Northern Desolate City. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Desolate region. However, he had never been to Angry Axe City, so it was impossible for him to know the cultivators there. Lin Feng was very confused that someone from Angry Axe City had come to see him. He did not know who it was. Chapter 863. Outside the main hall, Wang Hu said, "Senior brother, the guest has arrived." Lin Feng's voice came from inside the hall. "All right, you may leave." "Yes." Wang Hu nodded and left. "Please come into the main hall," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and entered the hall. He saw a young man sitting in the middle of the hall. The middle-aged cultivator felt that the young man was very handsome and dignified. His every movement exuded a noble aura. He thought to himself, "No wonder young master told me to be careful when I speak to this young master Lin. My Chen sect is quite knowledgeable and has seen many young geniuses, but it is rare to see such a young master who is born to be an emperor. How should I address you?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged cultivator. Chen Zong didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fists and said, "Does the young master remember an old friend from Fire Dragon Town?" Fire Dragon Town? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. His thoughts went back to 6 years ago. That year, he had met the immeasurable Daoist for the first time in Fire Dragon Town and bought the heaven-swallowing jar from him. That year, he had met the successor of an ancient sacred land for the first time in Fire Dragon Town. That year, in Fire Dragon Town, Lin Feng was shocked. Could he be brother Chen Rueyuan's clansman? That year, Chen Rueyuan had appeared in Fire Dragon Town and asked an alchemist to help him break the black iron wood. No one had succeeded. That was until Lin Feng finally made a move and used heavenly fire to break the black iron wood and help Chen Rueyuan retrieve the core. Many years passed in a flash. It seems like Lin Gongzi hasn't forgotten that a batch of stones has appeared in Angry Axe City. My young master is gambling in Angry Axe City. He thought of an old friend and sent me to invite Lin Gongzi to Angry Axe City to meet him. Chen Zong said. Chen Rueyuan was a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor and had a huge influence. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that he had heard about him. This Chen Rueyuan was the true disciple of the most elite aristocratic family in the Sky Martial continent. He was a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor. In terms of bloodline, Jiang Yudi's status was lower than Chen Rueyuan's. They were both ancient powers. Naturally, he was the direct descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor, and his status was the most respected. Lin Feng's impression of Chen Rueyuan was quite good. Although Chen Rueyuan was a descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor, he didn't have that kind of high and mighty attitude. "It's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Chen to come to the desolate region." Lin Feng stood up. "Lin Gongzi, come with me." The two of them left the main hall and rode the white crane away. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Angry Axe City, and saw Chen Rueyuan. "Brother Lin, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Chen Rueyuan smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Everything's been well." "How have you been, brother?" Chen Rueyuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Lin. I'm also well. I originally wanted to go to the Blue Cloud sect to visit you, but now that a batch of precious stones has appeared, I couldn't leave. I thought that if Brother Lin missed this opportunity, you would definitely regret it, so I asked the Chen sect to invite Brother Lin to gamble on stones." Lin Feng had obviously heard of gambling on stones. Many cities had stone shops, and many people liked to go there to gamble. Some of the stones might contain precious treasures. For example, 10,000-year-old jadeite, imperial green jade, blood agate. These were the most precious types of jadeite. A 10,000-year-old jadeite could be sold for hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If it was imperial green jade, it could be sold for millions of top-grade spirit stones. A single piece of imperial green jade could support an ancient sect for many years. However, how could it be so easy to find imperial green jade? It might take a few decades or even a few centuries for someone to find it. There were many cultivators who were keen on gambling on stones, but Lin Feng had never been to a stone shop before. He had no interest in gambling on stones. Lin Feng said, "I didn't expect Brother Qian to be so interested in gambling on stones." Qian Ruiyuan seemed to be able to see that Lin Feng was not interested in gambling on stones. He said, "Brother Lin, the stones excavated from Angry Axe City this time are not ordinary stones." "Oh, what's so special about them?" Lin Feng asked. A group of miners from Angry Axe City risked their lives to collect these stones in the Godluo Cliff. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Godluo Cliff was a land of death. Currently, there was not a single blade of grass within 100 miles of the cliff. Ghosts and ghosts roamed the area, and very few people dared to go there. However, the miners were so bold that they dared to enter the Godluo Cliff to collect stones. The stones are located in the 6th mountain range of the Godluo Cliff. It is said that the monarch of the Godluo Cliff and the ruler of the Godluo Cliff seemed to have some changes, so the miners risked their lives to enter the mountain range and brought out many precious stones. Qian Ruiyuan said, "Ordinary stones can only be used to dig out some precious jade. This is already the limit, but the stones in the land of death can often be used to dig out some extremely rare things, such as divine bones, divine weapons, divine stones, and so on." The land of death was different from other places, and it hid a huge secret. Even gods would fall if they entered it. It was rumored that the land of death itself was a cemetery where gods and devils were buried. Therefore, the stones in the land of death were indeed different. Just as Qian Ruiyuan had said, the stones in the land of death could be used to cut out extremely precious things. Lin Feng couldn't help but be interested, and said, after hearing Brother Qian's words, "I also want to try my luck and see if I can cut out a few divine bones that contain ancient divine abilities." Haha, if Brother Lin's luck is good, you really might be able to cut out such things. However, the stone workshop will only open in the afternoon, so let's go eat something first. Qian Ruiyuan said. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the stone workshop together. People came and went in the stone workshop, and it was very lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls with all kinds of stones. Many people were sitting on the ground and bargaining with the stall owners. It was Lin Feng's first time coming to a place like the stone workshop, so he was a little curious. Of course, he was also very shocked. The liveliness of the stone workshop was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. The stones in the stalls on both sides of the street are of the lowest grade. The stones in the shops on both sides are of a much higher grade. Look at the huge courtyards in the depths, the stones there are precious. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. In the stone workshop, the bigger the shop, the bigger the business. The bigger the business, the more precious the stones inside were. Someone cut out a divine weapon, and it's overflowing with murderous intent. I'm afraid it's an immemorial divine weapon. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from the depths of the stone workshop. An immemorial divine weapon had been cut out of the stone. This news immediately caused a huge uproar, and countless people rushed towards the huge courtyard in the depths of the stone workshop. Lin Feng was shocked. Even an immemorial divine weapon has been cut out. This is heaven-defying. Let's go and take a look. Qian Ruiyuan said. He and Lin Feng walked towards the courtyard in the depths of the stone workshop. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloping the courtyard. Many cultivators who entered the courtyard were shocked by the murderous intent and vomited blood. Some of the weaker cultivators' bodies were directly torn apart, and they died on the spot. Chapter 864. In the depths of the courtyard, a cultivator cut open a piece of stone. The stone was 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, and only a corner had been cut open. The sharp tip of a spear had already been revealed. It was obviously a magical weapon similar to a spear. Leave if you don't have enough cultivation. Otherwise, you'll just die here, said a cultivator coldly. An expert said coldly, warning the cultivators in the courtyard. Many people turned pale and left the courtyard. Only a corner had been cut open, and the murderous chi it emitted had already killed more than 10 cultivators. It was hard to imagine what kind of weapon it would be if the stone was completely cut open. The cultivators who weren't confident in their cultivation level naturally didn't dare to stay in the courtyard. The person who had bought the stone was a middle-aged cultivator, and he was extremely excited. It was very likely that there was a peerless divine weapon inside the stone. "Fellow Daoist, can you transfer the stone to me?" An extremely old cultivator appeared. "Jiang Zichuan, it's actually him. He's a great elder of the archaic Jiang family." Even he was alarmed. Someone recognized the old man's identity. His background was frightening. The archaic Jiang family was a family that had ascended to godhood at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Jiang Zichuan's status in the archaic Jiang family was very high, and his arrival had caused quite a stir. "I'm lacking a powerful weapon, so I can't give it to you," said the middle-aged cultivator. "No matter what kind of weapon it is, the archaic Jiang family can give it to you. Moreover, we'll give you an endless amount of spirit stones, heavenly treasures, and other cultivation resources in exchange for this stone," said Jiang Zichuan. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I prefer the divine weapon inside the stone." The middle-aged cultivator's attitude was very firm, and he didn't want to transfer the stone. Because he felt that the stone had a peerless divine weapon sealed inside. If that was really the case, then no matter how many treasures there were, they would be far less valuable than a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Zichuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. The middle-aged cultivator held a stone-cutting knife and carefully cut open the stone. Swish, 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 swish. As the stone was continuously cut open, the murderous chi emitted by the mysterious weapon became more and more powerful. Many people couldn't bear it, and their faces turned pale. They had no choice but to leave the courtyard and watch from outside. "Is there really a divine weapon inside the stone?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Qian Ruiyuan said, "I keep feeling that there's something wrong with that weapon, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Let's keep watching." Lin Feng nodded and stared at the stone that was being cut open. More and more parts of the weapon were exposed. Finally, the stone was cut open and the weapon appeared in front of everyone. It was a golden war spear that was about 2 meters long. The murderous aura emanating from the war spear felt as if it could destroy the world. "The chi is too strong. It might really be a divine weapon. I wonder if it's as strong as an immemorial divine weapon. It's definitely stronger than ordinary godly weapons. Once it's activated, its power will be unimaginable. That guy must have accumulated a lot of good karma from his ancestors. He actually managed to cut out such a godly weapon from a stone." Many people looked at the middle-aged cultivator with envy and jealousy. What a supreme treasure! The middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed. He grabbed the war spear and shook it. Crack! No one would have thought that the invincible war spear would break into more than 10 pieces. The murderous aura that could split heaven and earth instantly disappeared without a trace. "Ah! What's going on? My divine weapon!" The middle-aged cultivator couldn't accept this. He knelt on the ground and roared in pain and unwillingness. "It's actually a destroyed divine weapon. No wonder the murderous aura was so strong. I'm guessing that when the divine weapon was sealed in the stone, the murderous aura hadn't completely dissipated. Now that the stone has been broken, the murderous aura has leaked out and the divine weapon has been completely destroyed. It's lost all of its spirituality. Even the runes have been broken. It's completely turned into a pile of scrap metal." Many people shook their heads. Jiang Zichuan, on the other hand, had a happy expression because he had wanted to buy it at an astronomical price. Now that the divine weapon had turned into scrap metal, he felt lucky that the middle-aged cultivator hadn't sold it. Otherwise, this pile of scrap metal would have been in his hands. Happy for nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. Qian Ruiyuan said, "This kind of thing happens all the time. Many people think that they've cut something good out of the stone and are overjoyed, only to find out that it's completely worthless. This kind of contrast drives many people crazy. It's already good that this cultivator didn't go crazy." Lin Feng asked, "Is there any stone mined from the land of death in this courtyard?" Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, This is a stone workshop of the Great Jew Empire. Naturally, it has such high-grade stones. Lin Feng was shocked and said, the Great Jew Empire is located in the central continent. Why did they open a stone workshop in the wasteland? Qian Ruiyuan said, this isn't strange. Our Qian family also opened a stone workshop in Yuzhou because there's a land of death in Yuzhou. In fact, many top powers open stone workshops near the land of death because there are always people who aren't afraid of death who take the risk to enter the land of death to mine stones and transport them out. The stones mined in the land of death are all bought by the top powers. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Qian Ruiyuan said, Brother Lin, do you have any stones that you like? Why don't you try your luck? Lin Feng said, this is my first time in a stone workshop, so I don't have much experience. Brother Qian, please help yourself. I'll look around. Okay. Qian Ruiyuan nodded and strolled around the courtyard, observing the stones that were placed all over the courtyard. There were many customers in the stone workshop of the Great Jew Empire. Many people were gathered in front of some stones, pointing and discussing. From time to time, customers would buy the stones. Lin Feng went to a corner of the courtyard where a green stone was placed. Many parts of the stone had already peeled off, and the stone's luster was dim. No one was interested in it. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to peek inside the stone, hoping to find some clues. He found that the stone was very strange and could block a cultivator's divine sense. How much is this stone? Lin Feng called over a green-robed attendant and asked. The attendant said, 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. This stone that no one is interested in costs 100 supreme-grade spirit stones? Lin Feng was surprised. This stone was too expensive. The attendant said, Young master, the stones in the stone workshop of the Great Jew Empire are all high-grade stones. Naturally, they can't be compared to those ordinary stones outside. This stone is already the lowest price. Young master, look over there. Some stones cost tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Of course, the more expensive the stone, the easier it is to cut out something good. Okay, I'll take this stone. Lin Feng nodded and took out 100 supreme-grade spirit stones and gave them to the attendant. The attendant gave Lin Feng a stone-cutting knife. Lin Feng looked at it for a moment and began to cut the stone. Not many people paid attention to Lin Feng because this stone was too ordinary. Whether it was the shape or the luster, it was the lowest grade stone in the courtyard. Swish, 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 pieces of the stone were cut off one by one. The stone, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, was quickly cut to the size of a fist, but still, nothing was cut out. Even the few cultivators who were paying attention to Lin Feng's actions looked away. Lin Feng shook his head. Even though he knew that stone gambling relied on luck, he had spent 100 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy this stone. Of course, he was disappointed that he couldn't cut out anything. He raised the knife in his hand and cut down. In the end, he cut the fist-sized stone into two. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out from the cracked stone. It was as if a wild beast had come back to life. Heavens, did someone cut out a peerless treasure? Look over there, there's a demonic fog. That boy cut out something good. Many cultivators cried out in surprise and quickly surrounded Lin Feng. An endless amount of demonic fog surged out, and a pitch-black eye floated in the fog. He cut out an eyeball. Many people were shocked and looked at the eyeball. What's that? Lin Feng was surprised. What a pleasant surprise. He had cut out an eyeball at the last moment, but he didn't know what kind of eyeball it was. Swish. Suddenly, the eyeball blinked. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and a storm. Heavens, what kind of eyeball is that? It just blinked, and it created such a terrifying phenomenon. Many people shouted in disbelief. Then, everyone looked at the mysterious eyeball floating in the black fog with fervent gazes. Chapter 865. Such a huge commotion startled everyone in all directions. People continuously rushed over, including many aged elders. Now that the Death Danger Stone had appeared in the world, it had attracted a lot of powerhouses, including some of the old men who were sitting at the life and death threshold. They did not hesitate to cross hundreds of millions of miles to come to the Angry Axe City. Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Jiang Zichuan, a grand elder of the Jiang family, exclaimed when he saw the stone eye floating in the black mist. What? That's the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye? Is this real? The third eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake? Many people exclaimed. The Heavenly Demon Snake was a rare species in the Primordial era. Even in the Primordial era, there were very few of them. Whenever a Heavenly Demon Snake appeared, it would cause chaos. It was said that the third eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake was extremely terrifying. Once it opened, it could destroy the world. However, too much time had passed, and the abilities of the Celestial Eye Demonic Snake Stone Eye were no longer known to anyone. However, that didn't stop everyone from being interested in the Celestial Eye Demonic Snake Stone Eye. The appearance of the stone eye had caused such a huge commotion. It was too heaven-defying. Perhaps there was a great secret hidden within. The eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye? Lin Feng was moved when he heard Jiang Zichuan's voice. In the Primordial era, the Heavenly Demon Snake clan had produced a Saint Emperor. Lin Feng had obtained the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye in the 9 Emperors chart. It was obvious how powerful this clan had been in the past. And now, he had obtained the eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. It was said that not all Heavenly Demon Snakes had the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Only the royal family of the Heavenly Demon Snake clan had it. Others might not know the power of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, but Lin Feng knew it very well. According to the 9 Emperors chart, the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye could see through the worlds of yin and yang. Those words contained too much information. The underworld referred to the underworld. The world of yang referred to the billions of worlds inhabited by living beings. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye could see through the worlds of yin and yang. Lin Feng didn't really understand what it was, but it was clearly a heaven-defying ability. The second ability was the ability to see through reality. Lin Feng could understand this ability. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye was known as the Heavenly Eye of Origin in the Primordial Age. It meant that he could see through all illusions. It pointed straight to the origin. This was also a heaven-defying ability. On the path of cultivation, there were too many illusory things that confused cultivators. Going out to train, being trapped in a boundless land of illusions and not being able to walk out was an illusion. During cultivation, inner demons would appear to haunt one's body, causing one to be unable to extricate oneself from the inner demons, leading to chi deviation. This was also an illusion. If he had the Celestial Eye Snake, he would be able to see through these illusions instantly. This was the power of the Celestial Eyes. Of course, the use of the Heavenly Demon Snake's eye was far more than that. It needed to be slowly explored and excavated. Keep. Lin Feng quickly took action and put away the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Little friend, can you give me the Celestial Beast's eye? No matter what you want, I'll agree, said Lin Feng. Jiang Zichuan said excitedly. Such a Heavenly Demon Snake Eye was indeed enough to make anyone go crazy. Little friend, I'm willing to give you weapons, immemorial theurgies, spirit stones, etc. Another old man squeezed through the crowd and came in. Ancestor by Mai of the Immortal Temple. Many people were astonished. This old man's social status was also shocking. The Immortal Temple was the leader of the 72 provinces in the north. It was also the most powerful group in the north. It was rumored that the Immortal Temple had an ancient great imperial weapon forged by Chen Changsheng. If that was the case, the Longevity Hall was simply too terrifying. An immemorial power with an ancient imperial weapon guarding it was definitely one of the strongest immemorial powers in the world. Little friend, if you give the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye to me, I can make the decision and betroth the princess to you. Another old man appeared. Many people were shocked. This old man's identity was also not simple. He was actually a supreme elder of the Great Xia Empire. He was of the same generation as the emperor of the Great Xia Empire's grandfather. He was highly respected. The emperor's son-in-law of the Great Xia Empire? What a tempting offer. Many people whispered. They wanted to snatch the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye from Lin Feng and give it to the Great Xia ancestor. More than a dozen old men appeared. Each of them had a frightening background. They were all patriarchs of the most powerful forces. Because of the stones mined in the land of death, there were often incredible treasures hidden in them. Therefore, these great ancestors, who usually didn't show up in the mortal world, came out one after another. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I'd like to study the heavenly demon Snake-Eye myself," said Lin Feng. "Little friend, the heavenly demon Snake-Eye has existed for billions of years. Even though it's still immortal, it's already changed a lot. You might not be able to study it. Why don't you sell it?" "Why don't you sell it?" said an ancestor. Lin Feng had already made up his mind. He didn't want to sell it. "Little boy, you're so weak. Do you think you'll be able to keep that treasure alive?" Someone was threatening Lin Feng using telepathy. His voice was filled with murder. This wasn't strange. The world of cultivators was cruel. Killing people to steal treasures was common. Lin Feng had obtained such a treasure, so it was normal for others to spy on him. Lin Feng bowed hand over fist to the strong cultivators of the ancestors' level and left. "H," said the strong cultivator in the dark while smiling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was targeting Lin Feng. "That's an ancestor." Lin Feng frowned. He felt that it was troublesome, but thinking that the other party wouldn't attack him in Angry Axe City, he calmed down. "Brother Lin's luck is really good. The first stone you cut out was good," Qian Rui Yuan said enviously. "It's just good luck," said Lin Feng with a smile. 2 hours later, the courtyard in the depths was opened. The stones from the land of death were placed inside, but there were only a dozen or so stones, all of which were quickly bought by people. The stones are limited, so they'll be crazily fought over. Moreover, the stones mined from the land of death are too precious, so the people who buy them won't cut them here," Qian Rui Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Qian Rui Yuan. Lin Feng planned to study the heavenly demon Snake-Eye. Qian Rui Yuan lived in the heavenly phoenix courtyard. The environment was elegant, and there were many courtyards scattered around. Qian Rui Yuan asked someone to prepare a guest room for Lin Feng. After chatting with Qian Rui Yuan for a while, Lin Feng returned to his room and took out the heavenly demon Snake-Eye. Whoosh! Chapter 866. What a terrifying heavenly demon Snake-Eye. Lin Feng lay on the bed, unable to move. The Snake-Eye was still floating in the air, looking at him. After an hour, Lin Feng sat up again. His face was deathly pale. A moment before, when the celestial beast had blinked, Lin Feng's soul had almost been crushed and he had almost fallen into the depths of hell. If Lin Feng's soul hadn't been strong enough, he would have died. Lin Feng didn't use his eyes to look at the snake's eye because it was too strange. Was it the snake's primordial spirit? The primordial spirit had fused with the snake eye, so even after so many years, the snake eye was still so strange and terrifying. Thinking about that, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Presently, only 2 of the Primordial Saint Emperor clones he'd refined had been awakened, and they were respectively the Primordial Golden-Winged Rock King clone and the Primordial Chungchi clone. Lin Feng started communicating with the ancient celestial beast's snake eye clone. Lin Feng called out the celestial eye's snake clone. In the room, there was a mist. The heavenly eye's demonic snake's body coiled in the mist, emitting a cold aura. The celestial eye demonic snake was a creature with an icy aura. The Sky Eye Demon Snake seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at the Sky Eye Demon Snake. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the Sky Eye Demonic Snake opened its eyes and stared at the Sky Eye Demonic Snake. However, the Heaven-Eyed Demonic Snake was unable to open its third eye. The third eye was the Heaven-Eyed Demonic Snake Eye that only the royal family of the Heaven-Eyed Demonic Snake could produce. It can sense something. Let's see if I can refine the snake eye. Lin Feng raised his right hand and released a terrifying amount of strength which penetrated into the eyes of the celestial beast. The celestial beast's eyes shook violently and Lin Feng's strength dispersed. Lin Feng couldn't refine the snake eye. It refuses to be refined. The snake eye is too strange. Lin Feng frowned, then laughed coldly. He mobilized the god's origin power in his dantian and merged it with his dharmic powers. Once again, it surged into the heavenly demon snake's eye. The snake wanted to disperse Lin Feng's strength again, but at that moment, Lin Feng's godly original strength started burning. Then, the The power of God's origin collided with the power of the sky demon snake's eyes. When the two forces collided, Lin Feng's strength was unceasingly penetrating into the eyes of the celestial level beast. Merge. Lin Feng clapped his right hand and the celestial beast's eyes flew towards the celestial eye's snake. Swoosh. The snake eye merged with the snake's third eye. His third eye, which had been tightly shut, opened at this moment. An ancient, primordial aura emanated from the heaven-eyed demonic snake. The celestial eye demonic snake's strength was recovering. The third Holy Emperor's clone has awakened. Lin Feng looked surprised. The third eye of the sky-eye demonic snake blinked slightly, and the furniture in the room was silently destroyed. It was a terrifying eye. In the end, the snake turned into a talisman and merged with Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng's mind moved and an eye appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh. Suddenly, a third eye appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. It was the celestial beast snake eye. After the snake's talisman merged with Lin Feng's forehead, Lin Feng could use all the snake's abilities. The third eye blinked slightly, causing the void to distort. It was truly powerful. This pair of eyes definitely possessed an unimaginably powerful offensive power. Lin Feng's third eye disappeared. What a mysterious snake. It turned into a talisman and merged with my forehead. Lin Feng touched his third eye. The talisman had fused with his flesh and blood, so he couldn't see it, but he could use his awareness to communicate with it. The next day, Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan went to the workshop again. Qian Ruiyuan said, "Let's go to the Jiang clan's workshop. I heard that someone found something good here yesterday." Lin Feng nodded. He and Qian Ruiyuan went to the workshop. There were 5 courtyards, and the deeper they went, the more valuable things they found. Qian Ruiyuan had been there for a long time. He had spent a lot of money to cut a few dozen stones, but he hadn't found anything particularly valuable. Gambling on stones depended on luck. It wasn't easy to find something good. I've been very unlucky lately. I haven't been able to find anything good. I hope my luck will change today. Qian Ruiyuan smiled. Lin Feng smiled. Maybe we'll be lucky. Quick, the Jiang clan brought out the stones they dug out from the land of death. The news quickly spread and attracted a lot of people. Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan also squeezed through the crowd. The immemorial Jiang family brought out 3 pieces of stone. The first stone was a huge purple stone that was more than 10 meters tall. It was surrounded by purple light and looked extraordinary. The second stone was about 5 meters tall. It was protruding on both sides like a pair of wings. Golden chi escaped from it from time to time. The third stone was in the shape of a human. Life chi flowed out of it. It was unknown what terrifying thing was sealed in it. Many powerful people were attracted. Some wanted to buy the stones, but they hesitated when they saw the price. Lin Feng looked at the prices of the 3 stones. The cheapest one was the purple stone that was more than 10 meters tall. It was worth 320,000 top-quality spirit stones. The stone with wings on its back was worth 490,000 top-grade spirit stones. The third human-shaped stone was worth 720,000 top-quality spirit stones. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It was too expensive. A few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones was enough for an ancient power to operate for more than 10 years. However, they could only purchase 1 piece of stone here. Therefore, even the patriarchs of the top forces were hesitant at this moment. This was because if they spent a lot of money to buy the stones, they might not be able to extract anything. Many people were talking about this stone. A black light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This was the power of the heavenly demon snake's eyes. Lin Feng had merged it into his eyes. He looked at the 3 stones that had been mined from the land of death. These stones could block the probing of cultivators' divine sense. However, Lin Feng could use the power of the heavenly demon snake's eyes to observe some strange things. There's really something. Lin Feng was shocked. There was something in all 3 stones, but he couldn't see it clearly. I want to cut open the stone with the wings. Qian Ruiyuan was moved. He wanted to cut another piece of stone from the land of death. Jiang Kai, the elder in charge of the courtyard, smiled and said, "Young Master Qian Ruiyuan, Are you sure you want to cut open this stone? Qian Ruiyuan frowned. This stone was worth 490,000 top-quality spirit stones. He had already spent more than 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones, but he hadn't gained anything. If he didn't gain anything this time, he would have to go home. Even though he was a direct descendant of the Qian family, he couldn't squander money without limit. Many people were talking about Qian Ruiyuan. They had seen Qian Ruiyuan cut open a stone before, but he hadn't gained anything. It seemed that Qian Ruiyuan wasn't satisfied. He wanted to cut open another stone. Lin Feng looked at the stone with wings. There was indeed something inside, but Lin Feng had the impression that it wasn't very precious. It didn't release any qi. It wasn't as precious as the other two stones, because the other two stones released some weak qi. The stronger the fluctuation, the more precious the stone was. Lin Feng didn't think highly of the stone that Qian Ruiyuan was interested in. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by a stone block under the winged stone. It was about 1.5 meters in diameter and 0.5 meter tall. It was cushioned on the ground, and the winged stone was placed on top of it. Lin Feng looked through the stone block. He could faintly see something moving inside. Qian Ruiyuan gritted his teeth. He planned to cut open the winged stone. Perhaps he could find something good. Chapter 867. Qian Ruiyuan looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Brother Lin, is there something wrong?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I think that block of stone is not bad. Let's cut it open first." Phut! Many people laughed. That block of stone had been there for many years. It was just a block of stone. If there was really a treasure inside, how could so many stone gambling experts not discover it? "Kid, that's not a stone." Someone tried to change the topic. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Isn't it a stone? I thought it was a stone as well, but this block of stone is peeling off. It's been there for a long time. Maybe there's something good inside." Many people's mouths twitched violently. Someone said, "The more precious a stone is, the harder it is for the outer layer to fall off. A good stone's outer layer won't fall off even after hundreds of millions of years. That block of stone you're talking about is peeling off because of the wind and sun, not because it's been there for a long time." Lin Feng said, "Is there such a thing? No wonder these 3 stones are shining with divine light. It seems like they're all high-grade stones. That's why they've been preserved so well over the years." A cultivator nodded and said, "Of course. There's a huge difference between a good stone and an ordinary one. Thank you for telling me." Lin Feng cupped his fists and looked at Qian Ruiyuan. "Cut it. It's not worth much anyway." Qian Ruiyuan nodded, even though he didn't think there was anything good inside. However, Qian Ruiyuan didn't want to reject Lin Feng. He was the one who had invited Lin Feng to gamble, so he naturally wouldn't disappoint Lin Feng. He looked at Jiang Kai and said, "I want this block of stone." Jiang Kai smiled and said, "What about the stone with the wings? Leave it there for now." Jiang Kai nodded. He couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng. If it weren't for this kid, Qian Ruiyuan would have already bought the stone. Lin Feng acted as if he did not notice Jiang Kai's gaze. He asked, "How many spirit stones does this stool cost?" "This stone stool was brought here 700 years ago. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. It must be a treasure. I'll take 1,000 top-quality spirit stones," Jiang Kai said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had clearly heard the surrounding cultivators say that this was not a stone material and was not valuable at all. This Jiang Kai was clearly asking for too much. But Lin Feng didn't say much, because if it was really something good, 1,000 top-level spirit stones was nothing. Even a mountain of top-grade spirit stones could not compare to the treasures in the stone materials. Qian Ruiyuan took out 1,000 top-level spirit stones and handed them to Jiang Kai. Then, he squatted in front of the stone block and began to cut the stone. Swish, 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 pieces of stone were cut off one by one. The stone block was quickly shrinking. But Qian Ruiyuan didn't cut anything. "Haha, I already said that it's just an ordinary stone. You can't cut anything out of it. 1,000 top-quality spirit stones for a broken stone stool, what a scam. Where did Qian Ruiyuan's friend come from? His taste is so bad." Chen Rueyuan actually believed his friend's nonsense. You need to see, touch, feel, and comprehend to determine whether a stone is valuable or not. The stone stool's skin is falling off, and there are no energy fluctuations. You only need to see and feel to eliminate it. That boy is a newbie, he probably doesn't understand the rules of this trade. Many people shook their heads. Lin Feng and Chen Ruiyuan had made a fool of themselves. After all, they had bought a stone stool that had been there for hundreds of years, and they had paid 1,000 top-level spiritual stones for it. How ridiculous! Very quickly, the stone was only as big as a bowl. Chen Rueyuan was not disappointed because he had never thought that there would be anything good in it. Chen Rueyuan cut the stone one last time, but as soon as he cut a hole, a refreshing fragrance spread out from the stone. Heavens! Could there be a stalk of divine herb inside? Many people were astonished. A holy medicine was worth at least a few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, and even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. This made countless people's eyes widen, and they even felt envy and jealousy. It was just a stone stool used as a cushion. It had been left here for hundreds of years and no one cared about it. Now, a holy medicine was about to be cut out. How many people had seen that stone stool before? But they all shook their heads, thinking that it was worthless. Now that a holy medicine was about to be cut out, many people regretted it. Why hadn't they carefully identified the stone stool? If they had carefully identified it, they might have bought it. Chen Rueyuan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He suppressed his excitement and cut the stone. The stone stool cracked. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky. It was extremely fast, trying to escape. Everyone was astonished. Nobody had thought that the thing inside the stone would try to escape. Wasn't it a holy medicine? It didn't look like a holy medicine at all. Lin Feng had been prepared. When the little golden creature tried to escape, he immediately used his magic to imprison it. At that moment, people saw that it was a palm-sized golden insect. Its body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. It's a king medicine insect. It's a legendary king medicine insect. Countless shocked voices were heard, and countless burning gazes were fixed on the little golden bug. A king medicine insect was a legendary spiritual insect. It was said that a king medicine insect needed to eat 99 king medicines to evolve. A single drop of the king medicine insect's blood could heal a dying person. A single drop of the king medicine insect's blood could extend a person's life by 3,000 years. No holy medicine was worth mentioning in front of a king medicine insect. If someone could buy a holy medicine with a few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, then the king medicine insect would be a priceless treasure. After consuming a holy medicine, it would disappear. But the king medicine insect was a living creature. Even if some of its blood was extracted, it could still continue living. Brother Chen, take care of your king medicine insect. Lin Feng sealed the king medicine insect in a porcelain bottle and gave it to Chen Rueyuan. That's too precious, said Chen Rueyuan. Lin Feng was the one who had asked him to cut the stone, so he felt ashamed. Said Lin Feng smiling. You and I are friends. Could it be that a king herbworm is more valuable than us? Chen Rueyuan laughed and said, Good brother, I was being unreasonable. When Lin Feng saw that Chen Rueyuan had accepted the king medicine insect, he smiled. Even though the king of herbs worm was precious, Lin Feng didn't need it because Lin Feng had immortal celestial herbs. He had used a king medicine insect to get closer to Chen Rueyuan, a descendant of the ancient holy emperor. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was worth it. Chen Rueyuan kept the herb king beetle, and many people looked at Chen Rueyuan with envy. The medicine king worm was cut out of the stone stool bought with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was simply a stroke of great luck. Jiang Kai's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had been there for 300 years, but he hadn't thought that there would be a king medicine insect hidden in the stone. If he had known, he would have cut it open. I want that stone. That stone block belongs to me, said the old man. Shouted many people. They all started fighting over the stone. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 868. It was a black stone more than a meter tall. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was looking at it. Other cultivators were also looking at it. A middle-aged cultivator was standing in front of the black stone. He first looked at it, then he released a pure energy from his right hand and gently tapped the stone. Finally, he withdrew his hand and stood in place, lost in thought. The middle-aged cultivator was obviously very knowledgeable. He had covered the 5 steps of identifying stones in just a few moves: look, shake, touch, feel, and comprehend. That's the vice leader of the Xian City sect, Dong Yuqing, right? I heard that he's an expert in identifying stones. Other people can cut 4 or 5 good things out of 100 stones, but Dong Yuqing can cut 15 or 16 good things out of 100 stones. That's right, it's because Dong Yuqing has a profound understanding of stone identification. Dong Yuqing is currently observing that black stone. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to it? Many people were talking about it. In the end, Dong Yuqing shook his head and walked away. It seemed that he didn't think highly of the black stone. Everyone saw that Dong Yuqing didn't think highly of the black stone, so they left and stopped paying attention to it. In their opinion, if an expert like Dong Yuqing didn't think highly of the stone, it couldn't be anything good. After everyone left, Lin Feng carefully looked at the black stone. Although it looked ordinary, Lin Feng felt that it was extraordinary. Lin Feng activated the power of the snake eye and looked at the black stone again. He saw through it and saw a blood-red thing inside. Suddenly, a cold and terrifying qi escaped from the blood-red light. That qi made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. It was too terrifying. He didn't know what was inside the black stone. Lin Feng quickly looked away. His face was slightly pale. "What is it?" he murmured to himself. There was definitely something terrifying inside the black stone. Lin Feng felt that it wasn't just terrifying, it was also extremely evil. He couldn't touch it. Once he did, something terrible would happen. Lin Feng distanced himself from that piece of stone. The Jiang family's stone workshop had a lot of stones, so there was no need for him to pay attention to such a strange stone. Lin Feng continued to search for his target in the courtyard. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at an ancient tree. There were more than 10 stones under this tree. Lin Feng took a fancy to a purple stone material. This stone material was about 1.3 meters tall. Its shape was not particularly regular, and its widest part was about 1 meter wide. This stone was very strange. Lin Feng's sky demon snake eye couldn't see through the outer layer of the stone. The stone skin seemed to be infused with a very strange energy, isolating everything. Lin Feng called Elder Jiang Kai over and asked, "How much is this stone?" When Jiang Kai saw that it was Lin Feng, she said unhappily, "This stone is worth 80,000 top-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng frowned slightly. The stone's price was much higher than he had expected. He didn't know if Jiang Kai was trying to scam him. Master Dong Yuqing saw this stone with his own eyes, but he gave it up. 80,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount, so you have to be careful. Someone reminded him. Lin Feng thanked them, but he really felt that this stone material wasn't simple. He paid 80,000 top-grade spirit stones and bought it. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Many people shook their heads. This was a stone that Master Dong Yuqing had given up on, so they didn't think that there would be any treasures inside. Among the crowd, Dong Yuqing also looked over and smiled. Identifying stones is just a matter of probability. Although I don't think that stone is good, it doesn't mean that it won't be able to cut out something good. Let's go and see if that kid can cut out something good. Dong Yuqing and her friends also walked over to Lin Feng. Qian Ruiyuan and the others also walked over. When they saw that Lin Feng was about to cut the stone, Qian Ruiyuan looked pensive. Lin Feng cut 2 stones. The first one contained the Celestial Eyes demonic snake. The second one contained the Herb King worm. Now, Lin Feng wanted to cut the third stone, if he could find another treasure. Maybe it wasn't as simple as luck. This is a purple light stone. It's not a high-grade stone. If you want to cut it, you can cut the 3 stones that were pulled out of the land of death. Several patriarch-level old men came over and egged him on. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't these old guys cut it themselves? The cheapest stone was 320,000 top-grade spirit stones. If he couldn't cut anything good out of it, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to those old guys. He held his knife and observed the purple light stone, looking for the best place to cut it. Cutting a stone was a test of one's skill, because the treasures inside were often very fragile. If one wasn't careful, they could be destroyed. Therefore, one had to be very careful when cutting the stone. Otherwise, if the treasures inside were destroyed, wouldn't one regret it for the rest of one's life? Swish, 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 stone chips flew everywhere. Pieces of the stone were cut off. Many people gathered around to watch. The stone was getting smaller and smaller, but he still couldn't cut anything. Look at this stone. It's like a honeycomb. Is it a honeycomb stone? If it's a honeycomb stone, then it's the lowest grade stone. It's worth 5 top-grade spirit stones at most. A cultivator pointed at the stone that was cut open. Dong Yuqing nodded and said, "From the inside, it's indeed a honeycomb stone. The Jiang family's stone shop isn't using such a low-grade stone to trick us, right?" Jiang Kai's expression changed. Reputation was the most important thing in business. If his reputation was damaged, he wouldn't be able to do business in the future. He said, "Everyone, the Jiang family's name is the best brand. How could we use shoddy goods? The changes inside the stone are caused by changes in the laws of heaven and earth. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for humans to change. We can judge a stone's grade and value from the outside, but we can't guarantee that there are changes inside the stone that we don't know about." Everyone nodded. There was indeed such a possibility. Due to some unknown reasons, some high-grade stones had internal changes that eventually led to the destruction of the stone. This kid's luck is really bad. He actually bought a stone that has already been destroyed. 80,000 top-grade spirit stones went down the drain just like that. Many people shook their heads. Could it be that there's really nothing inside? Did I sense it wrongly? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The stone was now only the size of a watermelon, but he still couldn't cut anything. This made Lin Feng suspicious. He cut down again. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his knife couldn't cut anymore. He seemed to have cut into something extremely hard, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was exactly. "I cut it." Lin Feng was overjoyed. He quickly cut open the stone with his knife. Finally, a fist-sized crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Roar! After the crystal appeared, a roar shook the sky. Many people's faces turned pale when they heard the roar, and they quickly retreated. After that, a ferocious beast surrounded by flames jumped out of the crystal. It waved its claws and clawed at Lin Feng. Heavens! That's a violet virtual flame beast. It's a ferocious beast that appeared from the crystal. Many people cried out in alarm. A ferocious beast had appeared from a crystal? It was too shocking. Suppress it. Lin Feng groaned coldly. Powerful magic surged out and bombarded the ferocious beast's body. The ferocious beast's body immediately disappeared. Lin Feng grabbed the purple crystal. A violet virtual flame beast appeared from the purple crystal. Is that the legendary violet fire deification crystal? A white-haired old man cried out in shock. Violet fire deification crystal? Isn't that a material used to forge ancient imperial weapons? Many people couldn't believe it. Many great ancestors were so excited that their bodies trembled violently when they saw the purple crystal. In the immemorial era, the great emperors had searched all over the world for such materials to forge great imperial weapons, but to no avail. Chapter 869. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to find such a valuable piece of ore. He could think of a way to integrate this ore into his lifebound magic treasure, which would increase the power of his lifebound magic treasure. What an incredible material! Great emperors couldn't find it in the past, and now it's here. It's a material for making great imperial weapons. It's unimaginable how valuable it is. Maybe the purple fire godly crystal is indescribably valuable. Countless people were discussing spiritedly. This place had been completely surrounded. Many older generation experts had also rushed over from other stone workshops because materials that could be used to forge ancient monarch weapons had appeared here. This was enough to shock the world. "Young friend, what do you want? Just tell us, the Great Qin Empire is willing to trade with you," said an old man. Lin Feng nodded. Many older cultivators also wanted to trade with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng refused. In Lin Feng's opinion, no treasure was as valuable as the purple fire godly crystal. "I also need to make a weapon, so I'm sorry to disappoint you," said Lin Feng. Many people frowned. They shook their heads and sighed. If they had obtained such an incredible material, they wouldn't have taken it out to trade. "Little boy, you have to be alive to get it, but you also have to be alive to use it," said someone. He was threatening Lin Feng. That person was extremely strong, and Lin Feng couldn't tell where he was. It was probably an ancestor. Lin Feng was worried. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by such a strong cultivator. But Lin Feng couldn't hand over the treasure he had obtained. "It's that person again. It's the second time he's threatened me." Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. He put the purple fire godly crystal away. That person's murderous intent grew even stronger. "Brother, you're really something," said Chen Rueyuan, walking over. He was astonished. He felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple at all. Lin Feng had only managed to cut 3 pieces of stone. But he had managed to get 3 precious treasures. Besides, those stones weren't the best. Luck. Lin Feng smiled. The secret of the heavenly demon snake eye could not be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Isn't this kid the one who extracted the heavenly demon snake eye and the medicine king bug? At this time, someone said aloud, recognizing Lin Feng's identity. "What? It's him. You managed to cut out 3 supreme treasures? Could it be that this kid has mastered a powerful stone identification technique?" Many people cried out in alarm. Being able to cut out a treasure was already a huge stroke of luck. However, if he were to cut out supreme treasures one after another, anyone would be suspicious. "What do you think, Master Dong?" someone asked Dong Yuqing. Dong Yuqing replied, "This brat is indeed a bit strange." Lin Feng felt that this was not a place to stay for long. He had obtained 2 precious treasures in succession, and his harvest was already great enough. Thus, he wanted to leave. He whispered to Chen Rueyuan. Chen Rueyuan nodded and walked outside with Lin Feng. At this time, an old man said, "Young friend, please wait." This was an old imperial uncle of the Great Zhou Empire. His status was extremely high, and his appearance caused a huge commotion. Even Chen Rueyuan bowed to the old man. "This is the uncle of the current emperor of the Great Zhou Empire," Chen Rueyuan said. The ancient Chen family had a very close relationship with the Great Zhou Empire, so Chen Rueyuan recognized this old imperial uncle. Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. The old imperial uncle said, "Young friend, can you come to the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire and help me identify a stone?" Lin Feng said, "My knowledge is shallow, and I was just lucky before. That's why I was able to cut out something good. I wouldn't dare show off in front of you." The old imperial uncle smiled and said, "Even if it's just luck, you're already very lucky. I'm here to take advantage of some of your luck. I hope you won't refuse." Since the old imperial uncle had put it this way, Lin Feng didn't continue to refuse. He nodded and followed the old imperial uncle to the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire. This was a piece of stone from the Death Impasse. This piece of stone was green in color. It was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It was shrouded in a cloud of dense energy. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw this stone. He felt that this stone wasn't simple. "Young friend, what do you think of this stone?" the old imperial uncle asked. This stone belonged to the Great Zhou Empire, but it didn't belong to the old imperial uncle. Even if the old imperial uncle wanted to cut it, he would need to spend 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was a sky-high price, so the old imperial uncle would naturally be very careful. Lin Feng said, "Senior, do you plan to cut this stone? If you cut it and there's nothing, 670,000 top-grade spirit stones will be wasted. Some ugly words had to be said first. Although Lin Feng felt that this stone wasn't simple, he wasn't sure if there was anything valuable inside. If there wasn't, wouldn't the old imperial uncle hate him? That was a total of 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. Anyone would feel the pain of losing so many top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't want to be hated by a terrifying existence like the old imperial uncle. The old imperial uncle asked calmly, "Young friend, do you think you can cut it? This stone is indeed different from other stones, but I can't be sure if there's anything inside. Even if there's something inside, I can't be sure if it's valuable," Lin Feng said. Although Lin Feng was vague, the old imperial uncle had already heard the answer he wanted. This stone was indeed different from other stones. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to cut the stone. This caused a huge commotion because this stone was worth 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was a sky-high price, and no one had touched it for a long time. The price was so high that the old imperial uncle's decision to cut it attracted countless people to come and see. Swish! The old imperial uncle held the stone knife in his hand, and the surface of the stone kept falling off. When the stone was only half a meter high, the old imperial uncle swung the knife, and a divine light soared to the sky. Roar! A golden dragon appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. My God, it's actually a dragon, a huge golden dragon. What exactly is contained in the stone to manifest such a vision? Is the old imperial uncle going to do it? Many people cried out in alarm. The old imperial uncle's hand trembled as he held the knife. He held his breath and focused, then cut the stone open. But what happened next shocked everyone. There was nothing inside the stone. What's going on? Many people were confused. A precious treasure had appeared, so why wasn't there anything inside the stone? Look, there's blood. I know. There was a drop of dragon blood sealed inside, but for some reason, the dragon blood's power dissipated. 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. The old imperial uncle is going to suffer a huge loss this time. Many people shook their heads, but there were also quite a few who were gloating. What a pity! What a pity! The old imperial uncle looked at the dried blood in the stone and shook his head, sighing. His expression was ugly. Losing 670,000 top-grade spirit stones was a huge loss even for his imperial uncle. There are still a few stones left. Little friend, please help me take a look. Take a look, the old imperial uncle said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's scalp went numb. The old imperial uncle had spent 670,000 top-grade spirit stones to cut open the stone, but there was nothing inside. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the old imperial uncle would hate him or not. Now, the old imperial uncle was asking him to give him some pointers. If he couldn't find anything, the old imperial uncle would hate him to death. Don't worry, young friend. I won't blame you, no matter what happens, said the old imperial uncle. He flipped his right hand, and his Dharma energy swirled around him. A twisted cosmic energy appeared in his Dharma energy, containing a destructive power. Cosmic energy. Many people were astonished. The old imperial uncle had taken out a cosmic energy. What did he want to do? I killed a ferocious beast and extracted the cosmic energies from its body. After refining them, your cultivation level will increase exponentially. If you can extract something from them, I'll give it to you, little friend, to help you increase your cultivation level, said Lin Feng. Asked the old imperial uncle, looking at Lin Feng. Chapter 870. Laws could only be condensed by creation realm experts. Laws had extremely powerful offensive power. Under normal circumstances, when a creation realm cultivator was killed, the laws in their body would dissipate. However, there were some cultivators who possessed some special abilities. They could prevent the laws from dissipating. Then, they could extract the laws from the other party's body and seal them. The extracted laws could be refined by the cultivator to increase their cultivation level. Of course, they could also give it to others to refine and increase their cultivation level. If a yin-yang realm cultivator refined the laws, their cultivation level would immediately increase crazily. Even if they were not a match for a Creation Realm cultivator, they would not be far from the Creation Realm cultivator's strength. Lin Feng naturally knew what this law represented. With his current cultivation level, he was still not a match for a Creation Realm cultivator. However, if he refined this law, Lin Feng's combat strength would immediately be able to contend against a Creation Realm cultivator. Faced with the temptation of this law, Lin Feng really could not refuse. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to be of use to Senior." F***ck, this kid is too shameless. Many people rolled their eyes. Everybody could see that Lin Feng didn't want to fight back. But now, he was acting all righteous and awe-inspiring. Many people raised their middle fingers at Lin Feng. This kid clearly wanted to get the laws in the Imperial Uncle's hands. He even made himself sound so noble. A shameless person was invincible in the world. Although they were disdainful, these cultivators were envious and jealous in their hearts. That was a law. If they refined it, their cultivation level would increase greatly. Just thinking about it made them excited. "Thank you, young friend." The Imperial Uncle chuckled and said, "Please follow me to the inner court." Many cultivators went together. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter the inner court. The most precious stones were placed in the inner court, and only cultivators with status could enter. 90% of the cultivators were blocked outside. Only a few people could enter. "Are you confident? If you fail again, I'm afraid." Qian Ruiyuan frowned slightly. Although the old royal uncle had a smile on his face, he didn't know what to say. Qian Ruiyuan, who was also from a top force, naturally didn't think that the old emperor would have such an expression after losing more than 1,000,000 top-level spirit stones. It was even possible that he had secretly killed Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Wealth comes from danger. Who knows, we might be able to find something good." Yi Futian was speechless. Qian Ruiyuan shook his head slightly. He was even thinking that if he didn't find anything good this time, he would apologize to his uncle and hope that his uncle would forgive Lin Feng. Soon, the group arrived at the inner courtyard. There were over 100 pieces of stone placed here, all of which were very valuable. The most expensive stones were in the depths of the cave. Each of them was worth more than 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The most expensive one was a 5-orifice stone. It spewed out the essence of heaven and earth as if it was pregnant with life. That's a 5-orifice stone material. It's said that a stone ape is born from it. I wonder if that's true. Someone pointed at the 5-orifice stone and whispered. "It looks like it's giving birth to life," said Lin Feng. "That's right. It was a treasure of the Great Zhou Empire's stone workshop. Therefore, the Great Zhou Empire wouldn't sell it." The old emperor pointed at 5 stones in the depths of the cave and said, "These are the 5 stones. Which one is the best?" Lin Feng looked over. These were 5 very different stones. The first one was an immortal gazing stone. It was shaped like a human and seemed to be gazing into the distance. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this stone. It was extraordinary. However, he found that he couldn't see through it. He couldn't see its secrets. It looks like these stones can even block the heavenly demon snake's eyes. Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the second stone. It was shaped like an ox, but it had a protruding part that looked like a dragon's head. The third stone had 4 wings on its back. Lin Feng had seen a stone with 2 wings before. It was quite similar to this one. The 4th stone was a stone that looked like a coffin. The 5th stone was a stone with messy edges and corners. "Senior, which stone do you like the most?" Lin Feng asked. "This is the immortal gazing stone," said the old emperor. Many people nodded. They also thought highly of the immortal gazing stone because it was indeed extraordinary. It was surrounded by immortal light. "It's indeed an extraordinary stone." Lin Feng nodded. The old emperor asked, "Do you also think it should be cut open?" Lin Feng shook his head. "All 5 stones are extraordinary. I need to examine them carefully." The old emperor nodded. He didn't disturb Lin Feng. The people around them were silent as well, waiting for Lin Feng to choose. Many people were convinced that Lin Feng had a secret technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out so many precious treasures. Now, He was choosing a stone for the emperor. I can't see through these stones. It looks like I'll have to use the heavenly demon snake's eyes. Lin Feng frowned. Around his body, clouds of black mist spread out. The black fog surrounded Lin Feng. At the same time, it also covered the 5 stones. What's that kid doing? Many people were shocked. Dong Yuqing's eyes shone brightly as he said, "It's just as I guessed. This kid knows a powerful stone discernment technique. He must be using it to conceal himself with the black fog. He doesn't want us to see his stone discernment technique." Within the fog, Lin Feng's heavenly demon snake's eyes opened. He looked at the 5 stones. The 5 stones were covered by a strange energy, preventing Lin Feng from examining them. The heavenly demon snake's eyes, all things return to the origin. The original eyes can see through illusions. Lin Feng murmured. Swish. The heavenly demon snake's eyes shone with black light as it looked at the 5 stones. Lin Feng glanced at them and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed out of his forehead. He quickly closed the heavenly demon snake's eyes. The heavenly demon snake's eyes became invisible. The black fog disappeared. Lin Feng's face was pale. "Young man, what happened?" The old man looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Many people looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng's face was very pale, and he had just screamed. Something terrible must have happened. Lin Feng's heart was still pounding. He had been attacked, but he hadn't even realized what had attacked him. Could it be that one of the stones in the workshop gave birth to a real life? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. His facial expression changed. The old man asked again, "Young man, are you all right?" Chen Ruiyuan looked at Lin Feng worriedly and asked, "Brother Lin, are you hurt?" Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head. Lin Feng looked around. He wanted to find out which creature had attacked him from the inside of the stone. The stone had tried to destroy his soul, but he had blocked it with the heavenly demon snake's eyes. If it hadn't been for the snake's eyes, he might have died. Lin Feng was naturally angry at the stone creature hiding in the dark. "My cultivation is not high enough, and I've injured the snake's eyes. I can't find it. It seems that I'll have to look for it next time." Lin Feng frowned. The old man asked, "Young man, how should I choose these 5 stones?" Lin Feng looked at the 5 stones. A moment before, Lin Feng had glanced at the 5 stones. Even though he hadn't seen them clearly, Lin Feng had the feeling that the most extraordinary stone was probably the 5th one. The 5th stone's edges were messy, and it looked like the most ordinary of the 5 stones. However, Lin Feng had sensed a black aura lingering within the 5th stone. That black aura made Lin Feng's heart jump. Lin Feng didn't sense the same thing from the other 4 stones. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, waiting to see which stone Lin Feng would choose. He'll probably choose the immortal gazing stone, right? Maybe he'll be able to find a sacred spirit from it. A cultivator said. "I think he'll choose the stone with the dragon's head. Maybe there's a dragon's treasure buried inside." Another cultivator said. Many cultivators discussed in low voices, each expressing their own opinions. Lin Feng pointed at the 5th stone and said, "If I had to choose, I'd choose this one." He actually chose the 5th stone. Many people frowned in confusion. The 5th stone was extremely precious, worth 530,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, it was much worse than the other 4 stones. As for the other 4 stones, the cheapest one was worth 860,000 top-grade spirit stones, while the other 3 were worth more than 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Lin Feng's 5th stone didn't have as much energy fluctuations as the other 4 stones. Its appearance wasn't particularly outstanding either. The imperial uncle nodded. "Okay, I'll cut this one." The imperial uncle held his knife and walked over to the stone. He carefully cut the 5th stone. The imperial uncle was obviously very experienced when it came to cutting stones. His wrist moved nimbly, and the stone's outer layer was cut off one by one. Many people exclaimed in amazement at his amazing stone-cutting technique. It didn't take long for the 5th stone to be cut down to 0.5 meter in diameter. However, he didn't find anything. Many people were discussing whether he could cut out anything from the last stone. Would it be the same as the previous stone that was worth 670,000 top-grade spirit stones? Would he be unable to cut out anything? Of course, that was a possibility. Old Uncle's face looked serious. When the stone was only 20 centimeters in diameter, Old Uncle's hands started to tremble. 2 stones had cost him 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. If he couldn't cut anything, his loss would be too great. At that moment, the Imperial Uncle stopped. His right hand trembled slightly, and he couldn't cut any further. The Imperial Uncle was obviously struggling in his heart. Lin Feng could naturally understand the Imperial Uncle's complicated feelings. If he couldn't cut anything, the blow would be too great. Lin Feng said, "Senior, this is the last cut. Maybe you can cut out something good." The royal uncle gritted his teeth. He held the stone-cutting knife and sliced it down. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. It was obvious that the knife had hit something. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The Imperial Uncle's previous decadence was swept away. He excitedly cut open the stone. A palm bone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The palm bone was surrounded by runes. It was very likely that it recorded an ancient divine ability. Suddenly, the palm bone soared into the sky. Endless demonic fog surged out, covering the sky and the sun. The palm bone floated in the demonic fog, revealing the phantom of a sacred demon. The sacred demon was wearing an ancient demonic robe, and its demonic aura was monstrous. When they felt the demonic aura emitted by the sacred demon, countless people had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the sacred demon. In the primordial era, the sacred demon was in existence on the same level as the primordial gods. Heavens, it's actually the legendary sacred demon palm. Shocked gazes turned to the sacred demon's phantom and the palm bone in the endless black fog in the sky. They couldn't help but shout in shock. It was as if monstrous waves were surging in their hearts. The value of a sacred demon palm was unimaginable. Chapter 871. The large, earthen yellow hand grabbed down and instantly dispersed the holy demon's projection. Just as the yellow hand was about to grab the holy demon bone, the Imperial Uncle roared furiously, "You're courting death. You're courting death. How dare you steal something from me? You're courting death." The Imperial Uncle was furious. He raised his right hand and slapped it. Buzz! A huge energy handprint condensed in the void. It was the illusory palm, a peerless technique recorded in the Great Jew Empire's illusionary imperial scripture. The energy handprint in the void collided violently with the earthy yellow hand. Rumble! It sounded like the beating of a war drum. The collision between the two was extremely intense. In the end, the yellow hand quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. No one knew who had attacked the holy demon bone. However, it was obvious that the person who dared to attack the Great Jew Empire's workshop was definitely an ancestor. The Imperial Uncle didn't chase after him. Instead, he hurriedly put the holy demon bone away. This bone was comparable to an immemorial god's bone. The runes on it might be an immemorial god's technique. It was too precious. No wonder it attracted people's attention. Holy demon palm bone, it's too precious. Many people looked at the Imperial Uncle enviously. They wanted nothing more than to snatch the holy demon bone from the Imperial Uncle. However, they weren't strong enough, so no one dared to attack. It was a priceless treasure. If it recorded a complete immemorial god's technique, it would be even more precious. Thank you so much, young friend. These Dharma laws belong to you. The Imperial Uncle was very excited. He gave the sealed Dharma laws to Lin Feng. "Senior, you're too polite. This is a fair trade." Lin Feng smiled and put away the sealed Dharma laws. He planned to go back and refine them. "Young friend, please help me identify the stones. Once it's done, I'll definitely thank you. Young friend, I'm willing to give you an immemorial god's technique. Please help me identify a few stones. Young friend, my crystal card has 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope you can accept it and help me choose a stone." Many people surrounded Lin Feng, not even a drop of water could escape. After Lin Feng appeared, he cut a total of 4 stones. He had actually obtained 3 supreme treasures. Even though nothing had been cut out of the stone, there was still dragon blood sealed in it. If it weren't for the unforeseen circumstances, he would have cut out dragon blood as well. What kind of ability was this? It was simply heaven-defying. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave now. As for the matter of choosing a stone, I really don't have the strength to help. Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan squeezed through the crowd and quickly left. Have you heard? A minor stone saint appeared in the stone workshop and cut out the eye of the heavenly demon snake, the medicine kingbug, and the saint devil palm bone. It can't be. Was this for real? It's probably just a rumor, right? Of course it's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Little Stone Saint only cut 4 pieces of stone and found 3 treasures. When he failed, there was dragon blood sealed inside the stone, but then something happened inside the stone and the dragon blood dispersed. If that hadn't happened, that stone would have been able to contain dragon blood as well, said Lin Feng. He's actually so heaven-defying. Who exactly is this Little Stone Saint? Can we ask Little Stone Saint to help us choose a stone? Let's go and find Little Stone Saint. Very quickly, the news about the Little Stone Saint quickly spread. It first spread in the stone workshop. Then, it spread throughout Angriax City. When Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan returned to their residence, they activated a restrictive spell and refused to see anyone. Lin Feng wanted to refine the cosmic energy he had obtained to increase his strength. As for Qian Ruiyuan, he was observing the medicine kingbug he had obtained. In a room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. His hand was surrounded by magical energy, and the cosmic energy was sealed inside. Demon Lord, will there be any danger in refining the cosmic energy? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. But he didn't get a reply. The Demon Lord seemed to be in seclusion. Perhaps he was still refining the divine source. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Whether or not there was any danger, he would refine the cosmic energy. Lin Feng absorbed the cosmic energy. Then, he began to circulate his magical energy and refine the cosmic energy. The seal on the cosmic energy was just released. A terrifying destructive energy surged out of the cosmic energy and began to wreak havoc in Lin Feng's body. Puff! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Refining the cosmic energy wasn't a simple matter. If it was someone else, they would have lost half their life. Archaic dragon-esque elephant art, suppress, shouted Lin Feng. He hurriedly circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to suppress the violent energy in his body. Archaic dragon-esque elephant, holy emperor art. The phantom of the archaic dragon-esque elephant appeared and began to suppress the violent energy in Lin Feng's body. The violent energy surging out of the cosmic energy gradually became gentle. But suddenly, the cosmic energy fluctuated violently. It seemed that it wasn't willing to be refined like this. Hum. Then, a strange sound that sounded like a cow or a dragon's cry was heard. A grey flood dragon condensed and formed. This grey flood dragon was fierce and violent. It rampaged through Lin Feng's body, trying to tear apart Lin Feng's body. So it's a grey flood dragon's cosmic energy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the divine source in his dantian and burned part of it to support the archaic dragon-esque elephant art and suppress the grey flood dragon. The grey flood dragon roared angrily and struggled violently, but in the end, its body was shattered. Lin Feng began to refine the cosmic energy in his body. One day later, Lin Feng finally succeeded in refining the cosmic energy. Lin Feng felt as if there was a primordial beast sleeping in his body. This was the power of the cosmic energy. Creak. Lin Feng opened the door. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Qian Ruiyuan smiled and said, "It seems that you've refined the cosmic energy. How do you feel?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It feels like I devoured a primordial beast. I have endless power." Qian Ruiyuan said, "The power of the cosmic energy is naturally very strong, but if you want to be proficient in using it, you'll need to slowly gain experience through actual combat." Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, Qian Ruiyuan said, "Many important people have come looking for you, including many ancestors from primordial powers. Do you want to meet them?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's really quite troublesome. If I refuse, I'll offend these people. How about this? If anyone can take out a cosmic energy, I'll act." Taking out a cosmic energy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if they could really take out a cosmic energy, Lin Feng wouldn't mind acting. The more cosmic energy he refined, the stronger he would become. After 3 more days of seclusion, Lin Feng familiarized himself with the power of the cosmic energy. After that, Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan went to the stone workshop again. Now that Lin Feng had refined the cosmic energy, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he wanted to find the mysterious creature that had injured him. If he could find it and cut it out, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. Look, little rock saint is here. Chapter 872. Young friend, please help us this time. The Wu family of the Taicang Prefecture will remember your kindness. Young friend, I've prepared 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope you can help me identify a few stones. Many white-haired old men came from all over to ask for Lin Feng's help. The stone saint's methods were incredible. Who wouldn't be shocked? If they could ask the stone saint to help them, they would definitely gain something. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, nothing can be accomplished without rules. My rule is that if you want me to help, you have to take out a law. If they had a law, they would either refine it themselves or give it to an outstanding junior in their clan to refine." Thus, it was too difficult to take out a law. Many people wanted to persuade Lin Feng to reconsider, but Lin Feng declined. Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan went to the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire. Lin Feng had been attacked by the stone creature in the workshop of the Great Zhou Empire, so he wanted to search there first. The stone creature was terrifying, but Lin Feng believed that its strength was still limited. It hadn't grown to a heaven-defying level, so this was his only chance to subdue it. If he could subdue such a creature, he would have an extremely powerful battle pet. Lin Feng walked around the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire, but he was disappointed. There were thousands of stones in the huge courtyard, but Lin Feng couldn't find where the mysterious creature was hiding. Lin Feng frowned. Had he guessed wrong? Was it not in the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire? If it had attacked him in another stone workshop, the strength of that creature might have been much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan left the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire and went to the stone workshop of the Jiang family, but they couldn't find it either. He went to the next stone workshop, but he didn't find anything after going through more than a dozen large stone workshops. What is the stone saint looking for? Some people were puzzled and realized that something wasn't quite right. Lin Feng had visited more than 10 stone workshops in a row, but he still hadn't cut any stones. Sometimes he would frown, as if he was looking for something. This made many people shocked. The thing little stone saint wanted to find in the stone workshop was most likely extremely extraordinary. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Lin Feng came to a new stone workshop and frowned slightly. This was actually the power of Huangfu Qingtian's clan. Huangfu Qingtian was a prince of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a battle of life and death for 10 years. The two of them already had an irreconcilable grudge. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally wouldn't spare Lin Feng. "I finally know who's threatening me and trying to kill me," Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng recalled the 2 times he had been threatened in secret. The person hiding in the dark did not hide his killing intent. From the looks of it now, the other party might very well be someone from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, he had already recognized Lin Feng's identity. "Let's go in and have a look," said Lin Feng. Qian Ruiyuan nodded and entered the stone workshop of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty with Lin Feng. Many cultivators followed them inside. They were all very curious about what little stone saint was looking for. He had searched all the major stone workshops but failed to find anything. "Someone wants to cut a stone." At that moment, an excited voice spread in the air. An important person of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty wanted to cut a stone. That person was called Huangfu Chong. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was thin and his eyes were flickering with cold light. He was a member of the imperial family of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. As expected, it's him. Lin Feng smiled coldly when he saw Huang Fu Chong. When he arrived next to that person, he vaguely sensed a familiar qi. It was the mysterious cultivator who had threatened him twice. Little Stone Saint, I want to cut a celestial stone. Little Stone Saint, can you help me take a look? Huang Fu Chong said with a smile, looking very amiable. Lin Feng didn't refuse this time. He nodded. He wanted to see what kind of stone this person who wanted to kill him wanted to cut. Little Stone Saint wants to cut a stone, many people exclaimed. Huang Fu Chong was very proud. Everyone said that Little Stone Saint had to pay a price for cutting a stone. Today, he had invited Little Stone Saint to cut a stone, but he didn't have to pay anything. Many people started thinking. Little Stone Saint had broken his own rules by helping Huang Fu Chong cut a stone for free. In that case, they could also look for Little Stone Saint to cut a stone. If they found another reason to refuse, it would mean that they were looking down on the other groups. At that time, they would offend a large number of groups. It's this celestial stone. What do you think, Little Stone Saint? Huang Fu Chong pointed at a stone. It was a human-shaped stone with 3 orifices. Its hands were facing the sky, emitting the essence of the sun and the moon. It was extraordinary. Lin Feng glanced at it but didn't answer Huang Fu Chong. Huang Fu Chong said, Little Stone Saint, what do you think? Give me a law and I'll tell you. Said Lin Feng. You're playing with me? Huang Fu Chong's face sank. What do you mean by that? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. I invited you to cut a stone, and you agreed without asking for a reward. Now you're asking for a reward. Aren't you playing with me? Said Huang Fu Chong with an unsightly expression. He felt like he had lost face. He already wanted to kill Lin Feng, but now, he wanted to kill Lin Feng even more. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't say I didn't want a reward. Senior Huang Fu, you've been famous for a long time. Don't you know that you have to pay a reward if you ask for help? You want help, but you don't want to pay anything. Do you really think there's such a good thing in the world? What are you thinking, Elder Huang Fu? Fart. Many people laughed. Lin Feng was mocking Huang Fu Chong. How could they not know? Bastard. I won't argue with you for now. Huang Fu Chong sneered. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He already knew who wanted to kill him. He just had to be careful. Huang Fu Chong looked at the human-shaped stone. It was one of the most precious stones in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Powerful fluctuations of life spread out from the stone. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty suspected that a sacred spirit had been born inside. They wanted to cut the stone. If a sacred spirit was born, it would definitely become a powerhouse on the Qianwu continent, even if it wasn't as strong as the sacred battle ape of old. Any saint spirit in its complete form was extremely terrifying. Swish. A stone-cutting knife appeared in Huang Fu Chong's hand. He stood in front of the human-shaped stone and decided to cut it. Swish. 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 The surface of the stone was cut off. Soon, a large pile of stone was formed on the ground. As the surface of the stone was cut off, the aura of the stone became more and more terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone. The aura suppressed the heavens and shook the earth. It was like an ancient god was awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the terrifying aura. Chapter 873. The entire stone workshop was in an uproar. The aura was too terrifying, shocking everyone. Countless people rushed over to watch Huang Fu Chong cut the stone. At this moment, Huang Fu Chong was extremely excited because he felt that a sacred spirit was about to be cut out. It was a human-shaped stone. It was born and nurtured by the heavens. How similar was it to the sacred battle ape? The sacred battle ape was also born from a stone, but it was a stone monkey. The stone in front of him might give birth to a stone man. Once it was born, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The stone skin kept falling off. The aura in the courtyard also became stronger and stronger. A terrifying pressure filled the courtyard of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Even the creation realm powerhouses felt suppressed. Many yin-yang realm cultivators even found it difficult to breathe. Could it be that a sacred spirit is really going to be cut out? Qian Ruiyuan was shocked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. Think about the dragon blood from before." Qian Ruiyuan nodded thoughtfully. Many people were still discussing. If a sacred spirit was really cut out, the 3,000 provinces would be shocked. Once a sacred spirit matured, it would be too terrifying. Who knew, it might become the second sacred battle ape. At that time, how terrifying would the Yuhua immortal dynasty's strength be? Some powerhouses in the dark had cold gazes. They wanted to destroy the sacred spirit when it was cut out. Naturally, many factions didn't want to see the Yuhua immortal dynasty obtain such a sacred spirit. Not long after, something shocking happened. The two hands of the Holy Spirit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Arms. Stone arms. It's really a stone man born from the heavens. Many people shouted in shock. The human-shaped stone's aura more than doubled. The Yuhua immortal dynasty cultivators were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Huang Fu Chong sped up. Soon, the stone man's torso and head appeared. This was an ancient stone man with 3 eyes. It was like the ancient god Yang Jian in the legends. There was an eye of reincarnation between its eyebrows. That intimidating pressure filled the air. It was as if they were facing an ancient god. Thump. Thump. Many people couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by the stone man. They knelt on the ground and bowed to the stone man. The black mass of people was innumerable. All of them knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. How terrifying. Lin Feng retreated, because if he got too close, he wouldn't be able to withstand the stone man's pressure. Lin Feng didn't want to kowtow to a stone man. Swish swish. Suddenly, the golem opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with endless vicissitudes of life. Now that he had opened his eyes, the illusory image of the heavens appeared in his eyes. The heavens have blessed my Yuhua celestial dynasty. We managed to obtain a divine spirit. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty led by Huang Fu Chong were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. If he was truly a saint spirit, he would be able to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Crack, crack. The stone golem moved its legs and walked forward. It was as if a deity was walking, and the great Tao was resonating. However, the stone man roared angrily, "Why did you make me come out ahead of time?" His voice was filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. Catcher, catcher. In the next moment, the stone man began to crumble. His body turned into a pile of rubble that piled up on the ground. The powerful aura that had filled the entire courtyard dissipated. Phew. The cultivators who had been secretly preparing to attack heaved a sigh of relief. The stone man had given them too much pressure, and they were all frightened. Now that the stone man had actually self-destructed, this was the best possible outcome. How could this be? No. Huang Fu Chong and the other cultivators of the Yuhua celestial dynasty roared unwillingly. They couldn't accept this scene. A divine spirit had been destroyed just like that. It made their hearts bleed. Why did the stone man self-destruct? Qian Ruiyuan was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "I think that the stone man wasn't truly born. He still needed a long time to mature. Now that he was cut out ahead of time, he suffered a backlash from the great Tao. The stone man couldn't resist it, so he self-destructed." Many people nodded, agreeing with Lin Feng's explanation. However, they also felt that it was a pity. The stone man had almost been born, but he had self-destructed. Next time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find another stone man like this. Lin Feng walked around the Yuhua celestial dynasty's stone workshop. Suddenly, he sensed a strange life energy fluctuation. It's that spirit. Lin Feng was startled. He wanted to find the spirit as soon as possible. But the spirit instantly disappeared without a trace. It had concealed its qi. Even his godly awareness couldn't detect it. What a terrifying concealment ability. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't help but look at the pile of rubble. Lin Feng inspected it. He frowned. "What are you looking at?" asked Huang Fu Chong gloomily. "This stone didn't self-destruct." The saint spirit inside the other stone devoured its life force and destroyed it, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng took a deep breath. What? How could such a thing happen? Everybody was astonished. They couldn't believe it. Lin Feng nodded gravely. Even if it self-destructed, it had been nurtured for so many years, so it should still have life energy. But now, the stone man has turned into a pile of rubble. Its life energy has been completely absorbed. It must have been devoured by an even more powerful divine spirit. This news was earth-shattering. Many people started looking for the divine spirit that Lin Feng had mentioned. You've been looking for that divine spirit? Asked Chen Ruiyuan. Lin Feng nodded. It's much stronger than I thought. Even the stone man's life strength was absorbed by it. That holy spirit is terrifying. It's cruel and merciless. It didn't show any mercy when attacking a holy spirit, said Lin Feng. If we can find that divine spirit. Chen Ruiyuan's voice trembled. He knew what that divine spirit represented. Once it was born, it would probably become an invincible existence. Chen Ruiyuan also started searching. But obviously, that divine spirit had left the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's workshop and was hiding in another workshop. It could move freely, and it could even pass through the deployment spells of the other workshops. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find it. In the Longevity Temple's workshop, Lin Feng found a stone that looked like a dragon turtle. It was worth 230,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng bought it and planned to cut it open. Little Stone Saint wanted to cut another stone. The news quickly spread. Many ancestor-level experts rushed over. Dragon turtle stone, I've studied it for a long time, but I feel that it's lifeless. It doesn't look like something good. An ancestor-level expert said. I've studied it too. It doesn't look like something good. I don't know why Little Stone Saint chose it. Another ancestor-level existence said. Lin Feng started cutting the stone. The stone layer kept falling off, and the dragon turtle stone quickly shrank. Clang. Suddenly, a clear sound spread in the air. Many people were startled. He had really found something. In the end, the stone was completely cut open. What was inside appeared in front of everybody. A turtle shell. Lin Feng was astonished. Look, there are pictures and words on the back of the turtle shell, shouted a cultivator, pointing at the back of the turtle shell. Heavens! This is a technique from the immemorial era called divine diagram engraving on tortoise shell. The diagram engraved on a tortoise shell usually contains shocking secrets. What kind of secret is this tortoise shell in Little Stone Saint's hand? Chapter 874. Lin Feng felt a lot of malicious gazes. During this period of time, he had cut out a lot of good things, so people were spying on him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He put away the tortoise shell. He would study it after going back. Lin Feng didn't stay long and quickly left with Chen Ruiyuan. After returning, Lin Feng began to study the contents of the tortoise shell. There were some ancient characters and 9 pictures on the tortoise shell. Lin Feng went out and bought some books with ancient characters to compare. The result gave him a huge shock. Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. It turned out to be such a place. Lin Feng didn't expect it at all. It was an ancient and mysterious secret realm. It probably dated back to the ancient times. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of secret realm it was. Because there was no explanation on the tortoise shell. It seems that the 9 pictures are the maps to the secret realm. Lin Feng put away the tortoise shell. Such ancient secret realms often had great secrets and opportunities. If one could get such opportunities, they would benefit immensely. Why was Huangfu Qingtian so powerful? At such a young age, even the experts of the older generation were no match for Huangfu Qingtian. The reason was that Huangfu Qingtian controlled the secret realm of ether. I can't stay in Angry Axe City anymore. Many people want to harm me. Also, I have to go to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm to see if there are opportunities waiting for me. Lin Feng thought. The next day, someone sent a letter. Lin Feng opened the letter. If you want to forge a doctrine tool, go to East Shining Street, Lane 16, Alley 32. It was a simple line of words. Lin Feng was very surprised. There were only two people who knew that he wanted to forge a doctrine tool. They were Murong Shui and the mysterious blacksmith from Heaven Saint City. Lin Feng had found the golden giant bone to find the mysterious blacksmith, but she had already left. Lin Feng didn't expect that he would see the mysterious blacksmith again in Angry Axe City. Brother Lin, I also have to return to the Qian clan. Tonight, we will leave the Angry Axe City together. You can't stay here alone, there are many people watching you. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. The group of people left the Angry Axe City. On the way, Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan parted ways. After wandering around outside for 3 days, one night, Lin Feng put on a large robe, put on a bamboo hat, and once again sneaked into the Angry Axe City, and then went straight to the address given to him by the mysterious blacksmith. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at East Shining Street, Lane 16, Alley 32. This place was obviously a slum, dirty and messy. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of number 32 alley and looked into the depths. It was pitch black, and the place was strangely quiet. Lin Feng muttered to himself. I wonder why that great blacksmith has such a unique hobby. When he was in Heaven's sacred city, he lived in the slums. Now that he had come to the Angry Axe City, and was living in the slums, can't he find a better place? Lin Feng walked into the depths of the alley. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, in the darkness, someone launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. The person who launched the sneak attack had completely hidden his aura, and even Lin Feng did not notice it. These two people shouldn't be together. Lin Feng had already sensed the aura of the person in front of him. It was Huang Fu Chong. Lin Feng did not know who the person who attacked him from behind was. Two good fortune realm powerhouses attacked together, and Lin Feng was caught off guard. Now, it was too late to dodge. Lin Feng's face was very ugly, he felt the threat of death. Boy, do you think that you sneaked into the Angry Axe City without anyone knowing? But you don't know that this king has already found you. Huang Fu Chong sneered. Die. The other person also said in a gloomy voice. Seeing that the two people's attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, the situation was very dangerous. Humph, at this moment, a cold snort was suddenly heard. Bang! Huang Fu Chong and the other powerhouse who launched the sneak attack on Lin Feng were forced to retreat. Who is it? Huang Fu Chong and the other good fortune realm powerhouse were shocked. They did not expect that such a powerful person was hidden in this alley. Get lost. The mysterious blacksmith's voice came from the depths of the alley. Huang Fu Chong and the other good fortune realm powerhouse looked gloomy. No matter how unwilling they were, they did not dare to stay and could only leave. That granny's cultivation is so strong. Lin Feng took a deep breath. When facing the siege of two good fortune realm powerhouses, if he was careless, he would have died. However, the mysterious blacksmith's cold snort had forced the two powerhouses to retreat. It showed how extraordinary this blacksmith's strength was. Lin Feng was wondering how strong that blacksmith was. Even if he wasn't an extremely strong cultivator, he was very close to one. Lin Feng entered the depths of the alley and stopped outside the innermost courtyard. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. You are my guest, I will not let you stain this place with blood. Come in." The mysterious blacksmith's faint voice came. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The mysterious blacksmith stood in the courtyard under the moonlight. She was already very old, but it was not until today that Lin Feng realized how terrifying this old body contained. Lin Feng learned from Murong Shui that this mysterious blacksmith was called Granny Feng Li. As for her origin, he did not know. Even Murong Shui did not know. Granny Feng Li's identity was very mysterious. I have found the golden giant's bone. Lin Feng took out the bone and handed it to Granny Feng Li. Granny Feng Li nodded and said, I heard that you found a purple fire deity crystal in the stone workshop. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He did not know why Granny Feng Li was asking about this at this time. The purple fire deity crystal was too precious. If Granny Feng Li wanted to kill him and steal it, Lin Feng knew that he would not be able to resist. Lin Feng could only suppress the worry and fear in his heart and said, That's right, I did find a purple fire deity crystal. You're a hot potato, I know you've made a powerful natal weapon. How about this? I'll help you one more time. I'll put the purple fire divinity crystal into your natal weapon and increase its power, but you have to promise me one thing, said Lin Feng. Granny Feng Li said. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as Granny Feng Li did not have any ideas about his purple fire deity crystal, it was fine. Granny Feng Li had actually agreed to help him refine the purple fire deity crystal. This would save Lin Feng the trouble of finding someone else to refine the purple fire deity crystal. Moreover, if he were to find someone else, he would inevitably be plotted against. Lin Feng asked, "What does Senior want me to do?" "Come with me to the Snow Province. I want to go to a place and steal a treasure. Your mastery of spirit arrays is not bad, perhaps you can help me," Granny Feng Li said. Lin Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. Granny Feng Li's strength was unfathomable. If she wanted to steal a treasure, then what kind of terrifying existence was the person who was fighting with Granny Feng Li? He was probably an existence at the level of an ancient powerhouse. With Lu Yin's current cultivation level, if he was the slightest bit careless, he could die without a grave. "If you are not willing, I will not force you," Granny Feng Li said gloomily. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He could feel the coldness emanating from Granny Feng Li's body. If he refused, he was afraid that Granny Feng Li would turn hostile. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Senior, I promise you." Granny Feng Li nodded in satisfaction. "Wait here for 10 days. After 10 days, I will refine your 2 treasures. Come with me." Chapter 875. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was anxiously waiting outside. Boom! Along with the shockwave, the door of the crafting room was opened. Grandma Feng Li walked out from within. She waved her right hand. Swoosh! 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 balls of light contained the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the primal chaos ancient lamp. Around the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the power of the laws of the great Tao came down, and with a slight shake, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Middle-grade Tao artifact. Lin Feng exclaimed. This 7 treasures glazed pagoda was not a low-grade Tao artifact, but a middle-grade one, which surprised Lin Feng. Granny Feng Li said, "Originally, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda could only be upgraded to a low-grade Tao treasure, but when I was upgrading it, I added a small amount of purple fire deity crystals, and it immediately upgraded this treasure by a level." This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng's spirit sense communicated with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, immeasurable. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faintly discernible voice. He carefully sensed it and found that it was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's spirit. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's spirit turned into a cultivator wearing a 7-colored kasaya. The spirit's body was surrounded by 7-colored light, which shrouded him and emitted a mysterious aura. Good. This is great. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda has been upgraded to a middle-grade Tao artifact, and its defense has greatly increased. Lin Feng waved his hand and kept the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Then, he looked at the life treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. The changes in the primal chaos ancient lamp surprised Lin Feng even more. After the purple fire divine crystal was integrated, the primal chaos ancient lamp had begun to nurture its own spirit. In terms of attack and defense, the primal chaos ancient lamp was definitely better than a normal Tao artifact. The materials used to forge the primal chaos ancient lamp are too extraordinary, and now that the purple fire divine crystal has been added, the primal chaos ancient lamp is even more extraordinary. For such a treasure, it will be difficult to nurture its own spirit. I estimate, when the spirit is formed, when the primal chaos ancient lamp's time. Grandma Feng Li said. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. I hope that day will come soon. Granny Feng Li suddenly laughed strangely and said, "You must never reveal this primal chaos ancient lamp. If you do, all the great clans and holy lands of the Tianwu continent will hunt you down." Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, he knew the severity of the situation. The primal chaos ancient lamp was forged from the primal chaos ancestral chi. It was the prototype of an ancient imperial weapon. Now, it had been strengthened by the purple fire deity crystal. Even ancient powers would go crazy if they saw such a treasure. Therefore, he had to be careful. Lin Feng stored the primal chaos ancient lamp into his mind. His soul was hidden in the primal chaos ancient lamp. Some top experts, or some cultivators who were very proficient in soul divine abilities, liked to attack the soul silently. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Even an ancient overlord would find it difficult to harm his soul. When will we leave for Snow Province? Lin Feng asked. We'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll take the teleportation formation to Northern Barren City. From there, we'll take the space-time wormhole to Snow Province. Grandma Feng Li said. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his room, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his state of mind. The journey from the Barren region to Snow Province was a long one that required crossing 5 provinces. If they flew, it would probably take more than 100 years to reach Snow Province. However, using the space-time wormhole, it would only take a month. The next day, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li went to the teleportation square together. Lin Feng could vaguely feel a few cold auras locking onto him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Some powers had their eyes on him and wanted to kill him to steal his treasure. However, they were afraid of Grandma Feng Li's strength and did not act. After arriving at Northern Barren City, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li entered the space-time wormhole. A month later, they arrived at Snow City, one of the 5 great ancient cities of Snow Province. As far as the eye could see, it was snowing heavily. This was Snow Province, where the snow never stopped falling. The weather in Snow Province was very cold, but for powerful cultivators, this kind of cold was not something they were afraid of. Let's rest for a day before we set off. Grandma Feng Li said. Do you know where we're going? Lin Feng asked. Frigid Ice Lake. Grandma Feng Li said. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped. Lin Feng had read about Frigid Ice Lake from the records of the heavens. It was a very dangerous place. It was said that there was a snow dragon living in Frigid Ice Lake. This snow dragon had cultivated for 10,000 years. Senior, are you going to steal the snow dragon's treasure? Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. You guessed right. Grandma Feng Li smiled. Lin Feng was speechless. This Grandma Feng Li was really crazy. He hoped that this trip would go smoothly. He did not want to lose his life in Frigid Ice Lake. They walked towards an inn. On the way, there were dozens of strange beasts charging towards them. Many people were forced to dodge them. Some of the slower cultivators were directly sent flying by the whips of the cultivators sitting on the strange beasts. Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant in Snow City? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. A middle-aged cultivator said, They're from Snow Province's Xiong clan. Snow Province's Xiong clan was an archaic clan, and the only archaic clan in Snow Province. Snow Province was adjacent to the Western region's Buddhist kingdom, but it was not part of the 72 northern states. Therefore, Lin Feng had only heard of Snow Province's Xiong clan, but did not know much about them. As one of the most powerful clans in Snow Province's Xiong clan was naturally unscrupulous in their actions. Soon, dozens of strange beasts stopped in front of the inn. A handsome cultivator stepped out of an ancient bronze chariot. The cultivator was very young, with black hair and eyes like stars. Who's that? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator next to him said, It's Xiong Zijie, an outstanding young genius of the Xiong clan. He's one of the top geniuses in the Xiong clan. It's said that he has a special constitution and is very famous. After Xiong Zijie walked out, he bowed next to the bronze carriage. Soon, an old man walked out. The old man was so old that he needed Xiong Zijie's help to get out of the carriage. He's so old, yet he's still walking around. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said, Little brother, don't speak nonsense. He's an ancestor of the Xiong clan. He's been cultivating for more than 8,000 years and his cultivation level is extremely high. Don't criticize the Xiong clan, or you'll get killed. Lin Feng nodded and said goodbye to the middle-aged cultivator. At that moment, the owner of the inn came out to greet the people of the Xiong clan. Granny Feng Li narrowed her eyes and said, It seems that many people are coveting the snow flood dragon's treasure. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xiong clan had also come for the snow flood dragon's treasure? But what exactly was the snow flood dragon's treasure? Chapter 876. Mo City was very close to frigid ice lake. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li arrived at Mo City. Senior, when are we leaving? Lin Feng asked. Frigid ice lake was 800 miles to the west, where the snow flood dragon's nest was located. Grandma Feng Li replied, I can sense a few powerful auras, and I can't move alone. When Granny Feng Li said that, she couldn't help but frown. Initially, she wanted to fight alone with Lin Feng, but now she had to change her plan. What should we do now? Lin Feng asked. Let's stay here for now. Someone will invite us to discuss this matter soon. Grandma Feng Li replied. The Longling Inn was an inn in Mo City. There were many courtyards here, and each courtyard was separated from the others. The environment was very elegant. Lin Feng went to check in. Cough, 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 violent coughing sounds could be heard. Uncle, are you all right? A young man supported a cultivator in his 30s and asked worriedly. The sickly cultivator's face was very pale. He seemed to have been injured, and he was coughing up blood. We can't do business with you. If you die in our inn, our reputation will be ruined. One of the managers of the Longling Inn walked out and sneered when he saw this scene. This is your deposit. The manager took out a bag of spirit stones and placed it on the table. The young man said angrily, What's the meaning of this? We don't welcome you and your nephew. Don't you understand human language? Take the spirit stones and leave, or we'll throw you out. The manager sneered. Dragon Tomb Inn was the Mo family's business, and the manager was called Mo Yu. He was very domineering, and his voice was very cold. Lin Feng said, How can you do business like this? You accepted his spirit stones and even gave him a room token. Now, you're chasing him out because he's injured. Business is all about honesty. Why is your Dragon Tomb Inn turning hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book? Kid, what does the Mo family's business have to do with you? Mo Yu sneered. Mo Yu looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was ordinary, and his eyes were long and narrow. He gave off a gloomy feeling. Little brother, Ink City is the territory of the Mo family. They have always been strong, so you must not provoke them. A cultivator at the side reminded. The sickly middle-aged man also said, Thank you for your kindness, little brother. We'll just go to another inn. The young man was furious. His eyes were cold. It was obvious that Mo Yu's humiliation of him and his nephew had infuriated him. But now that his uncle had decided to back down, the young master could only suppress his anger. With the support of the young man, the uncle and nephew left. Senior, let's go to another inn, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng was very unhappy that Mo Yu was making things difficult for a pair of uncle and nephew who were in trouble. Feng Li Popo nodded, she did not have any objections, and walked out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Granny Feng Li stayed at another inn called Immortal Guest House. On the second day, someone came to visit. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was Xiong Zijie, the genius of Snow Province's Xiong clan, whom he had met before. Xiong Zijie's cultivation was very terrifying. He was already one step into the creation realm. Granny Feng Li, are you staying here? Xiong Zijie looked at Lin Feng indifferently with an arrogant attitude. He was of noble birth and was very powerful. He saw that Lin Feng was only in the yin-yang realm, which was very far from him, so he did not take Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yes, I'm staying here. What do you want? Go and tell her that Snow Province's Xiong clan wants to see her, Xiong Zijie said. If there's anything, just tell me. Granny is resting now. Lin Feng said. I'm afraid you don't have the right to listen. Xiong Zijie said indifferently. He was not deliberately targeting Lin Feng. He really did not take Lin Feng seriously. Snow Province's Xiong clan was an ancient power. Even when Xiong Zijie was facing an expert of the older generation like Granny Feng Li, he still called her Granny Feng Li. He also called her Granny Feng Li without much respect. If he wanted to show respect, he should at least add senior to her name. In Xiong Zijie's opinion, Granny Feng Li was just a rogue cultivator. She was not worthy of his attention. If Granny Feng Li was not so powerful, Xiong Zijie would not even bother to look at rogue cultivators. Lin Feng sneered, "You can represent the Xiong clan? Is there no one else in the Xiong clan?" "Kid, what do you mean?" Xiong Zijie's face suddenly sank. Lin Feng sneered, "Granny is an expert of the older generation. You're just a junior, and you want to see her? What else is there if the Xiong clan is not empty?" When he saw how domineering the Xiong clan was in Snow City, Lin Feng felt a bit of disgust towards them. Now that he saw Xiong Zijie's high and mighty attitude, Lin Feng felt even more disgusted. A junior could look down on an expert of the older generation like Granny Feng Li. It could be seen how arrogant the Xiong clan was in Snow Province. Xiong Zijie's eyes were cold. He sneered, "Impudent thing. Normally, a rogue cultivator like you would not even have the right to talk to me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my Xiong clan put its face?" "Zijie, stop." Just as Xiong Zijie was about to attack, a cold shout was suddenly heard. A middle-aged cultivator flew over from afar and landed in front of the courtyard. 13th uncle. Xiong Zijie cupped his fists. He restrained his overflowing killing intent. "Little brother, please help me report to Senior that Xiong Jin of the Xiong clan is here to see him," the middle-aged man said with a smile. He looked amiable, but Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Although Xiong Zijie was domineering, he was still young and powerful. He could not help but be arrogant and look down on everyone. Furthermore, Xiong Zijie's arrogant attitude showed that he was not good at hiding his emotions. However, this middle-aged man called Xiong Jin was obviously hiding a knife behind his smile. "What do you want? Just say it. I'm not deaf, I can hear you." Granny Feng Li's voice came from the courtyard. She was obviously unhappy that the Xiong clan was looking down on her, but she quickly restrained her emotions. "The ancestor has ordered us to invite you to the Mo clan tomorrow. This is the invitation." Xiong Jin gave the invitation to Lin Feng. "All right, you can go," Granny Feng Li said. "Goodbye, Senior." Xiong Jin bowed and left. Xiong Zijie glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but smile coldly. He then followed Xiong Jin and left. Lin Feng took the invitation back to the courtyard. "Granny, the people from the Xiong clan are inviting you over. Is this a trap?" asked Lin Feng. Granny Feng Li stood in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the ice-snow lake. She said, "The Xiong clan doesn't have the guts to do that." The next day, Lin Feng rented a carriage and personally drove Granny Feng Li to the Mo clan. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiong clan in Snow Province, so when the Xiong clan came to Mo City, they would rest in the Xiong clan. This time, the gathering would be held in the Mo clan. "Stop, who are you?" The guards of the Mo clan stopped Lin Feng. "This is the invitation." Lin Feng gave the invitation to the Mo clan. "This is an important place for the Mo clan. Get off the carriage and walk," said the guard commander. Lin Feng looked glum. The Mo clan's guard had probably received an order from his superiors to humiliate Feng Li's grandmother. "I'm old, it's good to walk more." Chapter 877. In the Mo clan. There were 3 cultivators sitting in the living room. One of them was the ancestor of the Xiong clan, Xiong Hongtu, whom Lin Feng had met before. There were 2 other people. The first one looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He wore a Taoist robe and was called Taoist Yuan Zhen. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face and looked very dignified. He was called Chu Dongchen and was an expert from the Chu clan of the Void Continent. The Void Continent was adjacent to the Snow Continent and was located in the north of the Snow Continent. Although the Chu clan of the Void Continent was only from the Primordial era, after the Middle Ages, the Chu clan of the Void Continent had produced many top-notch experts. Therefore, their power had grown rapidly. Even the Primordial era didn't dare to underestimate the Chu clan of the Void Continent. Lin Feng followed grandmother Feng Li to this place. The 3 important people inside didn't even come out to greet her. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. These people were obviously looking down on grandmother Feng Li. However, grandmother Feng Li didn't seem to care. As for what grandmother Feng Li was thinking, Lin Feng didn't know. Grandmother Feng Li is here. Seeing Grandmother Feng Li enter the living room, the three people nodded and didn't stand up to greet her. Granny Feng Li didn't say anything, she just looked for a place to sit down. Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in an ice-cold way. He turned around and saw that it was Xiong Zijie, who was standing behind Xiong Hong Tu. Lin Feng sneered. It was fine if this person didn't provoke him, but if he did, he wouldn't mind killing him. Since everyone is here, we should discuss the matter of going to the frigid ice lake, said Taoist Yuan Zhen. Grandmother Feng Li said, there's one more person who will be here soon. Xiong Hong Tu, Taoist Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen frowned and said, who else? Could it be Grandmother Feng Li's friend? He's not a friend, but I know that he'll be here. Grandmother Feng Li looked up and said. Just as Grandmother Feng Li finished speaking, a voice came from outside. I heard that you're all planning to fight the Snowflood Dragon. I have the same intention. Impudent. Do you think the Mo clan is a place you can just casually barge in? With a cold shout, the Mo clan patriarch led dozens of Mo clan experts to surround the two people who had just landed in the courtyard. So it's you, you sickly ghost. How dare you barge into my Mo clan? Do you want to die? Mo Yu, who was in the crowd, suddenly sneered. He remembered that these two people had come to the Longling Inn and were chased away by him. It's them. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually that pair of uncle and nephew. Lin Feng had seen them at the Dragon Tomb Inn before. They had been chased out by Mo Yu. Granny, who is that sickly cultivator? Lin Feng asked. Granny Feng Li shook her head. I don't know him, but he's definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng nodded and looked outside. At this moment, the young master said, a small Mo clan dares to be so arrogant. What a laughable family. You dare to humiliate my Mo family? I don't care if he's dead or alive, take him down. The patriarch of the Mo clan shouted coldly. A group of Mo clan experts rushed towards the pair of uncle and nephew. From their point of view, the older cultivator's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. With such a condition, even if his cultivation level was very high, he probably wouldn't be able to use much of his battle strength. However, the sickly cultivator only took one step forward. Everyone from the Mo clan seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they all knelt on the ground. Including the patriarch of the Mo clan. The patriarch of the Mo clan was a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the creation realm, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. It was only now that the Mo clan members realized how terrifying the sickly cultivator was. Many people's faces turned pale, afraid that they would be killed by the sickly cultivator. Mo Yu thought about how he had chased this pair of uncle and nephew away, and he was so scared that his whole body trembled. How strong! Lin Feng was shocked. Perhaps because the sickly cultivator had been sick for too long, Lin Feng felt that a gust of wind could blow him away. However, Lin Feng didn't think that the sickly cultivator would be so strong. Your Excellency, you seem to have gone too far. Xiong Hongtu's face suddenly sank. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating the dog. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiong clan. Now that the Mo clan's experts were all kneeling on the ground, Xiong Hongtu's face naturally didn't look good. The sickly cultivator said, if I didn't give the Xiong clan some face, these people would already be dead. Impudent. Xiong Hongtu's face suddenly sank. Originally, the old man's body was lifeless and gave people the feeling that he was about to die. However, at this moment, his body seemed to explode like a flood, and an aura that caused the void to tremble surged out. In the next moment, Xiong Hongtu disappeared from the hall. He appeared in front of the sickly cultivator and used the Overlord Fist to attack him. I've long heard of the power of the Xiong clan's Overlord Fist. Today, I'll experience it for myself. The sickly cultivator's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and swept it towards Xiong Hongtu. Behind him, the phantom of a demon god appeared. This was the demon god's fist. Bang. It was as if two ancient divine mountains had collided, and the ground cracked. Xiong Hongtu was forced to take a step back. Too strong, really too strong. This person's body is heavily injured, but he still forced Xiong Hongtu to retreat. Lin Feng was shocked. Cough, Cough, cough. After attacking once, the sickly cultivator coughed violently. His face became even paler. This attack seemed to have affected his injuries, and his body's condition was getting worse. Uncle. The young man looked at the sickly cultivator worriedly. I won't die yet, don't worry, the sickly cultivator smiled. Who are you? Seong Hongtu's expression was gloomy. Jin Daoyang of the demon clan, the sickly cultivator said. What? You're Jin Daoyang of the demon clan? Everyone was shocked. Even Granny Feng Li stood up. Grandma, who is he? Is he famous? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. He's the golden-winged great rock king of the demon clan, Grandma Feng Li said. Boom, hearing the words golden-winged rock king, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to explode. What a thunderous name. The demon clan had two extremely young sovereigns. One of them was the Peacock Sacred Lord. Lin Feng had seen the Peacock Sacred Lord in action in the Misty Forest. More than 10 ancient powerhouses surrounded the Peacock Sacred Lord. The Peacock Sacred Lord sent an ancient powerhouse flying with a punch. His demonic aura was truly vast and mighty. As for the demon clan's sovereign who was as famous as the Peacock Sacred Lord, it was the golden-winged Rock King. 800 years ago, the two of them were known as the two peerless geniuses of the demon clan. They were young, but their cultivations were incredible. Lin Feng didn't expect this sickly cultivator to be the golden-winged Rock King. Chapter 878. We haven't heard from you in 300 years. It's been rumored that you've died. Although the rumors aren't true, you seem to have suffered a Dao injury. Yuan Zhen narrowed his eyes and looked at King Zhonpeng. Dao injuries were left in the body by the way of the heavens. Once a cultivator suffered a Dao injury, it was difficult to heal them. It was said that even immortal medicines couldn't heal Dao injuries. They could only find the source of the great path to heal them. You're right, Taoist friend. King Zhonpeng nodded. The four strong cultivators couldn't help but gasp. It was said that people with Dao injuries had less than 10 years of lifespan. King Zhonpeng had disappeared 300 years ago. It was very likely that he had suffered a Dao injury then. How powerful must his cultivation be to be able to suppress his Dao injury for 300 years without dying? If it wasn't for his Dao injury, King Zhonpeng's cultivation level would be unfathomable. However, King Zhonpeng's Dao injury made Seong Hongtu, Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen heave a sigh of relief. If King Zhonpeng didn't have a Dao injury, they wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But now, King Zhonpeng had a Dao injury, so he wasn't a threat anymore. Seong Hongtu smiled and said, Today, we didn't know each other until we fought. King Zhonpeng, please come in. Let's talk inside. King Zhonpeng nodded and entered the main hall. At that moment, Seong Hongtu said, You can all go out and wait in the side hall. This was a discussion between the 5 leaders. Obviously, the others didn't have the right to stay. The Mo family members invited everyone into the side hall to rest. Yuan Zhan had brought 2 young Taoists with him. One of them was fat with a fierce face and yellow eyes. If it wasn't for his Taoist robe, he wouldn't have looked like a Taoist priest. The other one was small and skinny with a gloomy look in his eyes. Chu Dongchen was accompanied by a young man called Chu Jian. He was about 25 or 26 years old and was the leader of the Chu family's younger generation. Xiong Zijie, the 2 young Taoists, and Chu Jian gathered together and talked in low voices. Lin Feng and the golden-winged King Zhonpeng's nephew sat on the other side. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. When the golden-winged Rock King saw the young cultivator who had spoken up for him and his nephew at the Dragon Tomb Inn, the golden-winged Rock King smiled. He clasped his fists and said, I'm Jin Shengyuan. Thank you, Brother Lin, for speaking up for us yesterday. Lin Feng replied, Brother Jin, you're too polite. I just can't stand the Mo family's domineering attitude. At that moment, Mo Yu led a few maids into the main hall. He bowed and said, Gentlemen, this is a special product of Shui Yu. It's refreshing and refreshing. Please have a taste. Lin Feng took a sip of the snow tea and felt a refreshing feeling sweep through his body. Snow tea, which was produced in a world of ice and snow, naturally had some extraordinary aspects. Young Master Jin, I've offended you before. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Mo Yu walked over and apologized cautiously. Now that he knew the identity of the golden-winged Great Rock King's uncle and nephew, he was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he had come to apologize, he wanted to make amends. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you, said Jin Shengyuan coldly. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Jin. Mo Yu bowed hastily and left. Lin Feng said, there's no lack of people like that in aristocratic families, there's no lack of people who rely on their master's power to intimidate others. Jin Shengyuan said, that's true. In my opinion, dealing with people like that will only dirty my hands. Jin Shengyuan was the golden-winged Great Rock King's nephew. Even though he wasn't even 20 years old and was a few years younger than Lin Feng, he had been with the golden-winged Great Rock King for many years. Jin Shengyuan had his own pride. It seems like Xiong Hongtu, Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen will join hands. I wonder if Granny will join hands with the golden-winged Great Rock King. Lin Feng glanced at Xiong Zijie and the others and frowned. Sigh. Sighed Jin Shengyuan. Jin Shengyuan sighed. His face was full of worry. He was obviously worried about his uncle. Master, you've been injured for many years, right? Haven't you found a way to heal it? Asked Lin Feng. The Great Path is incomplete, so it's difficult to heal. My uncle heard that the Snow Flood Dragon occupied a mysterious cave, and that there was the source of the Great Path in that cave, so he came here. Now, my uncle's injuries are getting worse. I hope we can find the source of the Great Path and heal him. I'm worried that if we delay any longer, my uncle's body won't be able to handle his injuries, said Jin Shengyuan worriedly. If it had been someone else, they would have died within 10 years. But the golden-winged Great Rock King had endured for 300 years. Even the golden-winged Great Rock King couldn't hold on any longer. Don't worry, we'll definitely find the source of the Great Path and heal your injuries, said Lin Feng. Hehe, even if we can find the source of the Great Path, it's hard to say who will get it. Besides, it's a waste for a sick person to use it, said a strange voice at that moment. Xiong Zijie pursed his lips and looked at Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan disdainfully. Xiong Zijie had seen how the golden-winged Great Rock King had forced the ancestor of the Xiong clan to retreat even though he was heavily injured. Now that he heard Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan talking about the golden-winged Great Rock King's injuries, he couldn't help but mock them. Xiong Zijie, who are you calling a sick person? Asked Jin Shengyuan, standing up. His eyes were cold as he circulated his beast qi. He was on the verge of going crazy. Who's the sick person? Everyone knows. Xiong Zijie sneered. You're courting death, shouted Jin Shengyuan furiously. He wanted to attack, but Lin Feng stopped him. Brother Lin, don't stop me, said Jin Shengyuan through gritted teeth. His eyes were burning with fury. Lin Feng said, Brother Jin, have you heard of a saying? Jin Shengyuan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, what saying? If a dog bites a man can't bite a dog back. Lin Feng smiled. Everyone was stunned. Jin Shengyuan laughed, that's right. If a man is bitten by a dog, if he bites back, he'll become a dog too. Brat, how dare you call me a dog? Xiong Zijie came back to his senses. He knew that Lin Feng was mocking him. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Did I insult you? I'm insulting a dog, and a shameless one at that. Lin Feng smiled icily. That dog's elder fought against a cultivator who was injured and was forced to retreat. That dog had the audacity to act arrogantly and make fun of that cultivator who was injured. He's a young man and he dares to make fun of a strong cultivator. He doesn't even know the basic rules and etiquette. I don't know how his clan raised such a dog. He's a disgrace to his clan. Chapter 879. What? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng's eyes were cold and fearless. He also stood up, his battle intent soaring as he confronted Xiong Zijie. Stop! At that moment, a cold shout came from outside. Xiong Jin had appeared and stopped the fight. 13th uncle, why are you stopping me? Xiong Zijie's eyes were cold, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent. Young people are hot-blooded, it's normal to have verbal conflicts. This is just a small matter, don't take it to heart, Seong Jin said with a smile. Seong Jin was a person who hid a knife behind his smile. He looked amiable on the surface, but people like him should be more careful. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He sat back down with Jin Shengyuan. An hour later, the 5 magnates finished their discussion. Lin Feng left with Grandma Feng Li 13th uncle. I'm so angry that I can't control myself anymore. After Lin Feng left, Xiong Zijie said with a gloomy face. Xiong Jin smiled, Zijie, don't be impatient. Now's not the time to make a move. It won't be too late to do so after we reach the frigid ice lake. Xiong Zijie nodded, his eyes flashing coldly, then I'll let that brat live for a few more days. After returning to their residence, Lin Feng asked, Senior, are we going to the frigid ice lake next? Granny Feng Li nodded and said, the snow flood dragon has been cultivating for 10,000 years. Its cultivation level is already very high. The 5 of us will hold the snow flood dragon back. When the time comes, you can go into the snow flood dragon's cavern and retrieve its treasures. Is the snow flood dragon that strong? You need the 5 titans to deal with it in order to stall it. Lin Feng was shocked. The snow flood dragon obtained a great opportunity, so it's extremely strong. It'll be very troublesome to deal with. Grandma Feng Li said. What's in the snow flood dragon's cave? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Inside the snow flood dragon's cave, the most valuable thing is the creation fossil. The creation fossil can subtly change a person's body. The reason why the snow flood dragon is so powerful is mainly because the creation fossil is constantly changing its body. Moreover, the creation fossil can absorb the fate of heaven and earth. You should have heard that if you want to break through to the divine realm, you need to absorb the fate of heaven and earth. However, how can the fate of heaven and earth be so easy to absorb? But if you have a creation stone, you'll be able to continuously absorb the chi of heaven and earth. That treasure is extremely important to cultivators. Grandma Feng Li said. Fossilize. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just like what Granny Feng Li said, creating fossils was too important for any cultivator who wanted to reach the deity realm in the future. Lin Feng frowned and said, but we are weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain this fossil. The snow flood dragon's cave is protected by a deployment spell. You need to break the deployment spell to enter. With your knowledge of deployment spells, I think you have the best chance, said Lin Feng. Grandma Feng Li said. The next day, the group set out. Granny Feng Li and the Rock King only brought one person with them. They were Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Xiong Hongtu and Chu Dongchen each brought more than 10 people. Daoist priest Yuan Zhen brought 2 young Taoists. One of the 2 young Taoists was called Daoist priest Qian Quan, and the other was called Daoist priest Qian Zong. Taoists were good at refining pills, talismans, and deployment spells. Lin Feng guessed that Daoist priest Qian Quan and Daoist priest Qian Zong were also experts in deployment spells. 3 days later, the group entered the vast and boundless frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was extremely low, probably a few hundred degrees below zero. Even if a cultivator's physique was strong, at this moment, many people were shivering from the cold. Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power in order to withstand such cold weather. This damn weather is really too cold. Many people cursed in a low voice, and when they spoke, their voices were trembling. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why the 5 great leaders could only delay the snow flood dragon. In the outside world, although the snow flood dragon was strong, the 5 great leaders would have a high chance of defeating it. However, this was not the case in the frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was too low, and their bodies were about to be frozen stiff. It would be good if they could use 50 to 60% of their original cultivation here. However, the snow flood dragon was not affected. Lin Feng guessed that this place not only did not affect the snow flood dragon, but it also increased its battle prowess. Brother Lin, drink a mouthful of fiery fruit wine, it can drive away the cold. Jin Shengyuan handed a wine gourd to Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan was also shivering from the cold. The 5 great leaders were the only ones who were in a better situation. They were strong enough to withstand the cold for the time being. Ancestor, I can't hold on any longer. A few cultivators from the Seong and Chu families spoke one after another. Their skin was cracked from the cold, and as soon as blood flowed out, it was frozen. Retreat and wait outside, Seong Hongtu said to Chu Dongchen. Yes, these people quickly left. As they went deeper and deeper, the temperature became lower and lower. Soon, it reached 1,000 degrees below zero. With this kind of temperature, ordinary people would immediately freeze to death if they came here. Even powerful cultivators already knew that their hands and feet would turn cold. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. How could he fight in such a place? Not to mention 50 to 60% of his battle prowess, it was already not bad to use 30 to 40% of his battle prowess. Right, I wonder if my heavenly flame can resist the cold. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had refined 2 types of heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was scorching hot. And the temperature here was extremely cold. If it was an ordinary flame, it would have been extinguished in an instant. But the heavenly flame was different. The fire seed of the heavenly flame would never be extinguished. Lin Feng's spiritual will communicated with the heavenly flame. The 2 types of heavenly flame covered Lin Feng's entire body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the cold dispel. His almost frozen body was quickly recovering. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, in order to not attract attention, he still pretended to be shivering from the cold. We're here. The snow flood dragon's cave is in front of us. Seong Hongtu said in a deep voice. Do you see that mountain peak? About 1,000 meters deep in the lake, there is a cave, which is the snow flood dragon's cave. Later, we will lure the snow flood dragon out and stall it. You guys enter the snow flood dragon's cave and take out the snow flood dragon's treasure. Taoist priest Yuan Zhen said. Everyone nodded. The 5 great powerhouses quickly flew towards the mountain peak in the middle of the frigid ice lake. This mountain peak was densely covered with restrictions. The surroundings even formed a distorted wave. Heavy snow fluttered, but there was not a single snowflake on the mountain peak. Bang! The 5 great powerhouses made their moves and slapped the mountain peak with their palms. Rumble. The entire mountain peak began to shake violently. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the frigid ice lake. Immediately after, the earth and mountains shook. Whoosh! Huge waves surged to the sky. A huge snow-white creature quickly flew out. It was 10,000 meters long, and its body was like a snake. It was covered in scales, and it had 4 limbs. Its head was like a dragon's, and it had a silver-white dragon's horn. On its back, there were barbs like sharp swords. They grew from its back all the way to its tail. Those were the snow flood dragon's bone spurs. When the snow flood dragon appeared, a violent snowstorm swept across the land. Endless demonic chi filled the air, as if a sleeping demonic god had awoken. Plop! Plop! Chapter 880. The 5 tycoons looked extremely serious. In this place, the temperature was extremely cold and their strength was greatly suppressed. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when facing the snow flood dragon. Boom! The 5 tycoons attacked the snow flood dragon. They wanted to catch the snow flood dragon off guard. It would be even better if they could kill the snow flood dragon. Despicable creatures, die! The snow flood dragon roared and breathed out ice chi, freezing the world. In a flash, a great battle broke out. What are you waiting for? Attack! Shouted Seong Jin. He took the lead and flew towards the snow flood dragon's cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! But very quickly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. A strong cultivator of the Chu clan's body was frozen and cracked. He was swallowed by the bone-chilling lake water. His body was soon frozen to pieces. The temperature of the lake water was even lower than outside. It was definitely below 1,000 degrees Celsius. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. This time, a strong cultivator of the Seong clan was submerged in the lake water. His body was frozen and cracked. That snow flood dragon is really abnormal. It lives in such a cold place, said Lin Feng. He was speechless. Even though his body was covered by heavenly fire and was covered by a layer of qi, he could still feel the bone-chilling coldness in the water. That snow flood dragon isn't simple. It used to be one of the overlords of the South Sea world, but because it was too cruel, it devoured many cultivators. Many people died tragically. The cultivators of the South Sea world joined forces to kill it, but it still managed to escape. Later, it hid in the frigid ice and snow lake. Who would have thought that it would find a fortuitous encounter here? Said Jin Shengyuan. Lin Feng nodded. Snow flood dragons were ferocious beasts. Once they practiced cultivation, they would become extremely ferocious. Lin Feng had seen the nether demon shark devour an island in the East Sea world. Millions of people had been swallowed by the nether demon shark. The destructive power of these ferocious beasts was extremely terrifying. They continued diving. When they were about 300 meters down, they heard another blood-curdling scream. 3 strong cultivators of the Xiong clan and the Chu clan had been frozen to death. Flame rhino boat, Xiong Jin said in a deep voice. Xiong Zijie nodded and took out a treasure. It was a small boat the size of a palm. The small boat was surrounded by flames. After Xiong Zijie poured his magic power into the small boat, it quickly grew to a length of 7 to 8 meters. Enter the flame rhinoceros boat. Xiong Zijie shouted and took the lead to enter the fire rhino boat, followed by Xiong Jin, Daoist Tianzong, and the cultivators of the Chu family. This fire rhino boat was a magic treasure forged from the rhinoceros horn of a fire attribute demonic beast called the fire rhino. Not only could it fly on water, it could also withstand severe cold. These people rowed the fire rhino boat and quickly dived into the depths, but clearly, they had no intention of carrying Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Originally, Lin Feng could take out the 4 ferocious cauldron and use it to protect him and Jin Shengyuan. But now, Ning Hanshuang was sealed within the cauldron. Therefore, he couldn't use the 4 ferocious cauldrons. I have a treasure here too. As soon as Jin Shengyuan finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a flying shuttle appeared. This flying shuttle could hold 4 or 5 people. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan entered it. The flying shuttle's speed quickly increased as it dived deeper. The flying shuttle was made of fire attribute materials that could withstand the cold of the lake. Soon, they saw the fire rhino boat below. Crack, crack. When they dived to a depth of about 900 meters, the fire rhino boat seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifyingly low temperature and began to crack. The expressions of the 20 people on the fire rhino boat became very unsightly. Xiong Jin said in a low voice, "Increase your speed to the maximum. We must enter the cave before the fire rhino boat is destroyed." Xiong Zijie nodded gloomily and poured his magic power into the fire rhino boat. The fire rhino boat's speed instantly increased. At that moment, the flying shuttle also began to crack. However, the flying shuttle could only hold Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan, so it didn't consume as much energy as the fire rhino boat. Swoosh! Finally, before the fire rhino boat cracked, it charged into a cave that was enveloped by a curtain of light. Immediately after, the flying shuttle charged in as well. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan walked out of the flying shuttle. They observed their surroundings. This was a huge platform with a cave in its depths. There were 4 words written on it: Immortal Creation Cave. This should be the cave that the snow flood dragon had obtained. It really is the Immortal Creation Cave. The creation fossil must be inside. Brother Megrez, Brother Tianzong, I'll have to trouble you to break the restrictions. Xiong Jin said. All right. Priest Megrez and Priest Tianzong nodded. They began to break the restrictions. Xiong Zijie's sinister gaze fell on Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. He said, "Shouldn't we get rid of these 2 first?" Xiong Jin's mouth also revealed a trace of killing intent. He said, "There's a limit to the number of creation fossils. It seems that we need to clear out some spots to enter the cave." Chu Jian nodded and said, "In that case, let's kill these 2. Boom. More than 20 experts from the Xiong clan and the Chu clan surrounded Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Let's fight them to the death. Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth. They're just a bunch of clowns. Let me, Lin Feng sneered. The temperature here is extremely low. Even though the Xiong clan and the Chu clan are all experts, the temperature here is extremely low. Although the Xiong clan and the Chu clan were both experts, they could only use 30% of their strength. Lin Feng had heavenly fire protecting his body, so he could use at least 80% of his peak strength. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't care about those people from the Xiong clan and the Chu clan. Boom! Lin Feng charged into the crowd and slashed out with Sky Splitter. Slash! Slash! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Screams rang out one after another. 5 or 6 experts from the Xiong clan and the Chu clan were sent flying, their bodies torn in half by Sky Splitter. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Technique. Lin Feng's attacks didn't stop. He used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Technique to condense the power of lightning and punched out. Bang! Bang! One after another, the experts from the Xiong clan and the Chu clan were sent flying by Lin Feng. Their bodies exploded in the air. How is this possible? You're not suppressed at all? Xiong Zijie cried out in disbelief. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he charged at Xiong Zijie. He wanted to kill this person the most. Brat, do you really want to fight to the death? Xiong Jin's expression was gloomy. He took out a treasure, a small golden bell. It emanated a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. The small golden bell was actually a Dao treasure. Lin Feng frowned. His opponents had Dao treasures, so it would be very difficult to deal with them. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. If the snow flood dragon escaped from the 5 leaders and returned to its nest, everyone would die here. Lin Feng sneered and didn't attack again. He looked at Jin Shengyuan and said, "Protect me. I'll break the formation." Jin Shengyuan nodded. It was obvious that Jin Shengyuan had made ample preparations. He also took out a Dao treasure, which was a blood-red sword surrounded by a bloody light. Jin Shengyuan held the Dao treasure and looked at the people around him cautiously. Xiong Jin and the others had wanted to wait for Lin Feng to break the formation before attacking Lin Feng. They wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard, but when they saw Jin Shengyuan's Dao treasure, they had no choice but to give up. Lin Feng's skills as a heaven-ranked formation master were fully displayed. Coupled with the fact that he had the mountain-moving Daoist's method of breaking formations, he was the first to break the formation. He and Jin Shengyuan quickly entered the formation. Then, Lin Feng sealed the formation so that Xiong Jin, Xiong Zijie, and the others couldn't enter. Damn it! They went in. Xiong Jin, Xiong Zijie, and the others' expressions were ugly. Open! At that moment, Tian Zong and Tian Quan worked together to break the formation. Chase after them. If they get the creation stone, kill them at all cost. Chapter 881. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan rushed into the depths of the cave. When they arrived, they saw a strange stone in the middle of the cave. Half of the stone was surrounded by black qi, the other half was surrounded by white qi. Yin and yang qi were revolving around it. Good heavens, this must be the creation stone. It's made of yin and yang qi. No wonder the snow flood dragon is so strong. Lin Feng was astonished. Collect. He unleashed a powerful dharmic power to collect the creation stone. However, at this moment, powerful formation runes surged out. Around the creation stone, the formation runes intertwined. The deployment inscriptions released a terrifying power and moved towards Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. At that moment, Xiong Jin, Xiong Zijie, Chu Jian, Tian Quan, Tian Zong and the others rushed in as well. Use your Dao weapon to stop them. I'll break the deployment inscriptions, said Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan nodded solemnly. He wielded his blood-red sword and slashed at the dozen or so people who had entered the cave. His sword chi moved towards Xiong Jin and the others. Die! Xiong Jin shouted coldly and took out his small golden bell. The small golden bell was also a Dao artifact and possessed boundless power. Now that it had been activated, it emitted waves of destructive energy waves and blasted towards Jin Shengyuan. Clang! The attacks from the 2 Dao tools collided violently in the void. Many people coughed up blood because of the shockwaves. That was a Dao weapon. When Dao weapons collided, they were extremely powerful. Even a cultivator of the yin-yang layer could die from a Dao weapon's collision. Now that the Dao weapons had collided, they had indeed created a great destructive power. Shouted Xiong-jin. Everybody, activate your Dao weapons with me. If we kill Jin Shengyuan, Lin Feng will definitely die and the creation stone will fall into our hands. Die. More than a dozen cultivators poured their magic power into the small golden bell. Under the combined power of more than a dozen cultivators, the small golden bell's power suddenly increased greatly. The small golden bell swept over and collided with Jin Shengyuan's blood-red sword. Whoa! Jin Shengyuan coughed up blood because of the power of the bell. His face turned pale. He also wielded a Dao artifact. The other party had over 10 cultivators activating the Dao artifact together. Naturally, the power unleashed by the Dao artifact was far superior to the power unleashed by Jin Shengyuan alone. However, Jin Shengyuan knew that he could not take a step back now. Once he retreated, Lin Feng, who was in the middle of breaking the formation, would be attacked by these people. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. The fossil would be snatched away by them. Jin Shengyuan was still waiting to create a fossil to extend the life of his uncle, the golden-winged Great Peng Emperor. Life burn. Jin Shengyuan roared. His life force started to burn crazily. Jin Shengyuan only had 1,000 years of lifespan. However, he had instantly burned 500 years of his lifespan. Jin Shengyuan burned his lifespan without any regard for his life to activate the Dao artifact. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Jin Shengyuan to be so crazy. Uncle is my only family. I won't let him die. I want to save him. Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth. Lin Feng was moved by his words. That was what it meant to have blood relations. It was just like Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong. In order to save Lin Feng, he knew that he would die, but he still pushed Lin Feng away. In the end, Lin Feng survived, but Lin Xiong was killed by Dugu Aotian. In order to save his uncle, Jin Shengyuan was also willing to burn his lifespan without regard for his own life. After burning 500 years of his lifespan, the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword awakened. Blood-robed sword sovereign, sword shakes the 9 heavens. An endless amount of blood mist was being emitted from the blood-red longsword, which was a Dao artifact. A mysterious man wearing a blood-red robe appeared in the blood mist. This was the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword. With the weapon spirit awakened, the power of the Dao artifact increased greatly. Then, dense blood-colored sword chi shot toward Xiong-jin and the others. Is this guy crazy? The expressions of Xiong-jin and the others changed drastically. Cultivators cherished their lives the most. Normally, very few cultivators would burn their lifespan to activate their magic treasures. Xiong-jin and the others did not expect Jin Shengyuan to burn his lifespan. He did not just burn his lifespan. Moreover, he burned his lifespan for 500 years in one go. This was crazy. Xiong-jin and the others hurriedly controlled the golden bell to enlarge and block in front of them. The dense sword chi bombarded the golden bell, as if a giant spirit god was striking the golden bell. The golden bell was sent flying. It then slammed into Xiong-jin, Xiong-zijie, and the others, sending them flying as well. Their faces were as pale as paper. Xiong-jin said in a low voice, "Everyone, Jin Shengyuan burned 500 years of his lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit of the Dao artifact. Let's not cherish our lives anymore. We should also burn our lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit. Otherwise, the fossil will be taken by them." Although the group did not want to burn their lifespan, it was obvious that they had no other choice. One by one, they began to burn their lifespan to activate the golden bell. Break. Just as Xiong-jin, Xiong-zijie, and the others were burning their lifespan to activate the golden bell, Lin Feng shouted. He immediately broke the restriction that enveloped the fossil and took it. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared. Next, Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and used it to protect himself and Jin Shengyuan. It's finally done. Jin Shengyuan was extremely excited. Stop them. Xiong-jin, Xiong-zijie, and the others were going crazy. Their faces were contorted. They had more than 20 people at most, and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. On the other hand, Lin Feng's side only had 2 people. If the fossil was snatched away despite having such a huge force, they would feel extremely aggrieved. More than 10 people frantically activated the Golden Bell to attack Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. The Golden Bell's weapon spirit also appeared. It was a big, golden man. He swung his fist. However, Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense was too strong. It blocked the Golden Bell's attack. As for Jin Shengyuan, he took out his blood-colored sword and slashed at the cultivators blocking his way. Puff puff puff. He killed 3 experts in a row. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan killed their way out. The 2 of them quickly rushed out. Jin Shengyuan took out his flying shuttle. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan entered the flying shuttle and rushed upwards. Xiong Jin, Xiong Zijie, and the others also chased out in rage. They entered the flame rhino boat and rushed upwards. Whoosh! The flying shuttle was the first to rush out. Got it! Lin Feng shouted. Granny Feng Li, take them and leave first. I'll stop these people. Golden-winged Rock King shouted. Granny Feng Li only hesitated for a moment before rushing towards Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. She grabbed them and tore through the void to leave. You're courting death. The Snowflood Dragon, Xiong Hongtu, Daoist Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen almost went crazy. They all roared and charged towards the Rock King. They wanted to kill him. I've been injured for 300 years. I've sealed myself and barely managed to survive until now. It's time to undo the seal. The Rock King's eyes were cold. He formed thousands of seals and sent them into his body. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the Rock King's body. It was as if an immemorial demon god had descended into the world. The Rock King undid the seal. Crack crack. The moment the seal was undone, the Rock King's internal injuries also exploded. The Rock King's body began to crack like porcelain. This scene was both horrifying and heartbreaking. The Rock King did not only seal his strength but also his Rock King's internal injuries. Now that he could no longer suppress them, his body was about to be destroyed. Apocalyptic destruction. The Rock King shouted and pressed his right hand across the void. An illusory world condensed and formed. The illusory world seemed to contain billions of worlds and endless stars. The illusory world was collapsing and being destroyed. The world suppressed the Snowflood Dragon, Xiong Hongtu, Daoist Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen. The 4 of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying. Their faces were pale and blood flowed out of their orifices. When the energy dissipated, the Rock King had disappeared without a trace. As expected of one of the 2 supreme cultivators of the monster clan, the Golden Rock King. He's really strong. But now that he's undone the seal, his internal injuries have healed. He won't be able to hold on for long. The Snowflood Dragon roared furiously. Those 4 won't be able to escape from Snow Province. They're dead. They're dead. Xiong Hongtu's face was also distorted. When we catch them, we'll crush their bones and scatter their ashes. Chu Dongchen roared furiously. I'll send their souls to purgatory. They'll never be able to live again. Daoist Yuan Zhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Chapter 882. Whoosh. The air shook and the Great Peng King appeared, falling from the sky. Wah. The Great Peng King spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Uncle. Senior. Jin Shengyuan and Lin Feng quickly ran over. Jin Shengyuan held the Great Peng King in his arms. The Great Peng King's aura was very weak, his situation was not good. Jin Shengyuan's face was full of fear, he was worried that the Great Peng King would die. Uncle, don't leave me behind. If you do, I won't have any family left. Jin Shengyuan's voice was mournful. Granny, quickly check on the Great Peng King. How is he? Lin Feng said anxiously. Granny Feng Li walked over and checked on the Great Peng King. She sighed and said, his Dao injuries have healed. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Granny, please save my uncle. I beg you. Jin Shengyuan begged. Where's the creation stone? Take it out. I want to refine it into his Zifu. Granny Feng Li said. The Zifu was a very important acupoint in a cultivator's body. It was the resting place of the primordial spirit. It was also the bridge for cultivators above the creation realm to communicate with the world. The Tao injuries would first destroy the Zifu. After the Zifu was destroyed, the Tao injuries would quickly spread throughout the cultivator's body and kill him. Here. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the creation stone. Whoosh. Granny Feng Li raised her knife and cut the creation stone in half. This was the creation stone that belonged to the great Peng King and Jin Shengyuan. Then, Granny Feng Li made many complicated seals. This was a refining technique. There's not enough time, I can only refine it for a short time. Granny Feng Li said in a low voice. The Snowflood Dragon, Xiong Hongtu, Daoist Yuan Zhan, Chu Dongchen and the others would definitely be searching for them. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Therefore, time was life. After a short time of refining, Granny Feng Li placed the creation stone into the great Peng King's Zifu. The great Peng King's aura began to stabilize. Thank you, Daoist. The Rock King opened his eyes. This has really toppled my understanding of the world. To be able to persist for 300 years without dying while suffering from a Tao injury is shocking enough. Granny Feng Li sighed. She then looked at Jin Shengyuan and said, help your uncle up. Let's find a place for him to rest. Granny, thank you for your kindness. Jin Shengyuan was filled with gratitude as he helped the great Peng King up. Swoosh. Granny Feng Li slashed down again, splitting the remaining half of the creation fossil into 2 pieces. She took one piece, and the other piece was obviously for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared blankly for a moment before revealing a joyful expression. He had never thought that Granny Feng Li would also help him make some fossils. After interacting with Granny Feng Li for some time, Lin Feng felt that Granny Feng Li was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It could be seen from how she treated the great Peng King. Thank you, Granny. Lin Feng put away the creation stone and bowed to Granny Feng Li. There's no need to be so polite. I don't buy it. Let's go and find a quiet place. Hopefully, we can deceive everyone. Granny Feng Li used her magic power to wrap everyone up and flew into the distance. Finally, they stopped in a mountain range. Snow Province had always been covered in snow, so even the mountains were covered in snow. The 4 of them found a cave and hid inside. Then, Granny Feng Li used a spirit array technique to seal the cave. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had always underestimated Granny Feng Li. Now, Granny Feng Li's array technique was much better than the one Lin Feng had mastered. Granny Feng Li was not only a powerful blacksmith. Moreover, she was an extremely powerful spirit array master. You guys should take the time to rest. There might be a big battle. Granny Feng Li raised her eyelids and said. She was worried that they would be discovered sooner or later. After all, the Snow Province was the territory of the Xiong clan. Now, not only the experts of the Xiong clan, but also the Chu clan, Daoist Yuan Zhan, and the Snowflood Dragon were all looking for their whereabouts. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded and closed their eyes to rest. But neither of them was sleepy. Jin Shengyuan occasionally looked at the great Peng King who was sitting cross-legged in the depths. He was full of worry. With the Stone of Fortune suppressing Senior's Zifu, his Tao injury should be suppressed. Senior will definitely gradually recover. You don't have to worry too much. Lin Feng patted Jin Shengyuan's shoulder and said. Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for my uncle's Tao injury, the Snowflood Dragon, Xiong Hongtu, Daoist Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen would be just clowns in front of my uncle. How did Senior get injured? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jin Shengyuan's eyes were filled with hatred. 300 years ago, my uncle was going through the reincarnation tribulation. At the most crucial moment of the tribulation, he was ambushed by 9 experts. Although he succeeded, he still suffered a Tao injury. Who were these people? Lin Feng was shocked. I don't know. My uncle never mentioned them. But I heard from an elder in the clan that there were monks from the Buddhist kingdom of the West, Daoist experts, emperors of the ancient dynasty, sacred lords of the ancient sacred land, and even ancestors of the demon clan. It seems like these people don't want the great Peng King to become a rebirth realm expert. Lin Feng sighed. After interacting with the great Peng King for a while, Lin Feng felt that the great Peng King didn't put on any airs. He was amiable and approachable, just like a close elder. The great Peng King had become famous at a young age. Back then, many elders of the demon clan had hoped that the great Peng King would be able to unify the demon clan and end the chaotic division of powers. Perhaps this was the reason why some powers were afraid of the great Peng King. As for the experts who had attacked the great Peng King, it was understandable that they were ancestors of the demon clan. The demon clan's power distribution was very chaotic. Some demon clans didn't care about worldly affairs and stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, some demon clans were cruel and merciless. They killed the innocent and were extremely ambitious. Most demon clans might support the great Peng King, who was a wise king, to unify the various powers of the demon clan. However, some demon clans definitely didn't want to see this happen. These demon kings wanted to live a free and unrestrained life. If they were subdued by the great Peng King, such days would be gone forever. Therefore, some ancestors of the demon clan also participated in that battle. They wanted to kill the great Peng King before he fully grew up and prevent him from unifying the various demon clans. Lin Feng suspected that the ancestors of the demon clan who had attacked the great Peng King had something to do with the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings. This was because the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings were all great devils who killed without batting an eye. They definitely didn't want to be subdued and restrained by the great Peng King. Therefore, they wanted to kill the great Peng King. The great Peng King spent a day familiarizing himself with the use of making fossils and suppressing his Dao injury at the same time. Then, they set out. Before leaving the Snow Province, the four of them obviously wouldn't separate. The great Peng King suggested that they go to the Luan Prefecture. The Luan Prefecture was adjacent to the Snow Province and was the closest prefecture to them. If they could enter the Luan Prefecture and leave by the transmitting formation, the Xiong clan, the Chu clan, Taoist Yuan Zhen, and the Snow Dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After making up their minds, they set out in the direction of the Luan Prefecture. However, the four of them were stopped by the experts of the Xiong clan. The Snow Dragon, the Xiong clan, the Chu clan, and Taoist Yuan Zhen were each responsible for one direction to search for the great Peng King, Granny Feng Li, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. Chapter 883. The densely packed crowd of cultivators was probably no less than 1,000 people. They were all strong cultivators from the Xiong clan. They had already surrounded King Zhongpeng, Grandma Feng Li, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. "We've been waiting here for a long time," said Xiong Hongtu coldly. He walked out and glanced at the four cultivators. When he saw the great Peng Emperor, he was astonished. "Your Dao injury is healed, how did you manage to suppress it again?" asked the great Peng Emperor. "I have my ways." King Zhongpeng looked cold. "So you're King Zhongpeng, the former Zun cultivator of the beasts. Now, you're going to die at the hands of the Xiong clan," said another voice. Another cold voice sounded out, and a white-haired old man walked out. That old man glanced at King Zhongpeng coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That old man was called Xiong Mu. He was also an ancestor of the Xiong clan. The Xiong clan had sent out two ancestors at once. It was obvious that they were determined to win this battle. "Grandma Feng Li, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the creation stone and leave, and I'll spare your life." "What do you think?" said Xiong Hongtu with a sinister smile. "Don't try to fool a child in front of me," said the old woman. Said Grandma Feng Li indifferently. "You're courting death," said Xiong Hongtu with a cold smile. Xiong Mu said, "I'll leave those two to you." "Understood," said Xiong Jin, Xiong Zijie, and the others. Xiong Mu and Xiong Hongtu attacked King Zhongpeng and Grandma Feng Li respectively. Xiong Mu was even stronger than Xiong Hongtu. His attacks were extremely violent and overbearing. He also had a precious treasure on him. It seemed like he was waiting for King Zhongpeng to undo the seal in his body. Then, he would use his precious treasure to fight against King Zhongpeng. Xiong Mu had a lot of battle experience. He knew that King Zhongpeng's strength would increase explosively in a short period of time, but the backlash from his Dao injury would cause him to be severely injured. Xiong Mu wanted to drag King Zhongpeng to death. On the other side, Seong Hongtu and Grandma Feng Li's battle was even more intense. They seemed to be evenly matched. In a battle between cultivators, the more evenly matched they were, the more intense the battle would be. "Tear those two little bastards to pieces," said Seong Zijie with a ferocious smile. Boom boom boom. Thousands of experts of the Seong clan took out all kinds of magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. With so many experts attacking at the same time, even a creation realm cultivator would be killed if they were not careful. However, Lin Feng had a defensive Dao artifact, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. This defensive Dao artifact played a crucial role in this battle. Lin Feng took out the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda and it floated above Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. The Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda blocked all the attacks coming at them. Middle-grade defensive Dao artifact. Seong Zijie's face was extremely gloomy. Defensive Dao treasures were much more precious than offensive Dao treasures. Because it was very difficult to forge a Dao artifact, when a cultivator found precious materials to forge a Dao artifact, he would naturally choose to forge an offensive Dao artifact first. If he had an offensive Dao artifact, he would only consider forging a defensive Dao artifact when he forged a second Dao artifact. Therefore, the number of offensive Dao artifacts in the world of cultivators far exceeded the number of defensive Dao artifacts. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. There were very few defensive Dao artifacts, so they were naturally expensive. "Watch me break his defensive Dao artifact with my Dharma treasure." Seong Jin's expression was cold. He took out a small golden bell, which was an offensive Dao artifact. The small golden bell flew directly toward Lin Feng's Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. "Mph." Jin Shengyuan snorted and took out his blood-colored sword. He slashed at the small golden bell and sent it flying. "Don't stop. Continue to attack with your Dharma treasure. There are so many of us, and there are only two of them. Their Dharma powers will be depleted very quickly if they use their Dao artifacts. They won't be able to hold on for long," Seong Zijie shouted loudly. Seong Zijie was indeed an outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Seong family. He could see Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan's weakness at a glance. Dao artifacts consumed a lot of energy. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan could not keep using their Dao artifacts. The Seong family only needed to slowly grind Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan to death. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. If this continues, we'll die. Right now, Granny and Senior are fighting against the two leaders of the Seong family. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to escape. As long as we break out, Granny and Senior will have nothing to worry about. They'll be able to leave easily." Jin Shengyuan nodded and said, "Then let's break out." "Which direction should we go?" "Let's break out from Seong Zijie's direction." Lin Feng laughed coldly. Jin Shengyuan was surprised. Seong Zijie was very strong, and he was a tough nut to crack. Jin Shengyuan had thought that Lin Feng would choose to break out from another direction. But since Lin Feng said that they should break out from Seong Zijie's direction, Jin Shengyuan had no objections. "You can use the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda later. I'll go and kill Seong Zijie," Lin Feng said. "No problem." Jin Shengyuan nodded. As the great Peng King's nephew, he naturally had extraordinary skills. He could control two Dao treasures at the same time without any problems. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted and rushed towards Seong Zijie with Jin Shengyuan. "Little brat, are you here to die? Kill them all," Seong Zijie shouted coldly. Over 100 cultivators around Seong Zijie took out their Dharma treasures and attacked. Not far away, Seong Jin controlled the golden bell and attacked again. The experts of the Seong family also took out their Dharma treasures and attacked from all directions. These people wanted to wear down Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Although these Dharma treasures couldn't hurt Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan, they were powerful enough to push them back to their original positions. They couldn't break out and were like turtles in a jar. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. It was a broken imperial weapon. It was the supreme treasure of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although its power was greatly reduced because it was broken into pieces, it still had a powerful devouring ability. It could devour all kinds of Dharma treasures. After the heaven-devouring jar was taken out, it quickly became bigger. Black fog filled the sky and devoured the Dharma treasures. One by one, the Dharma treasures were devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar severed the spiritual connection with the Dharma treasures. Barf. Many cultivators of the Seong family suffered from the backlash and vomited blood. Of course, because the heaven-devouring jar was broken, it couldn't continuously devour Dharma treasures. Many Dharma treasures still attacked Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. However, the Dharma treasures were blocked by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng charged towards Xiong Zijie. "Little brat, are you here to die?" Xiong Zijie laughed when he saw Lin Feng charging towards him. He used the 1,000 miles of ice to freeze Lin Feng. Immortal divine body, 9 steps of death. However, Lin Feng didn't hold back at all. He awakened the immortal divine body. Then, Lin Feng used the immortal divine body's special ability, the 9 steps of death. Lin Feng took 3 steps in a row. Bang! Xiong Zijie's divine ability was instantly broken. Xiong Zijie was sent flying and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His expression changed drastically. Xiong Zijie didn't expect Lin Feng to have a special body constitution. He quickly retreated, hoping to avoid Lin Feng's attack. While retreating, Xiong Zijie was also awakening his special body constitution. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He didn't give Xiong Zijie any time to awaken his special body constitution. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed Xiong Zijie's head. With a sudden force, Xiong Zijie's head was removed from his neck. Phut. Chapter 884. Young Master Zijie has been killed. Many experts of the Seong family roared, their eyes filled with killing intent. Xiong Zijie was a genius of the Seong family who had awakened his special constitution. He was one of the top 3 figures in the younger generation of the Seong family. Xiong Zijie's status was even more important than Seong Jin, a creation realm expert. Today, there were many experts in the Seong family, but Lin Feng still managed to kill Xiong Zijie amidst the experts of the Seong family. The higher-ups of the Seong family would all be punished. Everyone present would be severely punished. When they thought of this, many experts of the Seong family were filled with hatred for Lin Feng. "Kill this brat!" Boom, 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 the experts of the Seong family attacked. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. Bang! The attacks of the experts of the Seong family immediately bombarded Lin Feng's body. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng was drenched in blood. In many places, white bones could be seen. This brat is already seriously injured. Next time, we'll take his life. Seeing that Lin Feng had suffered such serious injuries, the experts of the Seong family immediately became excited and roared loudly. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng again. These divine abilities formed a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng. Immortal divine body. Lin Feng sneered and began to circulate his immortal divine body. The immortal divine blood emitted immortal divine power and poured into every part of Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Isn't this too monstrous? When the experts of the Seong family saw this, their eyes almost popped out. When the second wave of attacks crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's injuries were already 70 to 80% healed. After enduring the second wave of attacks, Lin Feng suffered a heavy blow. His skin and flesh were lacerated. In many places, his bones were even broken. However, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered with the help of the immortal divine blood. At this time, Jin Shengyuan had already killed more than 10 experts of the Seong family and arrived beside Lin Feng. The 7-colored light from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda protected Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword under the protection of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Jin Shengyuan's sword. The two of them slaughtered their way out of the encirclement of over 1,000 people. Then, the two of them flew off into the distance. Lin Feng had golden wings. Jin Shengyuan's wings. Wings Shengyuan's blood. In the Primordial era, when the golden-winged great rock spread its wings, it could travel 80,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Jin Shengyuan was much faster than Lin Feng. 10 days later, they arrived at the border between Snow Province and Luanzhou. Here, Sheng's Shengyuanzes. There was a huge mirror in the sky, scanning the sky. This mirror is very similar to the complete sky mirror. We can't hide from it. Let's go somewhere else and see if we can pass through the Snow Province and head to the Shengyuan continent. Lin Feng said. Jin Shengyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng went somewhere else. However, the border between the Snow Province and the Shengyuan continent had been completely sealed by the Xiong family. There was a mirror floating in the air everywhere, scanning the cultivators coming and going. As long as Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan appeared, they would be locked on by the Xiong family. Such a mirror is priceless. The Xiong family of the Snow Province actually took out so many of them. As expected of an ancient power. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Shengyuan said, "This is the foundation of an ancient power." 3 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan saw the experts led by Xiong Jin. "Maybe we can choose to pass through the Death Swamp," Lin Feng said. The Death Swamp was an extremely dangerous place. There were poisonous gas, ferocious beasts, and even the legendary Heavenly Demon Clan. Entering the Death Swamp was a narrow escape from the Snow Province and the Shengyuan continent. The Death Swamp was obviously not guarded by the Xiong family. "Okay, let's cross the Death Swamp." Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth. There was no time to delay. The experts of the Xiong family were gathering at the frontier fortress. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan entered the Death Swamp. Black fog lingered as far as the eye could see. There was no place for them to land in the Death Swamp. After flying for more than 30 miles, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were poisoned. They kept coughing up blood and their faces became paler. "This damned place," Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He said, "We need to find a place to land. I'll concoct some antidotes. Without them, the two of us will be poisoned to death in 3 days." Jin Shengyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng continued to fly deeper. After an hour, they finally saw a bare mountain. They landed on the mountain. Lin Feng quickly took out his medicine cauldron and took out all kinds of spiritual herbs to concoct antidotes. There were 72 antidotes in one cauldron. Lin Feng concocted 2 cauldrons of antidotes. He and Jin Shengyuan each took one. "Take it once every 3 days. It can resist the poison in the Death Swamp," Lin Feng said. He took an antidote and sat cross-legged on the ground to refine it. Jin Shengyuan also took out an antidote. Just like Lin Feng, he also started to refine it. However, at this moment, the mountain they were on suddenly shook violently. Then, the entire mountain turned into a gigantic stone man. The stone man stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. It was too sudden. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were fast enough. They shot up and dodged the stone man's hand. "It's a mountain monster." Lin Feng looked serious. Mountains had spirits. After cultivating, they could turn into mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain gods. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan quickly ran away, but the mountain beast's gigantic hand was already moving towards them. That mountain beast had practiced cultivation for a very long time. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. Attack together. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He took out his black dragon sword and slashed at the mountain monster's hand. On the other hand, Jin Shengyuan slashed out with his blood-red sword. Clang! There was a loud sound. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were sent flying by the mountain monster. Their bodies quickly fell into the swamp. Boom! At this moment, the aura of a ferocious beast spread out from the Death Swamp. In the next moment, a 10,000-meter-long crocodile crawled out of the swamp. The crocodile was too big. Lin Feng had never heard of such a huge crocodile before. Chapter 885. A terrifying devouring power surged out and engulfed Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. The two of them were shocked to find that they couldn't resist. The crocodile's cultivation was too strong. They could only watch as the crocodile devoured them. Roar! An angry roar was heard. The mountain demon was furious because the crocodile was about to devour its prey. The mountain demon waved its right hand and smashed the crocodile's head. The crocodile's thick tail whipped at the mountain demon. Bang! It was as if two ancient demon gods had collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Both the crocodile and the mountain demon were powerful enough that it was difficult for them to suppress each other. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan took advantage of the moment when the crocodile and the mountain demon collided to break through the crocodile's devouring power. Then, they quickly ran away. Before the crocodile's mouth closed, they barely escaped. How dangerous! The two of them were covered in cold sweat. Now that they had escaped, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They sped up and ran deeper into the swamp to get rid of the mountain demon and the crocodile. The death swamp is more dangerous than we thought. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Shengyuan nodded. He was also worried. However, he and Lin Feng had no way out. They had to cross the death swamp to survive. 6 hours later, the sword intent in front of them reached the sky. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was about to be born. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were shocked. They quickly ran forward. A large forest appeared in the swamp. The forest was eerie. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan didn't land in the forest because the death swamp was full of danger. They didn't know what kind of terrifying beings would appear underground. When they reached the periphery of the forest, the sword intent became more intense. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were shocked. They sped up and ran deeper into the forest. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were shocked when they saw a sword stuck in the ground. It was the sword that was emitting a soaring sword intent. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Beside that sword was a corpse. At that moment, it had already become a pile of bones. Could it be a sword Dao expert who died here? Lin Feng said. Jin Shengyuan nodded and said, "It's possible." The two of them flew over, wanting to examine the skeleton and the treasured sword. But when they arrived in front of the skeleton leaped up like a bolt of lightning and slashed at Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan with its sword. Sword Qi rampaged. The moment he was enveloped by the sword Qi, Lin Feng felt an aura that made his soul tremble. This was the aura of death. He was shocked to find that he couldn't even dodge this sword. The skeleton was too powerful. Its aura locked onto Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan, making them unable to resist. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Finally, the terrifying aura that enveloped his body dissipated. He quickly summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself and Jin Shengyuan. The sword that was supposed to cut Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan in half struck the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda felt like it had been hit by a mountain. It slammed into Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan's bodies, sending them flying. Their faces were pale, and they coughed up blood. The skeletal creature's strength was simply too great. Rumble. At that moment, a golden light shot into the sky from the forest. Following that, a small golden person drove a golden chariot over. The small golden person was only the size of a palm, but its aura was monstrous. Lin Feng had seen golden giants before, but this was the first time he had seen a palm-sized person. He didn't know what kind of race it was, but its body was so small. Nay. The neighing of war horses could be heard from another direction. Gallop! Gallop! 3 stone horses were pulling a stone chariot. A half-meter tall stone person was standing on the chariot. Stone horse, stone person. Heavens! It's a holy spirit of the stone race. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. A holy spirit of the stone race was an existence on par with the sacred battle apes. They were born by the heavens and nurtured by the earth. Once they were born from stone, their strength would be unimaginable. How many years has it been since I saw a human cultivator enter the death swamp? I really miss the delicious flesh. The small golden person licked his lips. His voice was indescribably eerie. Han Chi, you actually hid it from us and wanted to take these 2 for yourself. Are you looking down on us? The stone person looked at the skeleton coldly. The skeleton's head turned, and a cracking sound could be heard. Didn't you come in time? said the skeleton. Let's go. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were terrified. These three creatures were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and wrapped it around him and Jin Shengyuan. The two of them activated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and rushed into the distance. A Dao artifact. It must taste good, said the small golden person sinisterly. He raised his right hand and slashed out a golden beam of light. The skeleton slashed out with a sword. Sword chi shook the sky. The stone person rode on a stone horse, and the space around the horse collapsed. A destructive force shot out from the void toward Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Bang! The attacks of the 3 creatures landed on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense was instantly broken. After that, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda lost its spirituality and went back into Lin Feng's body. He wouldn't be able to summon it again for a few days. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan also suffered a heavy blow. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. The 3 creatures were too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan couldn't fight back at all. Die, kid. The 3 creatures rushed over, each of them filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan's faces turned pale. They were at their wits' end, but they couldn't do anything in this situation. Just as they were about to be killed, caw, 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 caw. The caw of a crow came from the forest. Next, a crow surrounded by flames flew out. It was an extremely rare fire crow of the crow clan. The fire crow spat out 3 balls of fire toward the skeleton, the small golden person, the stone person, and the stone horse. Damn it! It's the cursed crow. How dare it ruin our plan? Let's kill it together. The 3 creatures roared angrily. They destroyed the fire crow's attack and charged forward. The fire crow grabbed Lin Feng and fled into the distance. You can't escape, the little golden man yelled in a sinister voice. I'll cut you to pieces, roared the stone person. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. The skeleton laughed. Chapter 886. Stop, it's a cursed cave. We can't go in or we'll be cursed, the stone man said with a gloomy expression. The golden man roared angrily, damn it, we actually let them escape. The skeleton said, cursed slaves, they're lucky this time. The next time we meet that crow, we'll definitely kill it. With that, the skeleton flew into the distance. Although the stone man and the golden man were unwilling, they also chose to leave. The cave was deep. A gloomy and cold chi enveloped Lin Feng's body which made him shiver with fear. Jin Shengyuan also felt the same. Although the fire crow had saved their lives, Lin Feng felt that the fire crow had its own motives. As for what its motives were, he still didn't know. In the end, the fire crow landed in the depths of the cave and threw Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan to the ground. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The two of them hurriedly bowed. The fire crow's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. The fire crow was obviously up to something. There's no such thing as love or hatred without reason in this world, so everything has 2 sides. I took a huge risk to save you, so you have to help me do something. The fire crow said. Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng braced himself and asked. What era is it now? The fire crow asked. It's been 10,000 years since the ancient times, Jin Shengyuan said. Time really flies. More than 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, the fire crow sighed. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan felt their scalps go numb. What era was the fire crow from? More than 30,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Didn't that mean that it had lived for at least 30,000 years? Wasn't its lifespan a little too long? Senior, do you have a way to live forever? Lin Feng asked cautiously. The fire crow laughed strangely and said, do you also want to have such a long lifespan? Lin Feng said, can I obtain such a secret technique? The fire crow said gloomily, who said it was a secret technique? It's a curse. This cave is called the Cursed Cave. I became a fire crow and was trapped here for more than 30,000 years. I can't leave for all eternity. I can't break free from the control of the Cursed Cave. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Curse cave. Now that the two of them had also entered the cursed cave, could it be that they would suffer the same fate as the Fire Crow? If he were to be imprisoned here for all eternity, it would be a fate worse than death. Don't worry, not everyone has the right to be cursed by the cursed cave. The two of you clearly don't have the right to be cursed. If those three guys come in, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was clear that they were still deeply worried because they had already fallen into the hands of the Fire Crows. What their future would be like was still unknown. Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng asked. In the face of danger, Lin Feng was not someone who would back down. Even though he knew that his future was unpredictable and that his life and death were unpredictable, he would not choose to run away. The Fire Crow cackled and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom forever. Once I get what I want, I'll let you go." Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded and looked for a place to rest. As soon as they sat down, Lin Feng felt his hand touch something. He looked down and was given a fright. There was a pile of bones scattered around him, and he had grabbed a skull. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground, his expression uncertain. He asked, "Senior, who did this skeleton belong to?" "Caw caw." The Fire Crow cackled but did not answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng rubbed his nose to hide his embarrassment. "Look, there are so many skeletons." Jin Shengyuan pointed around the cave. There were piles of skeletons on the ground. There were at least a few hundred of them. Could it be that they are the same as us? Are they cultivators who were captured by the Fire Crow in the cursed cave? Lin Feng's expression was ugly. Jin Shengyuan was the same. With so many people dead, they began to worry. "Don't be pessimistic. Once we're done, you'll regain your freedom. These people were all abandoned by time," the Fire Crow said. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were not optimistic. The two of them found a place without any skeletons and sat down to rest. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, who were you 30,000 years ago? You must have been someone who shocked the ages, right?" The Fire Crow fell silent. It then sneered and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Feng didn't know whether he was dead or alive, so he decided to be courageous. He said, "Senior, why are you so cold? We're living under the same roof." The Fire Crow could not help but say, "Are you going to give up? Is that why you're asking so many questions in front of me? Over the years, I've seen people like you, and more than once. People with this kind of mentality will end up as skeletons around you. Perhaps soon, you'll become one of them." Lin Feng said, "Who says I'm going to give up? Actually, I want to discuss the distribution of benefits with you." The Fire Crow almost fell to the ground. It was speechless and said, "Kid, you're selling your life for me in exchange for freedom, and you still want to split the benefits? Can you be any more shameless?" Lin Feng said, "As the saying goes, the world is bustling with activity for benefits. We brothers can only fight with everything we have and hope for survival. If we can also benefit, we'll work even harder." The Fire Crow said unhappily, "You're full of evil ideas." The Fire Crow then fell silent. 3 days later, the Fire Crow took Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan and left. They flew towards the depths of the Death Swamp for 10 days and passed by a mountain range. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of demonic aura shot up into the sky from the mountain range. "Ha ha ha ha, you've imprisoned me for 50,000 years, but I'm still alive. Despicable human beings, when I recover, I'll eat all of you." A mysterious man in a black robe appeared from the churning demonic aura. The man's aura was extremely evil, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. His eerie voice echoed in the sky. Heavenly demon, run," Jin Shengyuan said with a pale face. Lin Feng was also pale with fright. They had encountered a heavenly demon here. A heavenly demon was an existence on the same level as a god. Even the Fire Crow and the heavenly demon would die if they encountered one, let alone them. Whoosh, whoosh. However, it was too late to escape now. The heavenly demon's cold eyes looked at the Fire Crow, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan in the distance. Chapter 887. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a heavenly demon that has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Its physical body has already been destroyed, and only a part of its origin and soul is left. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan calmed down slightly. Lin Feng asked, Senior, are you confident that you can kill this heavenly demon? Lin Feng had his eyes on the heavenly demon's origin. If he could kill the heavenly demon and refine its origin, then his cultivation might be able to break through immediately. In the world of cultivators, the bold would die from overeating while the cowardly would starve to death. The fire crow glanced at Lin Feng and said, You're quite bold, but I have the same intention. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom. At this moment, the heavenly demon was already charging towards the fire crow, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. The heavenly demon floated in mid-air, its sinister eyes looking at Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan as it said with a sinister smile, I really didn't expect that I would be able to eat such delicious food right after being born. The heavenly demon was the most bloodthirsty and brutal of the demons, but it was also the most powerful of the demons. There were no heavenly demons in the Tianwu continent. It was obvious that this heavenly demon was a heavenly demon that had come from outside during the chaos of the Middle Ages. Lin Feng pointed at the fire crow beside him and said, Our cultivation levels are low, so eating us won't help you much. This senior fire crow has a high cultivation level, so why don't you eat it? The fire crow rolled its eyes and flapped its wings, sending Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. I'm just joking. Why are you so angry? Lin Feng got up from the ground. The heavenly demon sneered, I don't have time to chat with you. Crow, leave now and I'll spare your life. The fire crow was enraged and sneered, Are you blind? I'm a fire crow, not a crow. In fact, the fire crow had always been depressed. It had been a handsome and carefree person, but it had been cursed and turned into a fire crow. Today, the heavenly demon had called it a crow, which made it even angrier. Crows were a lowly race. Fire crows were a noble race. Who cares what kind of crow you are? Get lost, or I'll turn you into a dead crow. The heavenly demon was extremely arrogant as he sneered. The fire crow was so angry that its entire body trembled. It sneered and said, You've been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. I can see that your brain has been destroyed along with your body. You don't even have a physical body anymore. You're only left with a part of your source energy and a remnant soul. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Die. The fire crow soared into the sky and spat out endless clouds of fire towards the heavenly demon. Demon swallows the heavens. The heavenly demon sneered. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. In an instant, the heavenly demon devoured the cloud of fire that the fire crow spat out. Then, the heavenly demon rushed up and waved his right fist, using the heavenly demon fist at fire crow. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Fire crow was sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. No way! Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were speechless. The two of them were confident that Fire Crow could defeat the heavenly demon, but they didn't expect Fire Crow to be sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. Run! Lin Feng shouted from afar. Fire Crow cawed twice and said, You two go and delay it for a while. I have a way to deal with this heavenly demon. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan could only bite the bullet and attack the heavenly demon. Lin Feng summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect him and Jin Shengyuan. The heavenly demon sneered. Lowly ants, your fate is to be devoured by me. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon punched. Slash. Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and attacked the heavenly demon. Jin Shengyuan wielded a blood-red sword and attacked the heavenly demon. A defensive Dao artifact protected them. At the same time, the two of them activated 2 offensive Dao artifacts and attacked the heavenly demon. However, the heavenly demon was too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan's attacks were instantly destroyed. Then, the heavenly demon's punch landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were sent flying, their faces extremely pale. A Dao artifact is not bad. The heavenly demon's expression was indifferent as he punched out again. Bang! That powerful punch once again landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This time, the defensive barrier shattered. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were sent flying by the energy waves. The two of them kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even a powerful existence like the Fire Crow was not a match for the heavenly demon. How could he and Jin Shengyuan be a match for the heavenly demon? The Fire Crow wanted him and Jin Shengyuan to fight against the heavenly demon. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The heavenly demon quickly charged forward, wanting to destroy Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. Their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to turn around and escape, but the demonic fog rolled over and enveloped the two of them. It was too late for them to escape. "Senior Fire Crow, are you trying to play us to death?" Lin Feng shouted. "No one can save you." The heavenly demon sneered and reached out his hand to grab Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. At this moment of crisis, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. "That is the power of the curse that has existed since the creation of the world. Now that I have become the incarnation of the god of curses in the mortal world, someone has blasphemed the great Tao of curses. Please send down the power of the curse to punish this lowly creature." As the voice faded away, waves of terrifying curse power descended from the sky, blasting towards the heavenly demon. Great Curse Technique. This is the Great Curse Technique. Wasn't this technique lost in the Primordial era? You actually know the Great Curse Technique. The heavenly demon cried out in fear. He didn't even care about Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. He turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It's useless. Once the power of the Great Curse Technique descends, no one will be able to avoid it. The Fire Crow's voice was cold. Boom. The terrifying power of the curse struck the heavenly demon's body. Crack, crack. The heavenly demon's body began to crumble. No, 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 I'm not willing to die like this. I've been trapped for tens of thousands of years and finally escaped. How can I die like this? Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. The heavenly demon roared and began to use the heavenly demon clan's ultimate divine ability. Seeing the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He had obtained the cultivation method of the heavenly demon disintegration technique in the heavenly demon tomb, and Lin Feng had also cultivated this divine ability. He knew how terrifying this divine ability was. Once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, it could increase one's combat power by 10 times for a short period of time. Of course, the user would lose most of their lifespan, and their cultivation base could also be greatly reduced. It was the most overbearing and desperate method. The heavenly demon was clearly going all out. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the heavenly demon who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique. He had to stop the heavenly demon, otherwise, once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, the heavenly demon's cultivation base would increase by 10 times, and everyone would die. "Boy, do you think you can stop me? You're overestimating yourself." The heavenly demon sneered, and a demonic hand appeared in the void. The demonic hand slapped the void. Half of Lin Feng's body immediately exploded. Even a body as strong as his could not withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would have died without a burial place. Lin Feng endured the excruciating pain and quickly rushed to the heavenly demon. He slashed the heavenly demon's body, and the heavenly demon who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique was immediately interrupted. At this moment, Fire Crow had also rushed over, flapping its wings. The power of the curse surged into the heavenly demon's body like a tidal wave. Bang! The heavenly demon's body directly exploded, and its remnant soul was destroyed. Only the origin energy was left floating in the air. Ah, the heavenly demon's origin, I'll devour. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body to repair his body while madly devouring the heavenly demon's origin. Chapter 888. Brat, this is my heavenly demon's origin. Huaye roared and flapped his wings, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng threw himself at the Fire Crow again. He didn't pay attention to it. The only way to stop me from plundering the heavenly demon's origin is to kill me. Jin Shengyuan also rushed over and began devouring the heavenly demon's origin. After Lin Feng absorbed enough heavenly demon's origin, The next step was to refine it and increase his cultivation level. They landed on a barren mountain in front of them and began cultivating. Although Huaya was not the strongest existence in the Death Swamp, he was not someone that any beast dared to provoke. The beasts in the Death Swamp all avoided the place where Huaya was cultivating. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art and began refining the heavenly demon's origin. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the seventh firmament of the yin-yang realm. The heavenly demon's origin contained the power of tribulation. After refining it, Lin Feng estimated that he would be able to attract the heavenly tribulation. The eighth firmament of the yin-yang realm required tribulation. Only by successfully transcending the tribulation could one break through to the eighth firmament. Of course, transcending the tribulation was a huge and difficult test for cultivators. Since ancient times, more than 90% of cultivators at the seventh firmament of the yin-yang realm failed to break through to the eighth firmament. If they were lucky, they could survive, but they would never be able to break through again. However, more people died tragically. Therefore, Lin Feng had been suppressing his cultivation level because transcending the tribulation was too important. He could not fail. Once he failed, it would mean that his cultivation path had come to an end. After spending 3 days, Lin Feng finally refined the heavenly demon's origin. The power of tribulation surged between Lin Feng's eyebrows. It was the power of the heavenly tribulation. A tribulation has appeared between my eyebrows. My heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Lin Feng looked up. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning interweaved. Waves of destructive power surged within the lightning. This destructive power fused with the power of thunder. This was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend, and the death swamp became quiet. Some powerful beasts stayed away from the area covered by the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng flew into the air. Huaya and Jin Shengyuan woke up from their cultivation. Jin Shengyuan was delighted. Brother Feng is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Brother Feng has accumulated a lot of resources, so passing the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem for him. Once he succeeds, his strength will rise to an unimaginable level. The thunderclouds above the 9 heavens grew larger and larger. Originally, they only covered an area of 10 miles. However, more and more thunderclouds were gathering. Soon, the thunderclouds covered an area of 50 to 60 miles. In the end, the thunderclouds covered an area of over 100 miles. Fire Crow was shocked. Cultivators have to overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. There are a total of 12 Tao tribulations before they can cultivate the great Tao. This brat is only undergoing his first Tao tribulation. How can his heavenly tribulation be so huge? For ordinary cultivators, it would already be considered heaven-defying if their heavenly tribulation could cover an area of 2 to 3 miles. However, Lin Feng's heavenly tribulation covered an area of over 50 kilometers. It was indeed shocking. Even a knowledgeable ancient existence like the Fire Crow found it hard to believe. Lin Feng stood in the sky, looking at the heavenly tribulation that covered an area of over 50 kilometers. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His savings were 300 times more than other cultivators of the same level. This guaranteed that he would have the strength to kill a high-level cultivator even when he was at a lower level. However, the heavens were fair. Since the heavens gave him such great strength, they would definitely suppress him in other aspects. For example, Lin Feng was a cultivator who had broken through a long time ago. Now that he was undergoing his tribulation, the terror of his heavenly tribulation was far beyond his imagination. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly tribulation smashed toward Lin Feng. The purple lightning that was as thick as a mountain came crashing down. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Come! Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. He went against the heavens and punched the lightning that was as huge as a mountain. Lin Feng's Tao was the Tao of supremacy. The Tao of supremacy was to look askance at the heavens and sweep everything before it. Even in the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, Lin Feng wouldn't shrink back. All of his strength was condensed into this punch. Bang! The lightning that was as thick as a mountain was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, the second bolt of heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Lin Feng's second bolt of heavenly tribulation was a huge lightning snake. The lightning snake that was 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng roared and attacked with the sky tyrant lightning art. The second bolt of heavenly tribulation shattered. Groan! A loud dragon roar sounded. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation came. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation was a lightning dragon. Lin Feng was extremely arrogant. He went against the heavens and directly tore the lightning dragon apart. This. Jin Shengyuan was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone transcend heavenly tribulation like this. When others transcended heavenly tribulation, they were trembling with fear. It was also extremely difficult to resist the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took the initiative to attack. In a short time, he broke 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention Jin Shengyuan, even Huo was dumbfounded. The fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into an ancient war chariot. Wherever the ancient war chariot passed, the void collapsed. Lin Feng roared and threw 3 consecutive punches to destroy the ancient war chariot. The fifth bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a sword aura. The sword slashed through heaven and earth and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, displayed the sword Dao that he had comprehended. He condensed a supreme sword and slashed out. It collided with the sword aura condensed by the heavenly tribulation. The 2 sword auras were annihilated. The sixth bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a lightning blade. The attack power of the lightning blade increased crazily. Lin Feng's expression became serious because he felt that this heavenly tribulation was different from the previous ones. Although the previous heavenly tribulations were also increasing in power, there was a limit to the increase. Each time, it would increase by 1 or 2 times. However, Lin Feng felt that the power of this lightning blade tribulation was more than 100 times stronger than the previous heavenly tribulation. The power increased by more than 100 times in one go. The increase was too terrifying. This time, Lin Feng was injured by the lightning blade, and his body was almost cut in half. What a terrifying lightning blade! Lin Feng's expression changed. He took out his golden core and shattered the lightning blade. Then, he used his immortal divine body to repair his damaged body. Die. The seventh bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a giant miracle god. It held a huge axe and chopped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's golden core soared into the sky, absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation while fighting against the giant miracle god. Clang! Clang! After 36 consecutive collisions, the giant miracle god was shattered by Lin Feng's golden core. Lin Feng's golden core crazily absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation like a whale drinking water. The fluctuations emitted by his golden core also became stronger and stronger. Rumble! The eighth bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a huge army that crushed down. Lin Feng soared into the sky and fought against the army. He was almost annihilated several times, but Lin Feng's immortal divine body was too powerful and was able to repair his body time and time again. Huo's expression changed. The sixth bolt of heavenly tribulation only appears when one breaks through the life and death realm. This brat actually withstood such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Jin Shengyuan was shocked when he heard Huo's words. He asked, since it's necessary to break through the life and death realm, why did Brother Feng have to undergo such a terrifying heavenly tribulation on his first try? Huo replied, that's because the heavens don't allow such a heaven-defying genius to be born, so they want to destroy him. Boom! At that moment, the ninth bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed in the sky. It was an illusory figure. It looked like a young great emperor. When it appeared, the world fell silent. This is the emperor's tribulation, Huo cried out. What is the emperor's tribulation? Jin Shengyuan asked. The emperor's tribulation is an illusory figure imprinted in the sky by a cultivator who has reached the emperor realm. That illusory figure in the sky should be an imprint left behind by that great emperor when he was young, when he underwent his first heavenly tribulation. It's now the brat's ninth bolt of heavenly tribulation. Huawei's expression was grave. Jin Shengyuan's expression changed drastically. Doesn't that mean Brother Feng has to defeat a young great emperor at the same level as him to succeed? Huawei smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. The emperor's tribulation has appeared. If he can defeat the young great emperor, he'll succeed. If he fails, he'll be killed by the young great emperor. Chapter 889. He descended from the sky like a celestial being. The young great emperor's first attack made Lin Feng feel threatened. Break! Lin Feng roared. His path of supremacy was to sweep away all enemies and be invincible. So what if the young great emperor was invincible? Even the young great emperor might not have been stronger than him during his tribulation. This was the importance of the Tao. If he didn't have the Tao to support his belief, he might have collapsed when he felt the young great emperor's aura. However, with the path of supremacy, Lin Feng established his belief. Supremacy. Invincibility. Sky rend. Sword intent. Condensed. The sword and saber merged and slashed at the young great emperor. Clang. The two attacks collided, and a destructive shockwave spread out from the center of the collision. Lin Feng was swept by the shockwave and was sent flying. The young great emperor was also sent flying. Swoosh. The young great emperor didn't stop, and he charged at Lin Feng again. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to shatter the heavens, and he slashed at Lin Feng. In the void, a dazzling killing light condensed and tore through the sky, enveloping Lin Feng. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng could feel the destructive power in the attack. The destructive power was hidden within the killing light. Once it exploded, it would be like a thunderbolt. As expected of the young great emperor's attack, it was powerful. This time, Lin Feng used the immemorial divine ability, star-plucking hand. The hand plucked the stars and captured the sun and moon. A huge palm condensed in the void and grabbed at the young great emperor's killing light. The immemorial star-plucking hand could even pluck stars from outer space. Let alone an attack condensed from a divine ability. Crack. As expected, the immemorial star-plucking palm caught the killing light that the young great emperor had unleashed. Then, it shattered. Jin Shengyuan said in shock, Brother Feng can suppress a young great emperor at the same level. Isn't he too strong? The Fire Crow replied, this is just the beginning. The young emperor won't just be this weak. As if to verify Fire Crow's words, the young great emperor walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Whoosh. Suddenly, one split into two, two into four, four into eight. There were hundreds of young great emperors. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Hundreds of young great emperors charged towards Lin Feng, swinging their divine fists at Lin Feng. Pu. This time, Lin Feng suffered a blow. His body shifted horizontally while his body was drenched in blood. The young great emperor's attack had injured Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng couldn't tell which of the great emperors was the real one. The young great emperor obviously didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance to catch his breath and quickly chased after him. Hundreds of figures attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was sent flying again, but this time, his injuries were even more severe. His left arm was almost chopped off, and there was a bloody hole in his abdomen. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the young great emperor's thunderous attacks. At the same time, Lin Feng began to circulate his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, Lin Feng's expression changed when he realized that a strange power was preventing his immortal body from healing his body. Clearly, this strange power had been left in Lin Feng's body when the young great emperor had injured Lin Feng earlier. All powers in the world were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. And now, Lin Feng's immortal body was being suppressed by the young great emperor. Since the young great emperor couldn't use his immortal body's ability to heal his body, Lin Feng was in great danger. Jin Shengyuan could also see the danger Lin Feng was in. He said worriedly, Brother Feng can't use his special constitution, and the young great emperor's attacks are so strange. How will Brother Feng block the young great emperor's attacks? Huawei's expression turned grave. It was indeed what Jin Shengyuan was worried about. In Huawei's opinion, if Feng Lin couldn't even use his special constitution, then Lin Feng would most likely die. The young great emperor attacked Lin Feng again. Numerous figures appeared and charged at Lin Feng. It was this strange and terrifying move again. As expected of the young great emperor. He's really powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This time, he didn't try to dodge, as there was no way to do so. The space between his eyebrows started to blink. Swoosh. Next, the heavenly demon snake eye opened. The heavenly demon snake eye was known as the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. Heavenly demon snake eye. Huawei exclaimed. Jin Shengyuan had heard of the heavenly demon snake eye before. He also exclaimed, Brother Feng actually has the heavenly demon snake eye? That's the Eye of Origin. With the heavenly demon snake eye's power, the young great emperor's strange technique will be useless. The instant the heavenly demon snake eye opened, Lin Feng saw the figures disappear one after another. Only the young great emperor was left in the world. It was the young great emperor's true body. Swoosh. Lin Feng charged over. The Dao in his left hand was destroyed, and the Dao in his right hand was destroyed. The two Dao characters attacked the young great emperor. Bang! The young great emperor was sent flying. All the fake bodies disappeared, and only the real body remained. After taking Lin Feng's attack, the young great emperor's body became much more illusory. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the young great emperor. However, the young great emperor formed a hand seal. Great Emperor's Seal. This was an emperor's technique created by the great emperor. It was invincible as it attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was enveloped by the emperor's technique, felt like his body no longer belonged to him. His body began to crack. Not good. The young great emperor knows an emperor's technique. Emperor's technique is an inheritance from the ancient times. It's a supreme technique created by a great emperor. Now that the young great emperor is using an emperor's technique, I'm afraid that kid is going to die. Jin Shengyuan's expression changed drastically. He said, Senior, please save Brother Feng. Huawei said, cultivators need to resist the heavenly tribulation themselves, not others. If others help, an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation will descend. When the time comes, death will be inevitable. Then what should we do? Jin Shengyuan's face was pale. He looked at Lin Feng anxiously. The young great emperor's seal was a terrifying emperor's technique. It hadn't even hit Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was already severely injured. If the attack landed on Lin Feng's body, what kind of injuries would he suffer? He would probably die instantly. Is this an emperor's technique? Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. He also knew that it was a moment of life and death. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved. Lin Feng's fighting strength increased 5-fold. I'll let you have a taste of my supreme technique. Lin Feng's eyes were ice-cold. Supreme reincarnation fist, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He took a step forwards and threw a punch. Lin Feng's sovereign's path began to revolve. The ancient dragonesque elephant technique, the 5 emperor's dragon fists, the great purification technique, the sky tyrant lightning technique, the ancient star plucking hand, and many other secret techniques revolved around the sovereign's path. Cultivators who had a path would obtain a powerful ability after breaking through to the creation realm. It was an ability that was given to them by the path. However, cultivators could also use their own Tao to comprehend and create their own divine abilities. Since ancient times, which great emperor's technique had been given to them by the path? None at all. Every great emperor's technique had been created based on their own path. It had been perfected over time. Emperor's techniques were much more powerful than the abilities given to them by the path. After Lin Feng established his path, he began to practice his supreme technique. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was a supreme technique created by Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's first time using the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was used, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell rang out between heaven and earth. The potential to become a great emperor. Heavens, that kid actually has the potential to become a great emperor. Rumor has it that when a cultivator with the potential to become a great emperor appears, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell will ring. Huawei cried out in shock. Bang! Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with the young great emperor's seal. Boom, it was as if two planets had collided. An energy shockwave capable of destroying the world spread out. Lin Feng and the young Great Emperor were both sent flying. After the collision, Lin Feng stood in the air, bent over, and gasped for breath. Chapter 890. I've finally broken through, Lin Feng sighed in relief as he watched the heavenly tribulation dissipate. What surprised Lin Feng even more than his breakthrough was his self-created supreme reincarnation punch. It had actually blocked an emperor technique. What a great supreme reincarnation punch, Huawei praised. Jin Shengyuan also flew over and said, Brother Feng, congratulations on breaking through. It was really difficult to break through this time. Lin Feng sighed and used his immortal body to heal his injuries. Then, Lin Feng looked at the fire crow and asked, Master, did that young man use a great emperor's skill? It was an emperor technique, but it wasn't an emperor technique, Huawei said. Lin Feng asked curiously, what do you mean? The fire crow said, the young great emperor's experience in creating emperor techniques was very similar to yours. When he was young, he comprehended his own Tao and created his own divine ability, which was the great emperor's seal. Later, as his cultivation increased, he continued to improve the great emperor's seal. When he broke through to the emperor realm, the great emperor's seal completed its final transformation and became a true emperor technique. Lin Feng said, I understand. Senior, are you saying that the young emperor's great imperial seal was in its initial state? It's equivalent to an embryonic form of an emperor technique? Huawei nodded and said, you can put it that way. Of course, you can also understand it in another way. As one's cultivation increases, the great imperial seal will be divided into many layers, each layer stronger than the last. The great imperial seal that the young emperor used just now was the first layer of the great imperial seal. Lin Feng said, my supreme reincarnation punch blocked the young emperor's great imperial seal. Does that mean that my supreme reincarnation punch will have the same power as the great imperial seal in the future? Huawei said, the complete great imperial seal is an emperor technique from the ancient times. If you can break through to the emperor realm, your supreme reincarnation punch will naturally be able to resist the great imperial seal. It might even be stronger than the great imperial seal. Daoist Flaming Crow was experienced and knowledgeable. He could already tell that Lin Feng's Tao was that of a paragon. If Lin Feng broke through to the emperor realm, if that was the case, then he would be a supreme emperor among emperors. Thus, it was natural that Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist was more powerful than the emperor's seal. Emperor realm. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Fire Crow and Jin Shengyuan continued their seclusion to refine the heavenly devil's origin. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the increase in strength after his breakthrough. It could be said that Lin Feng had obtained great benefits from this breakthrough. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his willpower and confidence had also improved. The battle with the young great emperor had strengthened Lin Feng's belief in his Tao of supremacy. Jin Shengyuan was the first to refine the heavenly devil's origin. His cultivation level rose from the 6th level of the yin-yang realm to the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Jin Shengyuan was 19 years old this year, but his strength had already reached the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. As expected of a genius from the demon clan who had the blood of the golden-winged rock flowing in his body. After Jin Shengyuan broke through, Huawei also woke up from his seclusion a day later. Huawei's cultivation level was unfathomable, so Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan didn't know if Huawei's cultivation level had increased after refining the heavenly devil's origin. Rumble. At this moment, a series of loud noises came from afar. A huge flying ship came through the sky. Lin Feng said in shock, a flying ship actually entered the death swamp. Which faction's flying ship is this? Why are they so daring? Time Cave, this is the flying ship of Tianzhou's Time Cave, Jin Shengyuan said. He recognized the sect insignia on the flying ship. Tianzhou was definitely a continent that had a thunderous reputation. Tianwu University's 63,000 continents. Tianzhou was one of the top 10 continents. Tianzhou had the most ancient factions. It was said that there were a total of 5 ancient factions. One had to know that there were only two ancient factions in the 72 northern continents. They were the Eternal Life Temple and the barbarian Godly Temple. The Tianju, on the other hand, had 5 ancient forces. It was obvious just how powerful the Tianju was. Time Cave was one of the 5 great factions in Tianju. Tianju is over 100 continents away from the Death Swamp. Even if they used a space-time wormhole, it would take them a few years to cross the continents. Why would a cultivator from Time Cave come to the Death Swamp? Lin Feng was puzzled. For the heavenly devil fruit, Huo said. Heavenly devil fruit? What's that? Lin Feng asked. It's a sacred item of the Heavenly Devil Clan. Huo's eyes glowed. The Heavenly Devil Clan, there really are Heavenly Devil Clans. Are they the descendants of the Heavenly Devils who escaped with serious injuries during the Middle Ages? Lin Feng asked in shock. Chaos during the Middle Ages? Huo pursed his lips and said, the Heavenly Devil Clan is divided into many branches. The Heavenly Devil Clan that caused the chaos during the Middle Ages has already been killed. The Heavenly Devil Clan is a descendant of the Heavenly Devil Clan left behind in the Tianwu continent during the Great War of Gods and Demons. This clan is exceptionally powerful, but their ancestors made a blood oath that they would never leave the Death Swamp. Otherwise, the heavens would punish them and they would be exterminated. Hiss. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan gasped. That oath was too vicious. Jin Shengyuan asked, why would the Heavenly Devil Clan's ancestor make such a vicious oath? Huo replied, the Great War of Gods and Demons affected countless astral areas. Countless living beings died during that war. The Heavenly Devil Clan was the imperial clan of the Demon Clan. They were extremely powerful, but they also suffered great losses during that war. Later on, a branch of the imperial clan descended on the Tianwu continent. They wanted to unify the Tianwu continent and make it their home, but the Tianwu continent was full of strong cultivators. The 100 saints of the human clan appeared one after another, and the heavenly devils were forced to retreat. In the end, they signed a treaty with the 100 saints of the human clan, stating that the heavenly devils would never leave the Death Swamp. I see. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded. The ancient era was one of the most glorious eras in the history of the Tianwu continent. Many terrifying cultivators had appeared, and the 100 saints of the human clan were the best examples. No matter how strong the heavenly devils were, they were still no match for the 100 saints of the human clan. The 100 saints of the human clan weren't just great in the ancient era. Even in the long history of the human clan, they could be called great. In the distance, the Time Cave's flying ship was flying over. Said Huo, smiling coldly. The Time Cave is underestimating the Swamp of Death. They're flying above the Swamp of Death so brazenly. Just wait and see. The Time Cave's people are going to be in big trouble. We'll just hide and watch the show. Huo, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan flew off into the distance and hid in a dense forest. Nay, the sound of horses neighing could be heard. In the distance, 3 stone horses were pulling a chariot. The stone man was standing on top of the chariot. When they saw the stone man, Huo, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan didn't dare make a sound. They were afraid that they would be discovered. That was a terrifying being that even Huo couldn't fight against. We can hunt today, a cold voice said as the golden person rushed over. The skeleton wielding a treasured sword also flew over. It was filled with killing intent. I like delicious meat. What a feast, said Lin Feng. The swamp split open, and a terrifying being with 6 heads and 18 arms walked out. It looked like a demon. Heavens! What kind of race is that? When he saw that being, Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that there were far more terrifying beings in the deathly swamp than he had imagined. These terrifying beings had already appeared, but the people of the Time Cave hadn't. Chapter 891. That's an expert from the celestial demons. His name is Akaji Xie. Huo whispered. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded. No wonder the other party looked so strange. He was an expert from the celestial demons. It seemed that the celestial demons were much stronger than they had imagined. Why had the 100 saints of the ancient era signed an agreement with the celestial demons' ancestors to imprison them in the swamp of death instead of exterminating them? The reason was that the celestial demons were still very powerful even though they had been defeated. If the humans had really wanted to exterminate them, they would have had to fight back before they died. At that time, the humans would have lost countless lives. It seems that I've come at the right time. The fifth expert appeared. It was a demonic ape with 2 heads and a pair of wings. It was unknown what race it belonged to, but its aura wasn't any weaker than the others. It was another overlord of the swamp of death. Hiss! A 3,000-meter-long snake slithered over from the distance and turned into an exceptionally handsome man. The Snake King was also an overlord. The 6 experts didn't say much when they appeared. They just charged at the Time Cave's ship. Huawei said, "They're all the top experts of the swamp of death. Even I am no match for them." Huawei was very strong. If even Huawei felt inferior, it was obvious how strong the 6 experts were. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. How strange. Haven't the people of the Time Cave sensed anything? They didn't react at all. Jin Shengyuan also felt strange. Could it be that the people of the Time Cave are waiting for the 6 overlords to appear? Hurry up and leave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. At that moment, a cold voice was heard from the Time Cave's ship. The experts of the Time Cave had discovered the 6 overlords. Lowly creatures, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. You really don't know the meaning of death. You're all just prey for us. The Snake King flicked his forked tongue. Boom. The 6 overlords attacked at the same time. They used their supreme techniques and attacked the Time Cave's ship. 9 frightening dragon strikes. A sea of rocks surged. An army of thousands. His killing intent was as vast as the sea. The wrath of Buddha destroyed the world. Heavenly Dipper God splitting slash. These 6 overlords were indeed incomparably powerful. Which of the divine abilities that they executed didn't possess the might to destroy heaven and earth? 6 divine abilities blasted towards the flying ship. Even with such a powerful flying ship, it was impossible for it to withstand the attacks of the 6 overlords. You're courting death. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, an ice-cold voice came from the Time Cave flying ship. That voice was filled with biting cold killing intent. Immediately after that, a middle-aged cultivator in snow-white clothes stepped out from the flying ship. He held a golden sword in his hand. 1 sword to destroy the world, 1 sword to wither, 1 sword to bury 100 eras, 1 sword to sever time. The white-robed cultivator wielded his sword and slashed towards the 6 overlords. Sword chi swept across the 6 powerhouses. The might of the sword chi was so powerful that it instantly destroyed the attacks of the 6 overlords. "It's an imperial weapon," Lin Feng exclaimed. That was an aura that surpassed that of a divine weapon. It was an aura that made the great Tao lie dormant. Only an imperial weapon could emit such a terrifying aura. Jin Shengyuan said. "It's the Time Sword." The Time Cave was created by a great emperor of the immemorial era, the flowing time great emperor before he ascended to the undying realm. This Time Sword is an imperial weapon refined by the flowing time great emperor. It seems like the flowing time great emperor left his imperial weapon to his descendants before he ascended. Imperial weapon, quickly retreat. The 6 hegemon-level existences all cried out in horror. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against an imperial weapon. "If I let you escape so easily, where will my Time Cave put its face?" The white-robed cultivator's voice was indifferent. Even when facing the overlords of the Death Swamp, he was still so domineering. As expected of an immemorial era power. Moreover, it was an immemorial era power that possessed an imperial weapon. Such a power was considered the strongest power in the 3,000 continents of the Sky Marshal continent. Time slash. The white-robed cultivator slashed out with his sword. That slash enveloped the 6 overlords. Time flew by. No matter how many years it was just a drop in the ocean. The time slash caused the 6 overlords to age rapidly. "Ah! My lifespan instantly decreased by 3,000 years. The tiny golden person cried out in horror. "Let's fight, let's fight. The other overlords were in a similar situation. Each of them spat out the essence blood in their body and used it to increase their battle strength. They joined forces to block the time slash. However, the sword chi still spread out and pierced through the 6 overlords' bodies. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Immediately after, the 6 overlords escaped with injuries. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The white-robed cultivator didn't chase after them. He returned to the flying ship. The flying ship continued to fly into the distance. Isn't this imperial weapon too strong? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He could feel that although the white-robed cultivator was strong, there was still a huge gap between his strength and the 6 overlords. However, he was able to heavily injure the 6 overlords of the Death Swamp with his imperial weapon. This was the might of an imperial weapon. It was truly oppressive. If the imperial weapon's god was revived, it might really be able to slay a god. Lin Feng asked curiously, imperial weapons are used to protect the sect's fate. They won't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, the Time Cave's expert is using an imperial weapon to obtain the heavenly demon fruit. Senior, do you know what the heavenly demon fruit is? Jin Shengyuan looked at Huo. It was his first time hearing about the heavenly demon fruit. He was very curious. Do you know why the heavenly demons are so strong? Huo didn't answer. It was said that the heavenly demons had the strength of the rebirth realm when they reached adulthood. If they were slightly more talented, they could break through to the deity realm. This race was indeed heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng didn't know why this race was so strong. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan shook their heads. Huo said, it's because of the heavenly demon fruit. It can create an imperial fetus in the Dantian. The imperial fetus is like a tiny primordial spirit. It can cultivate. Once the imperial fetus is formed, the heavenly demon's strength will increase explosively. The stronger the imperial fetus, the stronger the heavenly demon will be. What's an imperial fetus? Asked Lin Feng. After breaking through to the fortune realm, the golden core in the Dantian will transform again. At that time, it will transform into a nascent soul. An imperial fetus is the strongest nascent soul, said Huo. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Huo. No wonder the heavenly demons were so strong. It was because they had an imperial fetus. Chapter 892. Let's go to the Empyrean Devil Clan as well. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years. // Pavilion uploads readers blasphemy % said Huo. The Empyrean Devil Fruit was also important to Huo because his saint fetus was also an ordinary saint fetus. If he ate the fruit, his saint fetus could also evolve into the strongest emperor fetus. Jin Shengyuan asked, does it take 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil Fruit to ripen? Huo replied, that's right. It takes 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil Fruit to ripen. Good, very good. We have to snatch a few Empyrean Devil Fruits. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This was a treasure that could increase one's cultivation. It was such a great opportunity. How could they miss it? If they missed it, they would regret it for 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, they might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, 10,000 years was too long. They had to seize every moment. Every time the Empyrean Devil Fruit ripens, the Empyrean Devil Clan will guard it tightly. It won't be easy to snatch it. However, since someone has used an imperial weapon this time, there might be an opportunity. If we succeed, we'll return your freedom, said Huo. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were delighted. The three of them didn't stop and flew towards the Empyrean Devil Clan. The Empyrean Devil Clan was located in the Empyrean Devil Mountain Range in the Swamp of Death. The Empyrean Devil Clan had subdued many ferocious beasts and were patrolling the mountain range. After arriving, Huo, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan didn't rush to sneak in. They were too big of a target during the day, and they would be easily discovered by the patrolling ferocious beasts. They waited for night to fall. When night fell, they avoided the patrolling ferocious beasts and sneaked into the Empyrean Devil Clan's lair. From a distance, They could see that the Empyrean Devil Clan had more than 300 people. In the depths of the Empyrean Devil Clan's lair was an ancient tree. It was a Empyrean Devil tree that could bear Empyrean Devil fruits. According to rumors, this was a mysterious demonic tree that was formed at the beginning of the world. Even now, it was probably difficult to find 10 of them even if one searched the entire universe. The Empyrean Devil Clan had a Empyrean tree. The injured Empyrean Devil Clan's Devil Overlord was also there. Clan leader, someone is here with a great imperial weapon. The heavenly demon said. An old sky demon said coldly, anyone who tries to steal our sky demon race's saint fruit will die. Right now, the cultivators from the time cave had yet to appear. Therefore, Hua Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan naturally wouldn't make a move. They were waiting for an opportunity to arrive. The heavenly devils of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan all looked very strange. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others looked no different from humans. That's not the true appearance of a celestial demon. Celestial demons can transform into whatever they want. Fire Crow said. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This heavenly demon was actually so strange. The Fire Crow continued, that's why we have to remember each other's life aura and not be confused by the heavenly demons. Yes. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded. These heavenly demons had set up sacrificial altars. They wanted to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Although the heavenly devil race was extremely evil and cruel, it was still a race of heavenly devils. However, this race was indeed powerful and possessed many terrifying methods. The heavenly demons used sacrifices in exchange for a mysterious power. This mysterious power would enter the heavenly devil fruit and allow it to ripen. Under the leadership of the Patriarch, more than 300 heavenly demons devoutly offered sacrifices. Boom, a terrifying power descended from the heavens and enveloped the heavenly devil tree. Then, the 9 heavenly devil fruits devoured this power. However, the heavenly devil fruits turned from black to gold. They've ripened. Even the experts of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan were excited. After 10,000 years of waiting, the 9 heavenly devil fruits would naturally make the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan go wild with joy. My race would like to borrow a few heavenly devil fruits. We hope that the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan can part with them. The white-robed cultivator came over with the time sword. It's this person. The injured heavenly devil overlord glared at the white-robed cultivator. He was a top expert of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan. Who are you? The patriarch of the Heavenly Devil clan said coldly. Time Cave Mo Li. The white-robed cultivator said. So it's someone from the Time Cave in Tianju. Leave quickly, and my race can spare your life. The patriarch said. You really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, everyone, attack. The white-robed cultivator shouted coldly. Haha, the heavenly devil fruit, we've been waiting for it for a long time. Loud laughter rang out. A cultivator with a huge axe appeared. Tianzhou's divine axe sect. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan is no longer the ancient race. Your race has already declined. Cold laughter rang out as a cultivator with a halberd walked over. Tianzhou's Void God sect. Since the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan doesn't know what's good for them, we might as well steal all the Heavenly Devil fruits today. Another expert walked over. This one was shrouded in grey fog. Tianzhou's Evil Spirit Dao sect. Hey, since that's the case, why don't we steal all the Heavenly Devil fruits that the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan has been storing for so many years? I don't believe that they don't have any. Coquettish laughter rang out. This time, a woman with an enchanting figure walked out. She wore a long pink dress that perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure in front of everyone. Tianzhou's Red Dust Pavilion. Good heavens, the 5 ancient factions of Tianzhou have all come. Jin Shengyuan said in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, more than 3,000 cultivators flew over. These cultivators were clearly experts from the 5 ancient factions. This time, the 5 ancient factions had made ample preparations. Lin Feng said, the imperial weapon is so powerful. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan won't be able to resist the 5 ancient factions, right? Huawei nodded and said, "We'll make our move when the battle reaches its climax." A low roar echoed through the 9 heavens. Time coquettish Mo Li wielded the imperial weapon and attacked the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Clearly, Xiao Moli wanted to kill the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. As long as he could kill him, the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan would fall into chaos. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader snorted. Light flashed in his hand, and an ancient and mysterious stone weapon appeared. It was unknown what era this treasure was from, but it was actually made of stone. The treasure was 3 meters long and shaped like a huge blade. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader slashed the stone weapon at Xiao Moli. Clang! The 2 treasures collided, and both sides were sent flying. What kind of weapon is that? How can it be so powerful? It actually blocked the imperial weapon's power? Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were both astonished. Imperial weapons were peerless existences. They were practically invincible. But now, the stone weapon had blocked it. It was too shocking. That's a stone tool. It's like the stone tribe's holy spirit. It's a weapon born from nature. A top-grade stone tool is indeed comparable to an imperial weapon. Huawei said. Lin Feng was astonished. He was also amazed by the power of the creator. Something born from nature could actually give birth to such a terrifying weapon. It was unimaginable. Boom. 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 A few thousand experts from the 5 ancient factions surrounded the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Despicable creatures, die. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader said coldly. These Heavenly Devils were too powerful. Although they were few in number, their battle prowess was incredible. The experts from the 5 ancient factions were constantly being killed by the Heavenly Devils. Too powerful. I'm afraid these few thousand experts won't be enough to kill the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Lin Feng was astonished as he watched the experts from the 5 ancient factions die one after another. Groan. At that moment, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the distance, a pitch-black, 2-headed black dragon flew over at high speed. Its draconic aura spread for 100,000 miles. Dragon, it's a black dragon. Lin Feng was astonished. The Swamp of Death actually had such a terrifying creature. It was too shocking. That's the Swamp of Death's overlord, the Black Dragon Sage. Even it's here. Let's get ready to fight for the Heavenly Devil Fruit. Huawei cawed. Rumble. In the distant forest, a stone man rode a stone horse over. Golden light soared into the sky as the golden dwarf attacked. The skeleton wielded a treasured sword and flew over with boundless murderous intent. The mountain demon walked through the swamp, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Serpent King transformed into a demonic youth. The crocodile transformed into a muscular man. Chapter 893. Boom! The overlords of the Death Swamp rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Their goal was the Heavenly Demon Fruit. As for the battle to the death, they would let the Heavenly Demon race and the 5 ancient powers fight each other. Black Dragon Saint, take your people and leave. Otherwise, the Heavenly Demon race will fight you to the death. The leader of the Heavenly Demon race roared furiously. As a member of the Dragon race, the Black Dragon Saint's cultivation was unimaginable. Even the leader of the Heavenly Demon race was wary of him. As for the other overlords of the Death Swamp, which one of them didn't have the power to destroy the world? TMPH, do you think I'm afraid of the Heavenly Demon race? I have many experts under me. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. The Black Dragon Saint laughed coldly. The Black Dragon Saint had cultivated for 15,300 years. 10,000 years ago, he had followed the previous king of the Death Swamp to snatch the Heavenly Demon Fruit, but he had failed. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, he had become the king of the beasts in the Swamp of Death. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity. If the 5 forces from the Tianju didn't come with their monarch's weapons, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Even if the Heavenly Demon race didn't have the Heavenly Demon Fruit, it would be difficult to snatch it. Now, it was indeed an opportunity for the Black Dragon Saint. Stop them. The leader of the Heavenly Demon race shouted. He was fighting with Xiao Moli and couldn't be distracted. Of course, the experts of the heavenly demon race went to stop the overlords of the Death Swamp. Heavenly Demon Punch. An elder of the Heavenly Devil clan charged towards the Black Dragon Sage and punched towards him. Scram! The Black Dragon Sage laughed malevolently and swung his huge dragon claw over. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The Black Dragon Saint's huge dragon claw hit the elder of the Heavenly Demon race and sent him flying. That elder was an overlord of the Death Swamp, but he couldn't block the Black Dragon Saint's attack. The Black Dragon Saint was indeed the king of the Death Swamp. He was too strong. After the Black Dragon Sage sent the Heavenly Devil clan's elder flying, he flew towards the Heavenly Devil Tree and clawed at the Heavenly Devil Tree. At this moment, dense array runes appeared around the Heavenly Demonic Tree and enveloped it. Break for me. The Black Dragon Sage flapped his wings frantically as a dense black storm blasted towards the restriction. Crack, crack. The restrictions protecting the Heavenly Demonic Tree began to crack. 5 to 6 Heavenly Devil clan experts charged towards the Black Dragon Saint Monarch. All of them displayed their peerless divine abilities. At this moment, a string of strange syllables came out of the Black Dragon Sage's mouth. Draconic divine ability, an ultimate technique of the dragon race. Fire Crow said. The Black Dragon Lord unleashed his dragon language mystique, causing the surrounding void to distort. Immediately after, the void exploded, blasting all the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan away. One by one, half of the bodies of the Celestial Devil clan's experts exploded. His injuries were extremely serious. As expected of the dragon race. They're one of the strongest races. How powerful. Looking at the mighty Black Dragon Sage, Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. The Black Dragon Sage continued to attack the restriction. Crack, crack. The restriction continued to shatter. When it seemed that the restriction would not be able to last much longer, a mountain in the depths of the forest suddenly split open, and an old Heavenly Devil walked out. This Heavenly Devil had the appearance of a human, and he sent a palm strike towards the Black Dragon Sage. This was the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan who had been in seclusion all this time. Now that he had been alarmed, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, the Heavenly Devil fruit that the Heavenly Devil clan had been waiting for 10,000 years to ripen would be snatched away. Old bastard, your bloodline has deteriorated, and you still want to fight me. The Black Dragon Sage sneered and swung his huge dragon claw at the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan. Clang, clang. It was as if two ancient gods had collided. The void split open, and distorted space-time energy surged out, killing all the cultivators and heavenly devils who were sucked into it. The Black Dragon Sage was sent flying by the elder of the Heaven Devil clan. Even though the elder was old and frail, he was still so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Now, he had displayed his absolute strength and suppressed the Black Dragon Sage. Back then, it had not been easy for him to defeat the Black Dragon Sage. The Black Dragon Sage roared and charged towards the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan. The battle was intense, but Huo-Ya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan hid themselves. It was impossible for them to break the formation, as they would be discovered. Huo-Ya frowned and said, "It's really troublesome now. The formation hasn't been broken yet, so we can't take the Heavenly Devil fruit." They were hiding in the forest, about 3,000 meters away from the Heavenly Devil fruit. In the middle of the forest, there was a fierce battle going on, and it was extremely intense. Obviously, they would have to cross the formation if they wanted to break it, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought of an idea, and that was to let the dragon rabbit sneak over. The dragon rabbit could pass through restrictions, and it was extremely fast. Now that the battle was so intense, no one would pay attention to a rabbit. "Little White, come out." Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit from the beast slave pouch. The little guy was sleepy, and after being summoned, it stretched lazily. "Hey, it's a dragon rabbit." Huo-Ya was very surprised. Dragon rabbits were exotic beasts and were extremely rare. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After seeing Huo-Ya, the dragon rabbit jumped up and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. It buried its head in Lin Feng's head and shivered. The little guy was psychic and could feel how terrifying Huo-Ya was. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you." Lin Feng patted the dragon rabbit's head and said, "Go and pick the fruit from the restriction." The dragon rabbit squeaked. "What is it saying?" Jin Shengyuan asked curiously. "It's saying that it's too dangerous and it's very scared," Lin Feng said. Then, Lin Feng comforted the dragon rabbit again. The little guy agreed and carefully sneaked towards the heavenly devil fruit. It was night now, so it was easier to hide. Whoosh! When the dragon rabbit arrived beside the saint demon fruit, it directly rushed towards it. The restriction wanted to stop the dragon rabbit. However, the restriction was not a problem for the dragon rabbit. It instantly passed through the restriction and arrived in front of the heavenly devil fruit. It stretched out its claws and directly grabbed the 9 heavenly devil fruits. Not good, that's a dragon rabbit. Someone actually raised a dragon rabbit. That dragon rabbit wants to steal the heavenly devil fruit. Many people cried out in alarm and then became incomparably angry. Not only were the experts of the heavenly devil clan angry, even the 5 great powers of the Tianju region and the overlords of the Death Swamp were incomparably angry. Someone actually dared to pluck the fur from a tiger. Wasn't this courting death? Whiz! The dragon rabbit instantly rushed out, holding the 9 heavenly devil fruits in its arms. Many experts charged towards the dragon rabbit. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. With so many experts surrounding the dragon rabbit, the little guy would definitely die. He now regretted letting the dragon rabbit pick the heavenly devil fruit. Although the heavenly devil fruit was precious, in Lin Feng's eyes, the dragon rabbit had followed him for so long that it was equivalent to his family. The heavenly devil fruit was not worth mentioning compared to the dragon rabbit's life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon rabbit realized that it was trapped and could not escape. It cried out in fear, but the little guy quickly calmed down and threw the heavenly devil fruit in its hand in different directions. Snatch the heavenly devil fruit. Many experts became excited. They ignored the dragon rabbit and pounced on the heavenly devil fruit, while the dragon rabbit rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. "Little rabbit, hand over the remaining 3 heavenly devil fruits." There were also cultivators who charged towards the dragon rabbit because the little guy was still holding the 3 heavenly devil fruits. The dragon rabbit was extremely fast and agile. It dodged a group of people's attacks and arrived next to Lin Feng and the others. "We got it. Let's go." Lin Feng split the heavenly devil fruit and gave one to the 3 of them. They directly soared into the sky and flew outside. "You're courting death," angry roars shook the sky. The clan leader of the heavenly devil clan and time cave Mo Li stopped fighting. One person wielded the time sword and attacked Huaya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. Another person wielded a supreme stone weapon and attacked them. Boom! An emperor weapon. A top-grade stone weapon comparable to an emperor weapon. The attack instantly shattered the void. Then, it enveloped Huaya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. They suddenly realized that they could not move. Their bodies were disintegrating. Chapter 894. It was truly despairing. Unable to resist, they could only wait for death. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord was still in deep seclusion. Lin Feng couldn't contact the Demon Lord. Danger, danger, danger. Lin Feng was extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do. Jin Shengyuan was also at his wit's end. After all, it was an attack from an imperial weapon and a stone artifact. Life and death might be decided in the next moment. The next moment. Just when the situation was in jeopardy. Huaya suddenly cackled. "Back when I dominated the world, you people weren't even born yet. If it weren't for the fact that I was cursed by the cavern, I would have become a god long ago. Do you really think I don't have a way to deal with you?" Huaya suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a treasure. It was a spear. The spear was also a stone artifact. But it was different from the stone artifact in the hands of the Empyrean Devil Clan's patriarch. Huaya's stone artifact emitted an endless amount of curse power. "I'll let you taste the power of my cursed spear." Huaya let out a long cry, and the cursed spear flew over. The cursed spear emitted an endless amount of curse power. It was a supreme treasure that Huaya had obtained from the cursed cave abode. Now, Huawei was using his trump card. It was the cursed spear. The evil cursed cave abode had turned him into a slave of the cursed cave abode. But in his long life, Huawei had also obtained some things that others couldn't. It wasn't just his comprehension of Tao. Of course, there were also some powerful treasures. Clang! The cursed spear collided with the stone artifact and the imperial weapon, the time sword. The sound waves from the collision of treasures of this level directly killed many people on the spot. It was truly terrifying. The cursed spear blocked the attacks of the imperial weapon and the stone artifact before tearing the void apart. Huawei, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan entered the tear in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That's the fire crow. It has the ability to live forever. It's said that even if you kill it, it can rely on the cave to be reborn. Now that it has the celestial demon fruit, it's hiding inside the cave. Nobody can do anything to it. Many experts were even more furious, but now they knew that chasing after the fire crows was of no use. Everyone went to snatch the remaining 6 heavenly demon fruits. The void trembled as Huawei, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan rushed out. You can go now. Fly east for 10 days and 10 nights, and you'll be able to leave the death swamp. Fire Crow said. Thank you, Senior. We'll meet again. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan clasped their fists. They bid farewell to the Fire Crow and flew off into the distance. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan finally left the death swamp. We're in the territory of the Lu Anzhou. Jin Shengyuan let out a long sigh. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan arrived at Luan Prefecture's Jining City. This was the famous ancient capital of the Lu Anzhou. The Lu Anzhou's teleportation array was located here. After resting for a day in Jining City, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan said their goodbyes. If you have time in the future, you must come find me at the Rock King's gathering place. Uncle will be very happy to see you, Brother Feng. Jin Shengyuan said. I will. Lin Feng patted Jin Shengyuan on the shoulder. The two parted ways. Jin Shengyuan took the teleportation array to the place where he and the Rock King had agreed to meet. Lin Feng took the teleportation array to Heavenly Cloud City. Heavenly Cloud City was the only city in the Lu Anzhou that had a spacetime wormhole. Lin Feng had to cross 32 continents to reach the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. This was because the Tribulation Yarrow realm recorded on the tortoise shell was located at the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. However, when Lin Feng arrived at Heavenly Cloud City, he ran into trouble. He was surrounded by a dozen cultivators. Xiong Jin, an expert of the Xiong family. He was a 5th firmament manifestation cultivator. His cultivation was unfathomable. I've finally found you here. Let's see how you'll escape today. Xiong Jin's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Boom. The experts of the Xiong family didn't say much. Under Xiong Jin's lead, they surrounded Lin Feng. Look, there's a fight between cultivators. Many people cried out in alarm and quickly gathered around. Isn't that Xiong Jin from the Xiong family of Snow Province? That's right. That's Xiong Jin. I've seen him before. Who's that young cultivator they're attacking? Why are they attacking him? Many people were discussing this, very puzzled. Naturally, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle. Xiong Jin was too strong, and he also had a Dao artifact. Moreover, he had a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts helping him. This battle was too difficult. It was almost certain death. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon sword and charged left and right, killing 7 Xiong family experts in a row. However, he was also seriously injured several times. Although he used his immortal body to heal himself each time, he was still injured. Lin Feng's magic power was depleting too quickly. He felt that he could use his immortal body 2 more times at most before his magic power was depleted. At that time, he would probably die. Xiong Jin had clearly sensed Lin Feng's situation. The colder his expression was, the more confident he was in killing Lin Feng. That kid has a special physique that can heal injuries quickly. I wonder what kind of special physique it is. So what if he has a special physique? His magic power is almost depleted. Once his magic power is completely depleted, He'll die. Many cultivators pointed at Lin Feng, not believing that he could escape alive. Lin Feng killed another 3 experts of the Xiong family, but he was almost beheaded by one of the experts. Fresh blood flowed out. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used his immortal body to heal himself again. Xiong Jin laughed savagely. "Kid, it's time for you to die." Xiong Jin unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again. Xiong Jin had left more than a dozen deep wounds on his body, but Lin Feng didn't dare to use his immortal body anymore. He felt that his magic power was almost depleted. This was troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Xiong Jin only had 4 experts and Xiong Jin left. However, Lin Feng was like a lamp that had run out of oil. "It seems like you can't hold on much longer. How about we make a deal? Let me out, and we'll kill Xiong Jin together." Ning Hanchuang's voice came from the 4 vicious cauldrons. She was suppressed in the cauldrons, but she knew many things about the outside world. Especially since Lin Feng had gone through so many things during that time. She was astonished and moved. "How can I be sure that you won't betray me?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "I can swear that I won't seek revenge for 3 years. If I go back on my word, I'll die a horrible death," Ning Hanzuang said. Ning Hanzuang was a terrifying woman. She had a special physique and was ruthless. In order to achieve her goals, she would do anything. Lin Feng didn't want to let her go unless he had no other choice. But now, it was a matter of life and death. He had to borrow Ning Hanchuang's strength, or he would die without a doubt. "Okay, deal." Lin Feng undid the seal on the 4 vicious cauldrons. Boom. Chapter 895. Ning Hanzuang was originally at the creation realm. Previously, he was able to suppress Ning Hanzuang because Lin Feng's heavenly fire restrained Ning Hanchuang's ice divine kingdom. Therefore, with Ning Hanzuang joining the battle, Lin Feng felt that it was not impossible to kill Xiong Jin. This was because it was very normal for cultivators with special constitutions to kill people of a higher level. Although Ning Hanzuang was weaker than Xiong Jin in terms of cultivation level, her special constitution was enough to make up for it. In addition to Lin Feng, the probability of killing Xiong Jin was greatly increased. "Hurry up and recover. I'll hold them back for now," Ning Hanzuang said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and quickly absorbed the pure energy in it to recover his magic power. "Who are you? How dare you go against my Snow Province's Xiong family? Leave. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xiong Jin looked at Ning Hanzuang with a gloomy expression. He wanted to threaten Ning Hanzuang and scare her away. This was because Xiong Jin could see that Ning Hanzuang was an extremely difficult opponent. She was at the creation realm and had a special constitution. Even he felt that such a person was difficult to deal with. "You're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me?" Ning Hanzuang sneered. Swoosh. Chains of ice were formed and shot towards Xiong Jin to entangle him. Break. Xiong Jin took out his Dao artifact to destroy the ice chains. Crack, crack. The Dao artifact was indeed powerful. It shattered the ice chains one by one. "I'll kill you two today." Xiong Jin's voice was cold as he charged towards Ning Hanzuang. "If you were at the 7th or 8th heaven of the creation realm, I'd turn around and run without a word. You're only at the 5th heaven of the creation realm. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? I have a Dao artifact too." Ning Hanzuang took out her Dao artifact, the ice sword. The ice sword slashed towards the small golden bell. Clang. A loud sound was heard. It was as if the giant spirit god was beating the war drums of the heavenly realm. The 2 Dao artifacts collided and both of them were sent flying. Ning Hanzuang and Xiong Jin continued to activate their Dao artifacts. The ice sword and the small golden bell charged towards each other again. Who? Lin Feng had recovered 30% of his magic power after absorbing the energy from a dozen supreme-grade spirit stones. He decided to seize this rare opportunity to kill Hanzuang. He could not let him escape. But now, they had encountered a huge problem. Facing the attacks of the ice shackles, these people were exhausted. Lin Feng knew how terrifying Ninghan Shuang's Ice Divine Country was. He had almost died in Ninghan Shuang's Ice Divine Country. Ninghan Shuang's special physique had awakened 70% of her bloodline power, so she was abnormally strong. Lin Feng's immortal godly blood was only 10% of his blood. Ninghan Shuang was almost invincible as long as she didn't encounter a cultivator who could counter her. Lin Feng rushes up and punches a Xiong clan expert. This Xiong clan expert roars again and again. But now his energy is tied up by the ice shackles and he is attacked by Lin Feng, so he no longer has the ability to neutralize Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng killed this expert of the Xiong clan with a single punch. Using the same method, he killed the other 3 experts of the Xiong clan one by one. "Brat, you deserve to die," Xiong Jin roared furiously. He had brought more than 10 experts from the Xiong clan, but all of them had been killed by Lin Feng. This made Xiong Jin mad with hatred. Xiong Jin looked at Ninghan Shuang and shouted furiously, "Bitch, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, this little brat would have been killed by the Xiong clan. Die." Xiong Jin directly burned his life force to activate the Golden Bell. He wanted to awaken the artifact spirit of the Golden Bell. The awakening of the artifact spirit of the Dao artifact would greatly increase its power. "Tumpiech, it's too late." Lin Feng laughs coldly and takes out the sky-devouring jar, which flies towards the Golden Bell. The sky-devouring jar starts to devour the Golden Bell. The sky-devouring jar interrupted the awakening of the Golden Bell's artifact spirit. The Golden Bell flies towards the sky-devouring jar as if it was really going to be devoured by it. The Golden Bell struggles violently, but it can't break free. The sky-devouring jar is really too powerful. Lin Feng is also very happy because the sky-devouring jar is much stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that the Golden Bell is about to be devoured, Xiong Jin's face turns gloomy. He quickly calls the Golden Bell back to his side. However, it is not easy for a Dao artifact like the Golden Bell to break free from the sky-devouring jar's devouring. At that moment, numerous ice shackles move towards Xiong Jin to bind him. At the same time, Ninghan Shuang wields her ice sword and attacks Xiong Jin. Xiong Jin roars furiously and uses a divine ability to resist. However, his divine ability is destroyed and his body is sent flying by the ice shackles. Then, the ice shackles wrap around him. Ninghan Shuang chopped off Xiong Jin's right arm with a sword and took away Xiong Jin's storage ring. Xiong Jin screams miserably. He slams his left hand towards the ice shackles, trying to break them. However, Lin Feng has already charged forward and slaps Xiong Jin's head. Crack! Xiong Jin's head starts to crack. He roars unwillingly, "I, Xiong Jin, have been unrivaled throughout my life. How can I die at the hands of 2 juniors like you? Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You did not die in vain." Lin Feng sneered. Bang! Xiong Jin's head explodes, and he dies on the spot. "Lin Feng, I will come and find you in the future." Ninghan Shuang looks meaningfully at Lin Feng, then dispels the Ice Divine Kingdom and flies off into the distance. Lin Feng frowns slightly. Ninghan Shuang is a powerful enemy. Although they won't meet again in the near future, there will definitely be a battle between them in the future. Lin Feng calms his mind and starts to circulate his undying divine body to heal his injuries. Soon, Lin Feng's injuries are completely healed, and he quickly flies towards the teleportation plaza. Xiong Jin is dead. Countless people look at Xiong Jin's headless corpse in disbelief. News of Xiong Jin's death reaches Snow Province's Xiong clan. First, Xiong Zijia dies, then Xiong Jin. Snow Province's Xiong clan is furious. Xiong clan sends out a large number of experts to search for Lin Feng and Ninghan Shuang. Xiong Jin's death naturally causes a huge uproar. Xiong Jin is a 5th-layer creation realm expert, and he also has a doctrine artifact. Xiong Jin's death is a huge blow to Xiong clan. Now, even the doctrine artifact is lost. 10 days later, Xiong clan's experts come to collect Xiong Jin's corpse. Among the Xiong clan's experts, there is a young cultivator with a battle spear on his back. He walks with a majestic gait, and his body is surrounded by an imperial aura. Xiong Ji, the #1 expert of Xiong clan's younger generation. It's said that his cultivation surpasses the older generation's experts. He's called the Overlord. Someone recognizes the young cultivator with the battle spear on his back and immediately starts discussing. Xiongji is a famous genius of the 3000 prefectures. Back in the Battle of the Geniuses of the 3000 prefectures, he was almost invincible, suppressing other cultivators of the same level. He is a terrifying existence on the same level as Huangfu Qingtian. In the City Lord's mansion, Xiongji sees the corpses of Xiongjin and the other members of Xiong clan. He walks against the flow, stepping onto the 9 layers of heaven like a young emperor. Chapter 896. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals stretched for 360,000 kilometers across the immortal continent, Star Continent, Wu Continent, and Yuju Continent. Within the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, there were endless resources and many ancient cultivator caves. But at the same time, the ancient forest of the fallen immortals was filled with danger. There were many powerful ferocious beasts roaming about. If one was not careful, one would die tragically in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Currently, there was a fierce battle going on in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. More than 10 cultivators were surrounded by a group of blood apes. These blood apes were cruel and violent by nature and loved to eat human flesh. Therefore, the blood apes would often attack the human cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Puff, puff. The sound of flesh being torn apart and screams of agony could be heard. Cultivators were constantly being killed. These cultivators were a temporary expedition team. Many of them were quite strong, but these blood apes were even stronger. The blood apes had already gained intelligence and could use breathing techniques to absorb the power of heaven and earth to increase their cultivation. Some of the blood apes even took out magic treasures to attack these cultivators. Clearly, these magic treasures were taken from the human cultivators after the sanguine ape had killed them. Break out! A middle-aged cultivator shouted in a deep voice, wanting to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. But a blood ape king that was 10 meters tall jumped out. The blood ape king wielded a huge spiked club and smashed the leader of the cultivators into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators who were still struggling to hold on panicked. Puff, puff. Cultivators were killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, only 2 women were left. Of these 2 women, the older one looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She was wearing a floral dress. She was tall and slender, with a pair of straight and slender legs that could drive any man crazy. The other woman was around 20 years old. She was petite and had a voluptuous figure. She had a child's face and huge boobs. Together, they took out a defensive shield. The shield condensed into a defensive barrier that blocked the attacks of the dozens of blood apes. But now, both of their faces had turned pale. The magic power in their bodies could not hold on for much longer. "Big sister, are we going to die here?" asked the female cultivator with a face full of despair. Another female cultivator bit her lips. Although she wanted to comfort her younger sister by saying that there was hope as long as she persisted, she couldn't help it. But now, she really couldn't say these words. This was because the magic power in her body was about to dry up. Furthermore, after the repeated battles, the 2 sisters were both injured. There were many places on their bodies that were still bleeding. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Crack, crack. The defensive barrier formed by the defensive shield had already begun to crack. The dozens of blood apes roared excitedly. Compared to the bodies of human male cultivators, these blood apes preferred to devour human female cultivators. Because human female cultivators had tender skin and tender flesh, they tasted much better than human male cultivators. Seeing that the defensive light barrier was about to crack and that the magic power in their bodies was about to be exhausted, the 2 sisters revealed a look of despair. Shaw shaw shaw. At this moment, a soft sound came from the forest. In the next moment, a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s rushed out of the forest in a panic. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. He had entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal to search for the demon realm. However, the ancient forest of the fallen immortal was too big. He had searched for more than a month and still couldn't find the location of the demon realm. 3 days ago, Lin Feng encountered a terrifying beast emperor and was chased all the way. However, it seemed that he had already escaped from that terrifying beast emperor. Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Run! At this moment, Lin Feng heard an anxious voice coming from afar. The pair of sisters looked over anxiously, reminding themselves loudly. Blood apes! Lin Feng looked over and saw the ground full of corpses. He frowned slightly. It should be a group of adventurers that entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. However, their luck wasn't very good and they encountered a group of blood apes. Blood apes were a group of terrifying and bloodthirsty creatures. Yin-Yang stage 5 or 6 cultivators would die if they encountered a group of blood apes. The sisters were clearly very kind. When they saw that Lin Feng had mistakenly entered this place, they hurriedly warned Lin Feng to escape. Crack, crack. The restrictions protecting the sisters kept shattering. The sisters' faces were pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The Blood Ape King roared and swung its spiked club at them. Crack. The defensive restrictions shattered. The stone club came crashing down with a fierce wind. The sisters were filled with fear and despair. They wanted to dodge, but they found that their legs were as heavy as lead. They couldn't even take a single step forward. Woo-woo, we're going to die. The younger sister was so frightened that she started crying. The older sister's expression was also mournful. They had thought that they would die in the next moment. However, at this moment, the sisters felt a pair of strong hands wrap around their small waists. A strong masculine aura assaulted them. Whoosh! The two sisters were quickly pulled back a dozen meters and dodged the Blood Ape King's spiked club. Why didn't you run? You can't save us. If you rashly come over, you'll die here too. When the sisters saw that it was the young man who had mistakenly entered this place who had saved them, they couldn't help but sigh. This was because they felt that Lin Feng would only die here if he attacked. Every single one of them could escape. Lin Feng said, "Wouldn't it be a pity for delicate beauties like you to die here?" The sisters came back to their senses and realized that they were in Lin Feng's embrace. Their bodies were so close to Lin Feng's body that they could even feel the warmth of Lin Feng's body. When had the sisters ever been so intimate with a man? They couldn't help but blush. However, they immediately spat at Lin Feng. How could he still joke at a time like this? Roar! The Blood Ape King and dozens of other blood apes rushed over together with a thunderous roar. Leave quickly. Don't worry about us. With your speed, you'll definitely be able to escape. Seeing the group of blood apes pouncing over, they were shocked. The two sisters said anxiously. Lin Feng smiled and waved his right hand in an indifferent way. Sword chi shot out in all directions. Pu, pu, pu. Ripping sounds could be heard as the bodies of the blood apes were torn apart by the sword chi. Even the Blood Ape King couldn't block Lin Feng's sword chi. Its body was directly cut in half. It died on the spot. How is this possible? The sisters' pink lips were agape. Their beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Feng was about the same age as them. However, Lin Feng had only used one move. He had easily killed dozens of blood apes. Wasn't his strength too terrifying? The two sisters were deeply shaken. Chapter 897. The smell of blood here will attract other beasts, so we shouldn't stay here for too long. We should leave quickly, Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded. However, the continuous battles had exhausted them, and they were also injured. It was difficult for them to leave on their own. Lin Feng could see that the two sisters were in an awkward position, so he said, "Sorry for the offense." As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged a delicate body in each of his hands. Then, he quickly flew off into the distance. The two sisters cried out in surprise, their faces red, but they didn't dare look at Lin Feng. They just let Lin Feng hug them. Not long after the three of them left, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the forest. The black fog churned. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature hidden within the black fog. Finally, the black fog enveloped the corpses on the ground. Crunch, crunch. The sound of flesh being chewed could be heard from within the black fog. Lin Feng found a cave for the two sisters to recover from their injuries. 2 hours later, The two sisters had mostly recovered from their injuries. They also tidied up their appearances and looked much prettier than before. "Is your body all right?" Lin Feng asked. The two sisters replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. We've mostly recovered." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What are your names?" "Qiao Tingyu." "Qiao Tingyu. What are your names, sir?" "Lin Feng." The two sides briefly introduced each other. The elder sister was called Qiao Tingyu, and the younger sister was called Qiao Tingyu. They were from Yuezhou's Qiao clan. Yuezhou's Qiao clan was an ancient power with a long history. They were considered a prominent clan in Yuzhou. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu had come out to train together and joined a group of independent cultivators. Then, in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, they encountered the blood ape. Everyone else in the group had died tragically, but the two of them were lucky enough to meet Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had come any later, the two sisters would have died as well. The two sisters were curious about Lin Feng's identity. However, Lin Feng didn't explain his background in detail. Seeing that Lin Feng did not reveal his identity, the two sisters felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. "There's a small town 1,000 li away from here. It's called Wangxian Town. I'm going there to buy some things. I'll take you to Wangxian Town, then you can go back to your families. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals is too dangerous, so before you become strong enough, don't even think about going there," Lin Feng said. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu nodded. Within the cave, a bonfire burned brightly. Lin Feng had killed a spirit bird and beheaded a large snake. Snake soup was boiling over the bonfire. Roasting the bird meat. A fragrance filled the air. Cultivators could recover their magic power by absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, if he wanted to recover his strength, eating was the fastest way. "Give it a try." Lin Feng scooped snake soup for the two sisters and cut some roasted meat. The two sisters began to eat. His eyes immediately lit up. Qiao Tingyu said, "I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to have such good cooking skills." Qiao Tingyu also nodded and said, "Lin Gongzi's cooking is really good." Lin Feng smiled and said, "When you're outside, you need to have some life skills. Eat more to replenish your strength." The next day, the three of them went out and headed towards Wangxian Town. Wangxian Town was a very famous town in the outer regions of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. It was said that those who were lucky could stand in Wangxian Town at midnight and look towards the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. They could see the shadow of an immortal in Wangxian Town. Lin Feng had stayed in Wangxian Town before, but he didn't see the so-called shadow of an immortal. Lin Feng only thought of the rumor that one could see immortals in Wangxian Town as a legend. The three of them encountered many dangers along the way, but with Lin Feng around, they were all safe. While they were resting by a small stream, Yi Zichen and Yi Zichen were talking. A flying ship flew over from the distance. The flying ship wasn't big, only about 20 meters long. Such a small flying ship could accommodate 20 to 30 people. The flying ship suddenly stopped above Lin Feng and the other two. The cabin opened and a group of cultivators flew out. This group of people was led by a young man. The young man was wearing a blue brocade robe, and there was a hint of lust between his eyebrows. "Haha, I didn't think that I would meet such beautiful sisters in this desolate place." After the blue-clothed young man's gaze swept past Lin Feng, he looked at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu, and the two sisters immediately revealed a burning gaze. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The way this young man looked at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu made him unhappy. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu knew that these people were definitely not to be trifled with. Qiao Tingyu said, "Lin Gongzi, let's quickly leave this place." Lin Feng nodded. Just as the three of them were about to leave, the blue-clothed young man waved his hand. More than 20 of his subordinates quickly flew away and surrounded the three of them. When they saw this scene, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu's expressions became very unsightly. The other party had many people, and they had ulterior motives. They were naturally worried about their own safety, and they were also worried about Lin Feng. If these people wanted to deal with the three of them, they would most likely kill Lin Feng. "Two beauties, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's fate that brought us together." Why don't you come and sit on my flying ship? The blue-clothed young man said with a smile. His lustful eyes swept past Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu from time to time. If the two sisters really got on his flying ship, how could they have a good ending? We're from the Qiao clan of Yuju. You'd better leave, and we can still let bygones be bygones. Xiao Tingyu said. The Qiao clan of Yuju? Haha, I'm the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty of the immortal province. Do you think I'm afraid of the Qiao clan of Yuju? You two beauties, come to my flying ship obediently. I'll treat you well. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for forcing you to come up. The blue-clothed young man didn't hide his desire for Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu anymore. People from the Yuhua celestial dynasty, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu's faces immediately turned pale. The Yuhua celestial dynasty was a group that the Qiao clan of Yuju couldn't afford to offend. The Yuhua celestial dynasty of the immortal province. So you're from the Huangfu clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. Little boy, who are you? The blue-clothed young man looked at Lin Feng and smiled coldly. Someone you can't afford to offend, said Lin Feng indifferently. The blue-clothed young man's face suddenly turned grim. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Guards, teach this little boy a lesson. Let him know that he has to pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Yes.